"Young Master Ethan, it's about time to go and greet the bride." The steward of the Joel family was impeccably dressed, but his expression carried a contemptuous and mocking smile. Ethan nodded indifferently, following behind the butler, ready to face his miserable fate. Seeing him like this, the butler's face showed disgust. "Remember your status. As a nobleman, this behavior is unbecoming." He couldn't help but laugh at himself. A nobleman about to marry the lowest of the orcs, this was undoubtedly a death sentence for his political career. Although being being exiled to that kind of place was practically the same as dying. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but complain about the master's new wife. She was too cruel to Ethan, as if she was afraid he could survive in that hellish place, and she completely destroyed his potential. Even if a nobleman who has married a half-orc has great potential, those high-ranking nobles will not lower themselves to marry their daughters to him. As he was thinking this, he led Ethan to the wedding venue, a simple outbuilding. Although it was called a wedding, no nobles except Ethan were present, which was enough to show the Joel family's attitude towards the marriage. In front of the side room stood a richly dressed, frivolous-looking young man. Ethan knew that his half-brother was causing him trouble again. Aesop looked at his older brother and had already figured out how to mock him as usual. "You," bang. Before he could finish speaking, Aesop was punched and sent flying, losing several of his pearly white teeth. Ethan stroked his fist. "What are you trying to say?" Aesop was shocked that his usually gentle brother could launch such an attack, and he knew that his past actions were unjustified. So he could only cover his mouth and leave angrily. "Do you know what you've done?" the butler shouted, his old face contorted with rage. Ethan turned to look at him, his face still expressionless. "You old BD, are you trying to commit insubordination?" The butler's face flushed red. I'll tell the master." After uttering this harsh but harmless remark, he hurriedly left. Within the Joel family, Ethan remained a nobleman, and the authority of the nobility was not to be challenged. Ethan couldn't be bothered with the two clowns. Even though his father was being completely manipulated by his stepmother, he was still the head of the family. He's getting married today and heading to the border to expand his territory tomorrow, so even if there's any punishment, it won't affect him. Thinking of this, Ethan sighed and, somewhat at a loss, pushed open the door. Upon hearing the door open, Wolf's body trembled uncontrollably. This day has finally come. Wolf closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. What came into Ethan's view was a wolf girl whose ears were twitching incessantly. After locking the door behind him, Ethan approached the increasingly panicked girl and hooked her chin with his right hand. The servants dressed her up quite well and took good care of her after she was sent to the mansion. Coupled with her good looks, she was the type that Ethan was satisfied with. "Let's make this our last moment of revelry before exile." As he was thinking, the wolf girl opposite him mustered her courage and spoke. "My lord, please be gentle." Ethan wasn't in a hurry, he asked. "May I have your name?" The wolf girl opened her eyes, revealing pale red pupils. "My name is Wolf, sir. I like her even more now that she has white hair and red eyes. You won't have a good life if you marry me." Wolf gave a wan smile. "I had no choice, my lord. My time at the Lord's Manor has been the best life I've ever had." Ethan knew that Wolf had probably been captured from the border and resold by slave hunting teams, and that she certainly hadn't enjoyed life, either at the border or during her capture. As if to convince himself, Ethan said, "I had no choice but to do it." Wolf nodded slightly, as if accepting her fate. Wolf's face was flushed, her eyes were glazed, and she awkwardly accepted Ethan's kiss, trying her best to resist his tongue but failing miserably. Ethan held the not too big but not too small fruit in one hand, and wrapped the other arm around Wolf's waist, the two pressed tightly together. Upon hearing the heavy breathing coming from the room, the guards outside hurriedly left the side room and reported to their respective masters. A marriage in name only is shameful enough, but the truth is even more humiliating. Late at night, exhausted from all the commotion, Wolf leaned on Ethan's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Ethan, meanwhile, stared into deep thought at the virtual panel that appeared before him. Heaven have mercy, he has tried every possible method over the past 18 years but still hasn't been able to unlock his cheat ability. I was originally planning to live a normal life and fend for myself, but it turns out I'm going to get married. The information about himself and the strange wife beside him was clearly written on it. Name, Ethan Joel. Rank, 2nd tier knight. Partner, Wolf. Territory, none available. That's all the information about yourself on that panel. As for the rest, you'll probably need to own territory to unlock it. The partner's information can also be displayed in detail. Name, Wolf. Rank, Tier 2 Wolf Rider. Territory skill, Loyal Wolf Guard. Favor ability rating, 0, Stranger. This is all that the information panel offers Ethan, a simple yet efficient way to display what he owns. What interested him most was the Loyal Wolf Guard skill, which he had never heard of before. Territory skills, could they be abilities that directly affect one's territory? Driven by curiosity, Ethan clicked on the skills description. Designate 5 guards with a loyalty level of 60 or higher, and promote them by 1 rank. This skill will also be enhanced as Wolf's favor ability increases. It's a skill with a very direct and powerful effect. The very word specifiable gave Ethan some ingenious ideas, which, if used well, might allow him to get more people to obey him. Moreover, the wolf girl beside him was quite strong. As a slave, she had retained the strength of the 2nd tier, and after advancing 1 tier, she would be considered a combatant. The Baterson Empire is a no man's land between the orcs and demons. Heaven knows how long a lowly pioneering knight like him can hold out. The nobles there won't reason with him. As for his own father, it would be good enough if he didn't hold him back. Of course, if that wicked stepmother were to insist on doing something, Ethan assured her that a woman like her would be powerless to withstand physical judgment. In his past life, he was transformed into a senior student's postgraduate recommendation pill simply because he was scratching an itch in the library, and eventually committed suicide under endless cyberbullying. In this life, he will never die at the hands of a woman again. Filled with anticipation and nervousness about heading to the territory the next day, Ethan fell into a deep sleep, holding Wolf in his arms. Wolf woke up exhausted, and a maid who had been waiting for her presented her with brand new clothes. Even though she was just a half-orc, she was still nominally a lady of the Joel family until she received Ethan's orders. After changing into comfortable clothes she had never worn before, Wolf asked the maid beside her, "Where is the master from last night?" She still harbors an unknown fear about her fate. Beside her was Ethan's personal maid, Catherine, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would soon be traveling to the territory with Ethan. Catherine's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. "Young master is still receiving his investiture from the head of the family. You will wait here for his orders." She maintained only basic respect for this nominal young mistress. After all, Wolf could be abandoned by the young master at any time, and no one dared to guess the young master's decision. That was a nobleman. Inside the Joel family's council chamber, Earl Oldman, the head of the Joel family, sat in the main seat, flanked by prominent figures from the family, most of whom were Ethan's relatives. They may not attend yesterday's shameful marriage, but they must be present for the investiture of a knight with a pioneering mandate. Even though the Joel family is an Earl family, they can only obtain this pioneering order, which represents the imperial privilege, every 10 years. Now, however, it is to be handed over to a young man who has just started out. There were certainly some complaints, but Oldman's authority within the family was unquestionable, especially since this was his son. In exchange, Ethan could only be knighted. With Ethan kneeling on one knee, Oldman placed the sword, a symbol of power, on his shoulder, officially completing the investiture ceremony. "In the name of Oldman, Patriarch of the House of Joel, I bestow upon you the title of Knight Lord of Logtown, on the border of the Wasteland Province. Begin your journey immediately, and may the glory of your ancestors bathe you." After reciting the prayer in a less than solemn manner, Oldman began to recite the help the family could offer Ethan. 500 serfs, including losses, there were 600 at the start. 3 knights, and 12 squires. 1 steward and 10 servants. There are 12 donkeys and 3 cows. There were 12 tons of food, enough to feed the group for 2 months, including black bread, wheat, dried meat, and so on. And most importantly, 100 gold coins. This sum of money, which accounts for a quarter of the Joel family's annual tax revenue, is Ethan's livelihood. All expenses of the territory are derived from it. After everything was read aloud, the simple ceremony was completed, and the crowd dispersed, already convinced that Ethan would die in that no man's land. A nobleman who can bring no benefit, there's no need to be friends with him. Even if Ethan is their nephew or something, there's no need to waste the effort of talking to them. Only Ethan and his son Oldman remained in the vast council chamber. The personnel will assemble at the city gate within 1 hour and depart immediately without delay. After saying that, Oldman handed Ethan a bag containing the aid his family had given him and documents proving his identity. Oldman turned and left, not giving his son a chance to speak. Ethan watched his retreating figure, suppressing the questions that had been lingering in his heart. Since he's unwilling, there's no point in asking. The humiliation I suffer today will be repaid one day. Ethan returned to the side room, where Wolf sat anxiously on the bed, awaiting her fate. Watching the Wolf girl's ears tremble with nervousness, Ethan sighed inwardly. He didn't want to drag others into this unless absolutely necessary, but since Wolf could help him, he had no choice but to take her on. "Do you want to stay here, or come with me to the border?" Although it was a question, Wolf did not have a choice. "Please don't abandon me." She had long accepted her status as a slave, and she was well aware that a slave without a master would only suffer a worse fate. A large hand touched the top of her head, and Wolf tried her best to resist the itch caused by the touch on her wolf ears. Although they are called orcs, apart from having a pair of wolf ears and a tail, they are almost no different from ordinary people. As top-quality goods supplied to the Earl's family, the slave-catching team naturally prioritized selecting those with outstanding appearances. After being treated to delicious food and drink, Wolf's appearance naturally became quite remarkable. She was pleasing to the eye even just by looking at her. Ethan wouldn't mind having another pretty face to develop a relationship with, not to mention that Wolf's loyalty was relatively reliable. Her loyalty level on the panel is a full 60. It barely qualifies as a level of trust. After teasing Wolf for a while, he stood up and instructed Catherine, who was standing beside him, "Have my knights wait for me at the door." Catherine accepted the order and left. As Ethan's maid since birth, she held a high position among the servants and was also Ethan's most trusted confidant. Before long, several knights with varying moods gathered at the door, awaiting their new master's summons. Some of them are still young, while others are already old.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
And have accomplished nothing. The only thing they have in common is that they are not well liked. Ethan pushed open the door, and they all knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Lord Ethan. Ethan personally helped them up one by one. These were his most powerful fighting force and one of his few talented individuals. Tell me your situation in detail so I can understand it better. As they recounted their story, Ethan's disappointment grew. Although he had learned some basic information when he helped them up, these people were utterly rotten. Not only have they been stuck at Tier 1 for so many years, but they are also at the bottom of the rankings in every aspect among knights. After the last knight finished speaking, they looked at Ethan, whose eyes remained calm, and couldn't help but wonder to themselves. They know their own family best, they are aware of their own abilities. Not only are they bad at cooking, but they also lack popularity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted the task to the once most favored second young master. Ethan smiled warmly, nodded to indicate that he understood, and then ordered, "From now on, we're all on the same side. Go and prepare yourselves, we'll depart immediately." If these three guys have any redeeming qualities, it's only their lack of ambition and loyalty. Even the least loyal of the three of them has a loyalty score of 72. Their upbringing instills in them a lifelong commitment to their master, making them trustworthy enough for Ethan to rely on. As it happens, Ethan only gives opportunities to those who are loyal. Their names are also familiar: Afen, Lesu, and Joe. Ethan thought for a while before realizing that they shared the same name as those three losers under Valen. In a sense, these names are indeed not wrong. The butler assigned to Ethan by the family also came to see his new master. Unlike the previous three incompetent stewards, Marcus was a highly capable old butler. He was qualified to compete for the position of head steward, but the head of the family ordered him to give it up. Ethan looked at the meticulous old acquaintance before him. This was an old servant who had been working for the family since before Ethan was born, and importantly, he was quite experienced. Ethan could confidently entrust certain matters to him. Marcus quickly got to work. "My lord, the serfs and servants have assembled, and supplies are being moved. We can depart in less than an hour." Ethan nodded. What about the quality of the servants and serfs? Compared to the cavaliers, these are the people he cares about most. On the one hand, it can be cultivated, and on the other hand, it represents the productivity of the territory. The old steward remained expressionless and described in detail what he had seen. The servants are not of good quality, only 3 or 4 have a mediocre appearance. The serfs were of extremely low quality. They not only lacked any skills, but many were also elderly, weak, women, or children. Ethan frowned. How many of them do you think will make it to the border alive? Marcus had participated in the migrations of serfs many times and had a lot of experience with these matters. Under standard food rations, there would probably be fewer than 500 people. Ethan mentally calculated the value of the serfs to him, considering whether they were worth his sacrifice. If their food rations were doubled, would more of them survive? The wasteland province of the Bade Sun Empire is truly the northern frontier, and the border situation there is only worse. It would take at least a month and a half to get there from the Gale province where the Joel family lived. The long journey and harsh weather conditions were enough to kill most of the weak serfs, and even if they arrived at the territory, they would hardly have the strength to work for a short time. Then we'll need to replenish our food supplies by almost half again along the way, which will cost at least 10 gold coins. After Marcus finished speaking, he watched Ethan's reaction. Although Ethan had shown great intelligence since childhood, as his butler, still needed to conduct a thorough evaluation. Experienced butlers know how to serve masters with different personalities. If the master is rather dull-witted, they will have to spend more time handling matters for him privately. Ethan didn't answer directly, but instead asked another question. Including food supplies and the construction costs needed to reach the territory, how much would it approximately cost? If you're not in a hurry to build the castle, then it can be completed in less than 30 gold coins. Marcus's words were still an attempt to gauge Ethan's character. If Ethan insists on building the castle, then he can only try to persuade him otherwise. Ethan nodded. "Prepare some more warm clothes for them, and we'll set off immediately once that's done." Marcus wrote all these arrangements down in a small notebook he always carried with him. The master is being a bit too kind to the serfs. Perhaps we should remind him of this later. Marcus hurried off after Ethan gave no further orders. The faster they got things done, the sooner they would reach their destination. Ethan poured his father's last gift onto the table. This money was almost all of his start-up capital. He wasn't without savings, he just used them to exchange for things of greater value. 5 sets of standard full-body knight armor. For the sake of the master's second son, the blacksmith in town gave him a set of 2 gold coins. But after counting and recounting, the number seems to be more than 100 gold coins. Ethan even spotted silver and copper coins among them. The inventory is complete. There are a total of 123 gold, 36 silver, and 89 copper. Ethan fell silent. Could this be all of Oldman's hidden savings? Ethan, with a hint of disdain, put the silver and copper coins into another bag and looked at Wolf, who was still sitting restlessly. He waved his hand, and Wolf walked up to him somewhat awkwardly. Wolf closed her eyes tightly and began clumsily unbuttoning her new clothes. Ethan gently pulled her, and Wolf fell into his arms. Ethan teased, "It's not even evening yet, what's the rush? Wolf blushed and nervously clasped her small hands together. My lord, She wanted to say that she wasn't the kind of person who lacked self-respect, but shyness prevented her from saying it. Ethan caressed her furry ears, the delicate texture feeling incredibly comfortable. You don't need to call me sir, you can just call me Ethan or master, or husband if you prefer. Yes, sir. Looking at the adorable wolf girl, Ethan's gloomy mood improved considerably. He shook the money pouch in his hand and asked her a question. Can I trust you? Wolf looked up and, without understanding why, agreed. Ethan placed the bag of change into her hand. This money is for you to keep. You have the right to use it, and you also have the right to decide whether that butler named Marcus asks you for money. Wolf nodded blankly. Although she didn't understand, it didn't stop her from carrying out her master's orders. After kissing Wolf's pale pink lips, Ethan left the side room to personally oversee the serfs' preparations. As the future master of their lives, Ethan has a responsibility to make them remember his face. As a beneficiary of the system, Ethan never opposed slavery, nor did he intend to treat those slaves as human beings. The reason they gave them warm clothes and barely enough food was simply to minimize their own losses. On the way, Ethan received a notification from the system. Wolf's favorability rating has increased from 0, stranger, to 20, first encounter, she doesn't dislike getting to know you. Ethan saw this as a good start, since going from 0 to 1 is always the hardest thing. The skills Wolf taught him were quite useful, and Ethan decided to find a suitable opportunity to use them. When Ethan arrived, Marcus was vigorously whipping the serfs who were carrying supplies. Smack! The sound of whips whistling through the air mingled with curses, making the already hunched backs of the serfs even more difficult to straighten. Damn lowly commoners! You're already exhausted from carrying so little. And you? How dare you take a break? Get up! Marcus caught a glimpse of Ethan's arrival out of the corner of his eye, and under the scorching sun, he whipped the serfs even more vigorously. Ethan walked over to Marcus and stopped him from swinging the whip. This is too much work. Marcus, wiping the sweat streaming down his face, said respectfully, for the sake of the master, my hardship is nothing. No, I mean this is too wasteful of the serf's energy. I think we might be able to adopt a gentler approach to supervision. Marcus gave an awkward laugh and nodded non-committally. Those lazy serfs are like donkeys, how can they move forward without being whipped? Marcus muttered to himself, but he only dared to think it to himself. As the slow-moving serfs loaded all the supplies onto donkey carts and ox carts, the slaves gathered together, awaiting their lord's judgment. Ethan, dressed in aristocratic attire, looked down indifferently at these not-so-cheap laborers. Marcus stood before him, speaking on behalf of his will. You lowly slaves, before you now stands the great lord, the mighty knight, our master, Ethania. Lord Ethan has shown his mercy, he will provide you with enough food and warm clothes. Now show your loyalty to him? As the serfs who had been arranged earlier took the lead in kneeling, everyone else followed suit, pressing their heads to the ground and shouting long live the lord. Ethan nodded in satisfaction, and Marcus knowingly stepped back behind him. Now, you may go to the knight's squire and receive my gift. Marcus's whip lashed down, and the chaotic crowd barely managed to form a queue as they took their supplies from the knight's squires. Anyone who causes trouble will be whipped at best, and beaten to the point of near death at worst, as a warning to others. This was a necessary sacrifice, and Ethan saw it but said nothing. In his view, this management style was too outdated and must be improved in the future. If I can live to see the future. Finally, after 2 hours of busy work, the convoy slowly headed north. Oldman stood atop the highest point of the castle, overlooking the procession and watching his proudest son depart into the distance. The bumpy carriage came to a stop, and Afen, who was driving for Ethan, leaned back and said, Master, it's time to stop and rest. We need to prepare lunch. It was the height of summer, and Afen had finally found a shady grove so that the delicate old man wouldn't get sunburned. The servants were preparing lunch for Ethan, while the ever-moving crowd in the distance struggled to keep up with the knight's pace. Ethan turned to the butler beside him and asked, How far are we from Logtown? Sir, we'll arrive in Logtown in less than a day. Ethan gazed into the distance, seeing only desolation. The northern border doesn't look like it's inhabited. Logtown once had a lord, but that was over 100 years ago. To this day, there are only a handful of lords in this region, and Ethan is the only pioneering knight like himself. Unless someone's completely out of their mind, no one would dare to expand their territory here, especially since it's right next to the demons and orcs. It's dangerous and has little value. Ethan returned to the fairly spacious carriage and waited for the servants to bring him fresh food. Wolf, who had been waiting, came over and gently massaged his shoulders. During this time, she had learned how to get along with her master. The man before him was not cruel, on the contrary, even though his knights often displeased him, he remained gentle. And I myself was not mistreated. But sometimes her owner would touch her inappropriately. Wolf's life here was something she never dared to imagine before. She didn't have to fight for food and water, and she even had servants to attend to her as the mistress. If this kind of life could continue, that would be wonderful. Ethan, who was contemplating his next move, suddenly froze. Wolf's favorability rating increased from 39, first meeting, to 40, favorability. She thinks you are a good person. After cultivating the relationship for a month and a half, the affection level has finally been raised by 1 level, but her territory skill hasn't been upgraded yet. Maybe it's not high enough? Ethan pondered. He wasn't entirely familiar with this system yet. Thinking of this, he leaned back and fell straight onto the lap of the person behind him. Wolf blushed, her eyes darting around as she tried to avoid eye contact with Ethan. She knew her master had come to amuse her again, but she was still not used to such close contact. Fortunately, her master hadn't done anything inappropriate to her these past few days. Even if you actually did it, it wouldn't be considered crossing the line. After all, they are legally married. Yes, husband and wife. Seeing Wolf's wolf ears trembling with shyness, Ethan couldn't resist pinching them. They still felt just as comfortable to the touch. Wolf let out a soft gasp. Her ears were a very sensitive area for her. Ethan looked at the cute wolf girl, and wicked thoughts began to arise in his heart, but considering that they were outside after all, and he was afraid that such a sudden act would damage his image, he forcibly restrained himself. The butler's voice came from outside the curtain. "Master, the meal is ready. Shall we begin to eat?" Ethan sat up. "Come in." Hearing the sound of the curtain being lifted outside, the wolf girl hurriedly pretended to massage Ethan, using Ethan's body to cover her face. Catherine personally served Ethan his meal. As his personal maid, she placed great importance on the safety of his food. "Young master, the situation has been dire lately, please bear with us." This is a sentence that Catherine says every day. Although Ethan doesn't think it's a big deal, she still feels sorry for the young master she's watched grow up. The title young master was a privilege reserved only for her. As is customary, the meal was served to 2 people. Ethan had already said that Wolf should be treated as the mistress of the house, and Catherine and Marcus could only keep their opinions to themselves. They discussed this in private and concluded that it was either a teenager's mischief or a particular quirk of the nobility. In any case, in time the master will realize how lowly orcs are, and then he will give the order. So they tacitly agreed not to mention the matter in front of Ethan, while also giving the wolf girl the respect she deserved. Ethan patted the little hand on his shoulder, and Wolf obediently sat down beside him to eat with him. Although the meal was simple, Ethan was still satisfied with the white bread spread with honey and the fried ham. For Wolf, who had once experienced hunger, this was an even greater delicacy. Only after Ethan's repeated instructions did Wolf carefully imitate her master's actions, eating in small bites. "As my wife, you must learn proper etiquette. Overeating is unacceptable." She was stunned when she first heard this. Her childhood experience told her that if she didn't eat fast enough, she wouldn't get enough food, and she wouldn't have enough time to work. But after Ethan's few minor punishments, Wolf successfully changed her bad habits and became presentable at first glance. After the meal, the maid cleared the plates from the table. Wolf nestled obediently in Ethan's arms as usual, and in their private space, the two could do whatever they wanted. For example, grooming the fur on the wolf girl's tail. The wolf's tail is its core, so this constantly swaying long tail became Wolf's most sensitive part. Ethan, however, particularly enjoys rubbing these furry things, which often causes her to let out soft moans of pleasure. Although she wanted to say that only kin in the wolf pack groom each other's tails, she realized that considering the relationship between the two, it made sense both emotionally and logically. So they had no choice but to silently endure it. And, it's really comfortable. Ethan learned of this by chance. He had only touched her casually that day, and Wolf's affection level actually increased while she let out a sweet moan. Perhaps this is what they call the body being honest. Hearing the sounds coming from the carriage, Catherine silently left the carriage. I don't know when the young master developed this habit. He used to be quite virtuous. After she finished grooming, Wolf's face beamed with an innocent smile, and her tail wagged rhythmically with joy. Ethan looked at the innocent wolf and asked a crucial question, "Can you read?" The wolf girl's smile froze. She had a bad feeling. She feared her days ahead wouldn't be easy. Her innocent eyes revealed a clear naivete. "We wolves are illiterate." Ethan loved her bewildered expression, so he kissed her on the cheek and said, "Once the territory is settled, I'll have Catherine teach you." Wolf did not object. She knew that no one could refuse their master's orders, so she could only obediently nod in agreement. A day later, the convoy, carrying a long line of people behind it, arrived at their destination, Log Town. This ancient site still retains some traces left by the lords of yesteryear. A square paved with stone bricks, with a few decorative stone pillars standing haphazardly on it, but the patterns on them have long been weathered and are no longer discernible. Besides that, all that remains is a stone ruin, which looks like it was once a nobleman's castle. After this territory was conquered by the orcs, the symbol of this civilization was destroyed. As for the other buildings, they have long since become one with the earth over time. Today, the entire town of Log is overgrown with weeds and completely desolate. Without Ethan giving any orders, Marcus spontaneously organized his men to clear a space for the Lord to stand on. Rather than a butler, he was more like a consul in this team. "Sir, the castle repair schedule may have to be postponed." Marcus wiped his sweat, explaining his statement. "We need to build you a place to stay first, and then give those lowly people a place to live, otherwise, even more of them will die." Ethan nodded, satisfied with his idea. "That's right, these slaves are my precious property. To protect them, my base doesn't need to be too nice. It's just a temporary place to live anyway. The master is kind. This land is a veritable wasteland, which means Ethan has to start everything from scratch." Fortunately, although this area was barren, the previous lord was still somewhat intelligent. A large river with a considerable flow flows through the territory, branching out into numerous tributaries that radiate throughout the entire area. Although Ethan was only a knight, he should theoretically only be entitled to a fiefdom of 1 or 2 villages. In a desolate area, the size of a town is nothing. Moreover, he has a pioneering order. This region is rich in a type of high-quality timber, commonly referred to as logs. This means that building materials can be sourced locally, without having to buy or sell them from other lords. Although there are few lords in this area, they are all full of martial virtue, and their territories are developing quite well. If needed, one will inevitably have to deal with them. The serfs worked very hard under the supervision of the knight's squire and Marcus, which was related to Ethan, increasing their food rations by half again. He knew that one couldn't work if one wasn't well fed, and the extra food consumed was far less valuable than accelerating the early stages of the territory's development. Even if the current rations are 3 times the original amount, it's only equivalent to giving them enough flour paste. As for black bread, that's rationed. Even so, it took the serfs a week to complete building themselves and their dwellings. There was no other way. None of the more than 500 serfs had any skills, so all the construction had to be devised by those few knights. After all, literate people are already considered the most cultured people in the territory. The final result was naturally not good. Either the foundation was unstable, or it was tilted and leaning, making it barely habitable. Ethan's residence, on the other hand, was built with great care, its frame constructed from high-quality, large logs, making it quite spacious and grand. In addition to a bedroom and a study, there is also a meeting hall. The servants were not entitled to live with Ethan and could only build simple outbuildings for him. This was the prototype of log town, or log territory. Driven by whips, the serfs began to work hard to cultivate the land and plant some fast-growing potatoes. If you're lucky, the potatoes will ripen before winter. As for crops like wheat, which were only available to high-ranking officials, Ethan simply ordered them to be planted again next year. There are only a dozen or so of them in total. They can simply buy some supplies from nearby territories when necessary. The food problem was relatively easy to solve, but in Ethan's eyes, there was only one most important thing in the world: force. Especially in such a no-man's land, having a loyal and reliable strong army is more practical than having 100 acres of fertile land. He currently commands 3 knights and 12 knight squires. This power was beyond the reach of a knightly nobleman. It was equivalent to the standard armed force of a baron. This was probably his father's final gift to him. 3 knights, even if they were the weakest of the 3, they had still come into contact with extraordinary beings. The lords near him were mostly barons and knights who were subordinate to them. Log Town is located in the northern Wind region on the border, and the most powerful lord in this region has inherited this title. Viscount Northwind has the right to mobilize the nobility of the entire region during wartime. This is a survival strategy unique to border regions. The so-called wartime is when the demons and beastmen invade. Every autumn, small groups of demons and beastmen would sneak into the border and plunder everywhere. According to tradition, the orcs would attack in about 2 months, which is why those relatives and stepmothers didn't think they would come back alive. 3 first-tier knights, plus several knightly attendants, and even with Ethan himself being a second-tier knight, they simply couldn't stop them. A lord who loses his territory is no different from a dead man. Defending the borders is an obligation that every nobleman must fulfill. If one cannot defend the territory, then one is not a nobleman. Ethan's forces might be no less capable than those small scout groups in terms of superior units, but his men were all serfs with no fighting ability whatsoever, leaving them no choice but to be slaughtered. With this in mind, Ethan had already made up his mind. He couldn't survive without becoming powerful. He waved his hand, beckoning Marcus, who was serving nearby, over. That trio they taught the knight squires for a month and a half. Who was the best teacher among them? Marcus took his master's instructions very seriously. It's Surasu. He's very skilled at teaching apprentices, and the squires are progressing rapidly. Bring him here. Before long, a rather burly knight entered, knelt on one knee, and said, "My lord, what brings you here? I think our fledgling territory doesn't need to be so particular about etiquette." Ethan carefully examined the honest-looking knight before him. Rasso truly won his heart. Throughout his journey, he acted with great discretion, neither overly impulsive nor overly conservative, perfectly embodying the stereotypical image of a knight. Of course, what pleased him most was Rasso's loyalty score of 80 points. This level already qualifies someone as a trusted confidant. "I heard you've done a pretty good job teaching those kids." Rasso shook his head. "You flatter me. I merely elevated them to the level befitting knight squires." He's right about that. His men were just a figurehead before. In a real fight, they might not even be as good as a single-armed soldier. He has indeed made great achievements in training trainees of this level to the level of attendants in just 1.5 months. Ethan poured him a cup of tea. "I think you deserve a reward. What do you want?" Lisa remained seated upright, not touching the teacup beside him. "If possible, I'd like some pastries." "Sir, my son's been craving something lately." Since leaving the city was due to her traveling with Ethan, Ethan could understand. "That's not a problem. Do you want anything else?" Rasso looked at the young man before him. His dark pupils held the ambition and arrogance of youth. He shook his head. "I ask for nothing more, sir." Contrary to his expectations, Ethan's eyes did not reveal disappointment, but rather remained filled with unwavering confidence. "Are you content to remain a first-tier knight for the rest of your life?" Rasso was stunned. This question had never come before him. He picked up his teacup and slowly sipped the slightly bitter tea. If he hadn't been seriously injured back then, he wouldn't have been stuck at level 1 for his entire life. He was a loser, or rather, all three of them were losers. If they could see no future, how could they have been persuaded by the patriarch to come to this desolate place? That's why the three of them always got along well and never had a fight. Everyone's already suffered enough, there's no need for further fighting. If you had the opportunity to advance to the second tier, what would you be willing to give up? The tea in my hand has run out, Rusu declared firmly. I'm willing to give my life. For the first time in all the time they had known each other, Ethan saw a sparkle in the eyes of this honest man. Rusu's heart was racing unconsciously. Advancing to the second tier was his biggest dream. No knight is unambitious, such a person is not qualified to be a knight. He was already prepared for the master to reward him with a mysterious potion, or to worship some unknown evil god, or at the very least, to promise him a lucrative reward to motivate him to work hard. People need a goal to motivate them. Contrary to expectations, the master simply asked him to come closer and placed his hand on the top of his head. Boom! Rusu felt a loud bang in his head, followed by a surge of clear energy throughout his body, which spurred the growth of his fighting spirit seed. A seedling gradually grew inside him. Rusu's eyes were glazed over. He knew very well that this was the mark of a second-tier knight, a level he had longed for. Having achieved this goal so easily, he was momentarily speechless. Ethan didn't move his hand away. He sensed that Rusu's loyalty was steadily increasing, eventually settling at 90. He's willing to go through fire and water for you, literally. Ethan was very satisfied with this performance. He hadn't misjudged him. There are many cultivation systems on this land, but in the Bade Sun Empire, only knights and mages are considered orthodox. Most other professions are considered trivial or unworthy of serious consideration. The mainstream knight system involves cultivating a seed of fighting spirit within the body. As the level of cultivation increases, the sprouts born from the seed will continue to grow, extending to all parts of the body and merging with the knight. The sprouting of a seed is the mark of a second-tier knight. This means that Rusu can now imbue his weapons with his inner fighting spirit, greatly increasing his attack power. If a first-tier knight can use his enhanced physique and profound skills to deal with 3 heavily armored infantrymen at the same time, even with the same amount of battle chi reserves, the second-tier knights could completely eliminate them in less than 5 minutes. The sharpness of battle aura cannot be withstood by ordinary armor. Even a first-tier knight, he could handle 3 at the same time. Although Rusu was once the worst tier 1, it can now be considered the worst tier 2. But the gap between a sprout and a seedling is still too large, larger than talent. Tier 2 is already considered a formidable force in this region, capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Although one more Tier 2 might not be of much use in the upcoming attack, Ethan would even dare to launch a preemptive strike if there were enough of them. He had enough money on hand. Even if the lords quoted exorbitant prices, he could guarantee that his men would live until the harvest. Ethan was not weak-willed. In fact, one could say he was somewhat radical. Since the orcs come to the border to plunder every year, it means they always manage to get enough food. In other words, Ethan could rob them. Before that, he needed to prepare the territory and ensure it had sufficient military strength. Seeing Rusu gradually recovering from his euphoria, Ethan suggested, "Want me to spar with you?" "I wouldn't dare, sir. Your health is of utmost importance. Do you think you can hurt me?" Ethan scoffed without hesitation, saying that while his own talent wasn't exceptional, it was still better than this mediocre person. The most important thing is to force Rusu to give him a push. Knight's pride never tolerates humiliation, not even from their masters. Rusu had to prove himself. Then, "Sir, shall we go to the training ground? Gather everyone, I'll be waiting for you there." The so-called training ground was just a temporarily vacated open space. Marcus originally envisioned using it as a building area, but the militant Ethan flatly rejected it. The knights and squires must not stop training, even if a few of the livestock freeze to death. Under Ethan's supervision, the servants worked very hard, and various equipment were hastily made in just a few days of training. Some wooden stakes and barricades, a few sand pits barely enough for their needs. Upon hearing that the Lord was going to spar with Rusu himself, the knights and squires all dropped what they were doing and rushed over to watch the match. They knew Rusu's level. He was a bottom-tier first-class knight. As for Ethan, their master, they naturally wanted him to be as strong as possible. Ethan's performance in this competition will affect his image in their eyes. If he is too weak, he will inevitably become somewhat unpopular. The two men, dressed in leather armor, arrived at a lawn, their weapon a wooden training sword. It's simple, but it best showcases the knight's skill. Afen and Joe reminded the servants to watch and learn carefully, because their master was a powerful second-tier knight, carrying a priceless body to demonstrate to them. It would be extremely good if everyone could learn even a little bit of the basics. The two men stood on the lawn and bowed to each other in a knightly salute. During knightly contests, there was no distinction between people of high or low status. This was also a reflection of the knight's position. Seeing Ethan's relaxed and casual movements, Rusu understood that the master wanted him to make the first move. So he whispered, "Master, be careful." Having said that, he charged at Ethan, brandishing his wooden sword. Against Ethan, who had received the best training from the Earl's family, his movements were full of flaws. After all, even if he gets promoted, his moves won't change at all. However, Ethan patiently exchanged a dozen or so blows with him first, allowing the onlookers to watch for a while. As soon as the battle began, Afen and Joe frowned. They exchanged a knowing glance before continuing to watch. They assumed that the owner was letting the water go, which was why Russo had been able to hold out for so long. But the longer they observe, the clearer their perception becomes. Finally, the two looked at each other and whispered, "Do you think Lace's speed is a bit too fast?" It wasn't just the speed, the power with which he swung his sword had also increased significantly, even more than when he used his full strength before. The sound of his sword missing its target was also much louder than before. The attendants behind him watched with great interest, completely unaware that the instructor in front of them was already drenched in sweat and covered in cold sweat. The smaller of the two, Ethan, said in a deep voice, "No matter what, Russo has definitely gotten stronger. Let's ask him about it after the fight." Joe nodded in agreement. "The three of you were all pretty much at the same level of novice. What are you planning to do? Suddenly become so strong? Seize power?" But Russo's next move silenced the two, who stared wide-eyed at the wooden sword in his hand. Wisps of white vapor escaped from the wooden sword. That was the mark of a second-tier knight. Moreover, it's only at the initial stage of the second level. Only a newcomer can't control the amount of battle chi injected, causing the battle chi to dissipate. With this attack, Russo unleashed his full power, reaching the pinnacle of his strength and speed. Having already gauged the master's power from the previous probing, he no longer held back. The white special effects left the apprentices speechless, staring nervously at the lord opposite them. Won't the master be killed by this? Many people thought to themselves. Ethan gave a soft hum, and the wooden sword in his hand was perfectly covered with a layer of light green light, just the right amount, completely enveloping it without the slightest leakage. Facing the charging Russo, he simply swung his sword casually, sending the wooden sword, which carried terrifying destructive power, flying. Russo lost his balance as a result. Just as he was about to fall, Ethan grabbed his wrist with one hand and lifted the big man up. The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer. Led by Ethan and Joe, the servants and attendants shouted that their master was mighty. Ethan released his grip and raised his hands to enjoy the cheers of the crowd. Russo knelt on the ground. "Thank you for your guidance, sir." After Ethan helped him up, he announced loudly, "Today, everyone will get an extra half piece of jerky." Another round of thanks followed. The squires and knights were completely convinced of the lord's formidable military prowess, coupled with his skill in winning people's hearts. The servants almost wanted to shout, "Loyalty, honesty." This was Ethan's first step in winning people's hearts. He wanted everyone in his territory to fear him. Marcus stood to the side, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. "This is another loss. The inventory in the territory isn't much." As the servants and attendants were dismissed and returned to their posts, Russo was pulled away by two of his comrades to exchange insights, and the lawn became empty again. Ethan took off his leather armor and unbuttoned his shirt. His inner lining was soaked with sweat from the exercise, and Wolf came over to wipe it off carefully. "Young master is truly amazing. You must have held back, didn't you?" The wolf girl's eyes were filled with envy. As a fellow second-tier fighter, she couldn't defeat her opponent in one move. Moreover, Ethan's composure wasn't feigned. Ethan stroked Wolf's head with satisfaction. She was becoming more and more sensible. The wolf's fluffy ears twitched involuntarily from the comfort, and its tail began to wag rhythmically as well. "Young master's touch feels so good." Wolf closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. Catherine's eyes turned cold, and she thought to herself, this isn't how a mistress should act. Of course, what angered her most was not Wolf's behavior, but the way he addressed her as young master. Previously, only she had the right to utter that word. Now she's been taken over by a new half-orc slave, and the young master is treating her so well. Catherine could only silently console herself. After all, it was all the young master's arrangement. Perhaps in a few years she would be able to enjoy this title all to herself again. She had heard and witnessed many such things in the large Joel family. As a servant, she naturally kept quiet, but the women in those cases rarely met a good end. Those who were lucky enough became maids to nobles, or even wives or concubines under their command. Those with bad luck might be beaten to death or even tortured to death, or thrown into the arena to fight against humans or monsters. However, she had watched Ethan grow up, so he probably wouldn't do anything cruel. But she wasn't sure. After all, she had seen far too many nobles who were two-faced and treacherous. I hope this usually gentle child won't do something like that. While she was still in a daze, Ethan and Wolf had already returned to the temporary house, and Catherine hurriedly followed. She now essentially takes on the role of housekeeper. After all, Marcus was already as busy as the consul, so she had to handle the servants and young master's affairs herself, as the young master only trusted her. Thinking of this, she became happy again. Gaining the master's trust was the highest honor for a servant. Before long, Marcus also returned. He glanced at the orc next to the master, and although he was displeased, he could only remain calm. "Sir, the list of serfs you requested has been compiled, but many of their names are duplicated, so I can only assign them numbers. Thanks a lot." Ethan took the thin sheets of paper. They represented a week's worth of Marcus's hard work. Compiling the resumes of over 500 people is quite difficult without assistance or organization. After all, the serfs' work couldn't stop, so the steward would have to work harder. Marcus's abilities are exceptional. He writes about the personalities, abilities, and experiences of over 500 people in a very concise and refined manner. Ethan's goal was to select some leaders from among the 500 serfs to share the burden with Marcus. After all, this was the only one under his command who could barely be considered an administrative talent. Marcus should focus his energy on more important matters, rather than on the trivial matters between the serfs. And those servants? Ethan looked up and asked, how well educated are those servants? He needs those attendants to contribute to the territory in their spare time from their cultivation. Marcus shook his head. Of the 12 squires, only 5 are literate, and only 2 have completed the church's formal education. Ethan sighed, realizing he had very few capable men under his command. I've heard that Zhou Chang enjoys reading, so let him teach the servants. Also, establish a system where the top 3 students in each day's knowledge assessment are rewarded with half a piece of dried meat. Even servants don't get to eat meat every day, so this reward must be quite tempting for them. As for Risu and Afan, they are fully responsible for their training. I want to see a group of attendants who are qualified in terms of knowledge and combat ability in the shortest possible time. The first servant to complete the objective will receive an extra reward. Marcus accepted the order and left, while Ethan still needed to study the list of 500 people. He wanted to select leaders from among the serfs and classify their status. These people must be honest and reliable, and each group must ensure that there are no relatives or friends protecting each other. The 500 people were divided into 25 groups, with each group leader reporting directly to Marcus, thus creating a 4-tiered operational system for the territory. Ethan Marcus, serf leader, serf. Ethan's orders can also be communicated more quickly. Therefore, he didn't mind giving those leaders some small favors. He refused to believe it, even if all he was given were amateurish dances. Even in flight, there are different levels, there are always those that are slightly stronger. Their resumes were laid out before Ethan, and he could only carefully select those who were barely usable. After careful selection, Ethan narrowed it down to about 50 names. Most of them had similar experiences, and their only redeeming quality was their diligence and hard work. And they are not young, and they are quite skilled at farming, which is very important for territories where food is scarce. Most importantly, they have families, wives, and children. This means they have a weakness. Then came the field visit, with Marcus and Wolf by his side, meeting with each of the serf candidates who had just been working in the fields. Ethan observed how they worked and their behavior in front of him, their master, and selected 25 team leaders. The next step was to group these serfs into groups, a task even more grueling than selecting candidates. Taking into account the interpersonal relationships among the serfs, and especially avoiding grouping a group of old acquaintances together, was a huge challenge for Ethan and Marcus. The two sat at the table in the hall, discussing the rules for the distribution. The wives and children of the team leaders were grouped together so they could focus on their work. As for the others, children over 14 years old were separated. In addition, each group should ideally consist of strangers except for married couples, so as not to give the serfs any room to rebel. Marcus nodded in agreement, surprised that this young lord had a method for managing serfs. The main responsibility of those group leaders is to oversee the production and minor matters of their group's fields, as well as to convey government orders. Most importantly, there's a system of collective punishment. If someone makes a mistake and is discovered, the entire group is punished. However, there's also a reward if the report is successful. The Lord truly governs his people skillfully. In this way, those lazy and foolish serfs will wholeheartedly contribute to the territory. Ethan ignored the perfectly timed flattery and continued, to motivate them, we can give individual rewards to the teams that do well. Conversely, backwardness brings punishment, whether it's penal punishment or reduced rations, those guys won't want to accept it. Marcus frowned. He had previously felt that the master was too kind to the serfs. The serfs, who could have survived on a piece of black bread and a bowl of thin porridge a day, were given 3 times that amount by the Lord. This would actually diminish the Lord's prestige among the serfs, which would be detrimental to his rule. He said, Sir, excessive favoritism will only make those insects think you have no authority whatsoever. The treatment you have given them is already enough to make them grateful. Ethan stood up, his back to him, his hands behind his back. Your vision is still too narrow. How's your math? Marcus hurriedly stood up and said in a deep voice, Sir, in this respect, I am one of the top butlers in the family. Then let me ask you, approximately how much would a piece of black bread and a bowl of porridge cost? Marcus calculated for a moment, then replied, about 3 copper coins. If it's our own grain, the cost can be halved. A group of 20 serfs means an extra cost of about 60 copper coins per day, or about 20 silver coins per year. Copper coins were a subordinate form of currency to copper coins, with an exchange rate of approximately 10 to 1. A group of serfs, at the very least, could cultivate 150 mu of land producing approximately 4,000 kilograms of crops. If these serfs were willing to work harder for a small reward, even if it were just to increase the yield by 1%, that would still be 40 kilograms of wheat, worth 40 silver coins. Ethan had a faint smile on his lips. Although his butler was somewhat foolish and old-fashioned, he always thought of himself and the territory. Ethan wouldn't mind patiently explaining it to him. Marcus realized what he meant and thought of a word that nobles often used. Invest. Those nobles often boasted about how many properties and local specialties they had purchased, and how much their prices would rise in the future. I've never heard of anyone investing in a group of serfs. Even if all that is given is a piece of black bread and a bowl of thin porridge. That's true. Apart from serfs, nobody else would value these things. After understanding Ethan's thoughts, he felt that this godforsaken place might be about to undergo some changes. My lord is wise. No matter what, we've made a profit. At the very least, feeding them more grain will reduce the losses for the serfs. Ethan nodded. In his mind, it wasn't just about extracting more wealth. Instead, it is about establishing a new order in a new territory. This will allow the territory to develop faster, so he can live better. Serfs are the foundation of a territory. Without them, the territory cannot function. Human life boils down to 4 words: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These are the common needs of everyone. Ethan was always cautious and frugal. His wealth was limited, and he had no intention of squandering it. Before his territory becomes self-sufficient, he needs to find a way to make it wealthy. He looked up at the empty space where no windows had been installed yet. In this barren land, there was only a little bit of greenery, abundant water sources and lush groves. Logs are not only excellent firewood, but also important building materials. Traveling downstream along the Whitewood River that flows through the territory can even reduce a significant portion of transportation costs. Ethan leaned back in his chair, his hands behind his head, pondering his neighbors near Logtown. They couldn't possibly not know about a place as wonderful as Logtown. Marcus also reported to him that he had heard logging noises in the nearby woods. He's been here so long, and the neighbors haven't come to say hello yet. It seems they're testing the new lord. Based on Ethan's most malicious speculation about his stepmother, the entire Northwind region probably knows that a new knight has arrived in Logtown. It's even possible that they could be bribed to kill him. After thinking for a long time, Ethan sighed. In the end, it was inevitable that we would have to resort to violence. This is the first step for Logtown, the first hurdle it must overcome to survive. His neighbors nearby consisted of 6 knights, backed by 2 barons, and his territory directly bordered that of one of them. Regardless of the circumstances, it is necessary to appropriately demonstrate military strength to the outside world. He only had 1 second-tier knight under his command, Risso. Although, in theory, a mere baron is beyond the capacity of a second-tier knight. But Ethan never underestimated his opponents, especially the nobles who had managed to survive in this godforsaken place. Their strength cannot be overestimated. Aside from Risso, the only other second-tier member in the territory is himself, and Wolf, who cannot show his face. He wasn't yet capable of letting her appear in public. A second-tier beastman slave would inevitably cause trouble if word got out. 1 second-tier servant, 2 first-tier servants, and 6 qualified attendants. This force isn't particularly strong, but it's not weak either. But it's always good to intimidate the neighbors. Ethan didn't believe they would use their precious Tier 2 combat power for logging. Ethan wasn't going to sit down and discuss the matter with his neighbors. He wanted to fight first. Since they knew of my arrival but didn't take it seriously, they were deliberately testing me. Only a bloody retaliation can prove one's stance. While Ethan was planning his counterattack, the flying trio were gathered together discussing Risso's changes. Afen was the first to launch a denunciation against his former comrade. Did you lick the master's dermatitis while we were away? How did you suddenly get promoted? Joe continued. What kind of potion did the master give you that actually allowed you to get promoted? Faced with these accusations, Risso abandoned his usual dejected demeanor and looked at his 2 good brothers opposite him with a faint smile. After all, we're from 2 different worlds now, so there's nothing wrong with giving in to them. Despite this, the group has developed a fairly good relationship over the past few days. Therefore, he didn't put on airs and openly told the 2 the truth about his promotion. After listening, Afen and Joe fell silent. The 2 looked at each other, and both saw disbelief in each other's eyes. You mean, the master just touched your head, and you advanced to the second tier? Risso nodded obediently. Are you sure the master didn't put a potion in your tea? Risso shook his head. He was certain it was just ordinary tea. The group looked at each other, and finally came to a conclusion. That scoundrel Risso got incredibly lucky? Then came the wailing of the 2. I could also be the master's most loyal dog? I could also become a second-tier cultivator? Why did you old BD, get there first? After saying that, the 2 hugged each other and burst into tears. After venting their frustrations, the group regained their composure and began to discuss the master's intentions. After all, the master couldn't just promote them for nothing. Loyalty is just talk. It's all bullshit until you put it into action. Putting that aside, there's only one reason left. Risso made a contribution. When pressed further, Rasa replied, the master praised me for training the servants quite well. This answer alone clearly did not meet their expectations. Training their servants wasn't difficult for them, they just hadn't been as diligent as Risso before. After some thought, Afen came to a conclusion. Perhaps in the master's eyes, promotion isn't difficult for him. As long as we work hard, we can also get promoted. Considering his status as a good-for-nothing, this explanation might even be self-deceptive. But Joe was determined to prove it. He was willing to believe that this was probably a false claim, just to find a reason for himself to live. Then we'd better perform well, for master. The 3 exchanged determined glances before parting ways to continue their own work. Ethan was always very efficient. After a night of passion with Wolf, he convened a meeting in the morning. This small meeting, attended by only 17 people, can be considered the first military meeting in Logtown. 12 squires, 3 knights, and Marcus, the provisional governor of the territory, were summoned by Ethan to await the Lord's orders. At the round table carved from a huge log, Ethan sat in the main seat, with only 3 knights and the governor qualified to sit with him. Even though the large table, which took 3 nights 3 days to build, could accommodate many people, the servants could only stand obediently behind the knights. The nobility has always maintained a clear distinction between social classes. Without any tedious small talk, Ethan got straight to the point. It's been over a week, and our neighbors have not only not visited us, but they've also been trying to cut down the forests of Logtown and plunder our property as if nothing had happened. Do any of you have any opinions? Russo was the first to stand up. He was Ethan's staunch supporter. At the master's command, I immediately slaughtered them, leaving not a single one alive. Afen and Joe muttered a curse at the old actor, then quickly declared their loyalty. We are willing to defend our territory to the death. Ethan gestured for them to sit down. Even though the information on the system panel convinced him of their abilities, this performance still pleased him. But he remained calm and said, I've never liked wasting time and energy on empty talk. As long as the result satisfies me, everyone will be rewarded. Marcus continued, those despicable thieves are wreaking havoc to the east of our territory, and the Lord desires that you bring them back alive. Bloodshed is acceptable if necessary. Thief. The word lingered in the minds of those present. It was a peculiar word. No one may hunt or cut down trees on his territory without the Lord's permission. Anyone who violates this consensus is a thief, and the Lord has the right to deal with him as he sees fit. Ethan's meaning was clear. Since this group hadn't revealed their noble status, they would pretend not to know and could kill them at will. Logtown is Ethan's territory, and no one is allowed to set foot there. Ethan stood up and glanced around at the eager knights and squires. He saw ferocity in the eyes of those servants. Fighting was their duty, not shoving mortar on a construction site. The eyes of the three flying figures revealed ambition. They longed to climb higher. Ethan's lips curled into a smile. I'll leave this matter entirely to the three knights. I'll await your good news in the territory. After a brief commotion, a dozen or so people set off in a grand procession, determined to reclaim their territory. Ethan, on the other hand, had to deal with matters concerning the serfs. After all, not only ordinary serfs, but even the team leaders didn't quite understand their responsibilities. There was no other way. After the servants left, the few people in the territory who could temporarily serve as grassroots administrative staff were gone. All these chores fell to his shoulders. Today is the first day of the territory reform. He would rather give those serfs a rare day off than not make them understand what they were supposed to do. It took him and Marcus a long time to divide the serfs into groups and define the living areas for each group. He ordered all the serfs to memorize the issued decrees, and the foremen were required to recite them from memory on the spot. The foremen didn't understand the purpose of these regulations, but they were happy to receive a small piece of dried meat as a reward from the Lord. Just as the illiterate serfs were diligently memorizing the regulations, an unpleasant incident occurred in the woods east of Logtown. Ron knelt on the ground in humiliation, bound tightly with thick ropes that even a knight could not break free from. He shouted harshly, "You bastards, do you know who we are?" His confidant next to him also began to stammer as if trying to say something, but his mouth was gagged and he couldn't make a sound. Looking at the unmoved man before him, and considering how easily they had captured everyone with such a small force, Ron couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. "I'll give you rude bastards one more chance. Let us go, and I can pretend this never happened." Afen snorted and looked at Joe, who was compiling statistics. The two shrugged and reported the situation to Lasso. Although Ethan didn't say it explicitly, everyone knew that Lasso was the boss. The three of them gathered together to discuss the results of their work. 37 men, not one escaped. 30 were serfs, 2 overseers, 2 squires, and 1 knight. Looking at Ron, who was still barking incessantly, Rasul frowned. "Let me teach him a lesson." Afen only gave one piece of advice: don't kill him. The master still has a use for him. The two of them stood there and watched the good show unfold. The towering Risso stood before Ron, looking down at the pitiful knight who had been ganged up on by the three of them. Since when did stray dogs on the street have the right to bark on our territory? Ron's face flushed red, and he shouted in his defense, "Do you know who's behind me? Behind me is Pounce." His words were cut short. Before he could finish speaking, Risso kicked him in the right cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground with a whimpering scream. The blow hurt, but it couldn't take a knight's life. Risso crouched down, grabbed his hair, and lifted him up, saying in a deep voice, "A despicable thief has no right to defend himself. Await the judgment of our Lord." Ron's eyes widened. He was all too familiar with this method. He had done it many times himself. He was about to reveal his identity as a knight. Unfortunately, Risso didn't give him the chance. A knight's squire stuffed a sour-smelling sock into his mouth. When Ethan finally finished his instruction of the serfs, he heard the cheers of the servants before he even had a sip of water. Ethan pushed Wolf away as she tried to get close, telling her to hide in the bedroom because he had important things to do. The wolf girl reluctantly returned to her bedroom. Just before closing the door, she pouted her little head out and pouted in dissatisfaction before gently closing the door behind her. Ethan felt he needed to teach her a lesson to prevent her from being too disrespectful, and the time would be tonight. "Yes, I've been very busy all day, so it's normal that I only have free time in the evening. Now, it's time to go see the neighbor I've dragged here." After enduring countless humiliations, Ron finally met the master of Logtown, an excessively young master. Ethan gestured to remove the sock from his mouth, and Ron, ignoring the foul-smelling saliva, began to wail. "Merciful sir, your knights have bound us without a word. This is an insult to the nobility." Ethan looked at the knight, who was drooling all over the ground, and felt a wave of disgust. This knight actually wanted to restrain himself using the rules of the nobility. On what grounds? Just because I'm new? He sneered. There are no nobles among you. I only see a bunch of thieves stealing my property. Not executing you immediately is already my greatest mercy. Ron was desperate. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was unwilling to die with such a humiliating title. Knights only die on the battlefield. I have Baron Saul behind me? Spare my life. He yielded, betting that Baron Saul's name would intimidate the young man. If I can stall for a while, less than a day, Baron Saul will come with his men, and then I will be rescued. But there was no fear in Ethan's eyes. How will you prove you're one of Baron Saul's men? I'm giving you only 1 hour. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, the people behind you will only get 37 corpses. Upon hearing this, not only Ron, but even the 2 knights' squires were eager to prove themselves. Unfortunately, they weren't qualified to speak in front of Ethan. Ron's expression shifted several times, as if he was considering something. Ethan leaned down and whispered in his ear, I'll give you time to think it over, and I'm willing to be a little lenient, but every 2 minutes, one of your companions will die randomly. I hope you'll consider it carefully. Having said that, he stood up and prepared to leave. You devil. His curse was not yet finished when Ethan's words drifted over again. One person is dying every minute now. Ron finally shut his foul mouth and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Time passed slowly, and every second felt incredibly long to Ron. It wasn't until 2 servants lifted him up and dragged him away, saying, Don't dirty the master's hall. He didn't understand what this meant until he saw a similarly bound person in a newly paved dirt square. He must have been a serf in their territory. The serf's eyes were filled with fear and emptiness, and even more so, numbness. He didn't know why he was arrested while simply chopping down trees, but he recognized the person opposite him, a knight under the Lord's command. Immediately afterwards, a giant blade appeared above the serf's head. The job of executioner was fought over by the servants because they could get a sip of wine. Even though I can't drink it, it's good to soothe my throat. The wine sprayed onto the giant blade slid down onto the numb and ignorant serfs. It was only then that he realized he was going to die. The elderly serf tried to ask the knight before him for help, but before he could utter a word, the giant blade had already fallen. A jet of blood sprayed all over Ron's body as he lowered his head. The servants covered their noses and endured the pain as they dragged the body away. Rasul approached Ron. 1 minute until the next one. Ron remained unmoved. Rasul had no intention of giving him a buffer, or rather, a chance to get used to it. Next up is Ron's squire. Before the execution, the servant was finally allowed to speak. He had witnessed firsthand how the serf died. These unreasonable outsiders are more like barbarians from the border than they are. They will not show mercy to themselves. So, in front of his servant who was breaking down in tears, Ron finally decided to speak. What do you want to know? Rasul helped him up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Then, with a serious expression, he said, We need everything here. Ethan poured him a cup of tea himself. Oh dear, you should have said so earlier. If we had known you were our neighbor, we wouldn't have ended up fighting like this. Ethan smiled sincerely, as if it really was a misunderstanding. Ron took the cup but didn't touch it, only saying in a deep voice, I hope you'll keep your promise. Let us leave after I've finished speaking, Sir Ethan. This indicates that he did indeed know a new lord had arrived in Logtown, and that it was highly likely that everyone in the area knew, which would be very advantageous for Ethan's next move. Ethan didn't answer directly, but instead let him continue. Soon, Ethan produced a map of the Northwind region, along with basic information on the various nobles. These were very useful for Ethan, who was new to the area. The border region is vast. Even in the relatively insignificant Northwind region of the Wasteland province, there is a viscount and 4 barons. As a knight, but with his fiefdom of Logtown being no less prestigious than that of an ordinary baron, it's conceivable that the noble territories here are larger than those of others. A larger territory means more resources, and more resources mean greater strength. This is an undeniable truth. Even though the land here is barren, it is still relatively rich in black soil compared to the heartland of the empire. Compared to the territory of the orcs, this is already excellent farmland. Ron's direct superior, Baron Saul, had a very powerful armed force. The population of over 2,000 included 500 militiamen who were occasionally trained, 100 armed soldiers, 20 squires, and 4 knights. This ratio is astonishingly high. The nobles in the heart of the empire would never do such a thing. It would be too much of a burden on their territorial finances. It would affect the quality of life of the noblemen. However, the advantage is that the baron's strength is already quite good in the Northwind region, but he still doesn't have a second tier. Ethan carefully examined Ron, who was standing in front of him, and found him to be not particularly strong. Even compared to the flying trio, they're not much better. No wonder he was relegated to such a trivial task as overseeing logging, and he only had 2 attendants. Roya couldn't possibly go toe-to-toe with Thor. He didn't have that many men. It seems the only option now is to approach it from a different angle. But regardless, he wanted others to know that the new lord of Logtown was not someone to be trifled with. He gave the knight a reasonably good treatment, locking him in a room by himself and having Afen and Sunday night watch over him. Ron considered himself unlucky, grateful to have escaped with his life, and now he could only wait for his master to come and save him. The others weren't so lucky. Ethan's territory was short-handed, so taking them to do manual labor was the best option. The key point is that they can also withhold food. In any case, apart from nobles, everyone else is nobody. Based on the distance between Logtown and Baron Thor's howling territory, he won't be able to come to redeem them until at least the day after tomorrow. Ethan needs to be prepared for a response. He looked at his palm, a tremendous force was trying to burst forth. He clenched his fist, the day he would break through was not far off. At that time, we'll have a greater chance and more hope of surviving. His goal has always been clear, to survive in this godforsaken place. If possible, it would be even better if they could live a more comfortable life. Let's worry about tomorrow. What we need to do now is punish that slave who has shown me some disrespect. Ethan returned to his spacious bedroom, where he found complete freedom from any disturbance. He lay down casually on the soft, large bed, and Wolf, seeing this, made him some tea. Young master, would you like something to eat? That was what I was thinking. Wolf's ears twitched. I'll go right now. Ethan grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Wolf could clearly hear the young master's breathing, and her wolf ears began to tremble involuntarily. You've been a bit naughty today. Are you ready to be punished? But the laws of the territory don't have. My word is law. I have decided to administer the caning punishment to you. Young master. Wolf's eyes welled up with tears. She hadn't expected that the nobleman before her was about to begin those perverse tortures. Ethan chuckled. Just kidding. I've decided not to eat dinner. I'll eat you first. Wolf's hands were grabbed, and her mouth was ruthlessly gagged. As time went on, she gradually accepted this somewhat brutal punishment. And she gradually became addicted to it, and unbeknownst to her, her tail began to wag again. That's a sign of happiness. Ethan stared at the rising favorability rating and fell into deep thought. He admitted that he hadn't done this yesterday specifically to increase favorability. He was simply suppressing his feelings. If this would increase his favorability and make the territory skills provided by Wolf stronger, then he was willing to make this sacrifice. Anyway, she's my wife. Wolf, still fast asleep, turned over, revealing faint silver-white runes on her snow-white neck. Ethan stared at the incantation that represented slavery, only in front of his wife, whom he completely controlled. Could he truly relax? Hopefully, there will be a chance to remove this rune. The wolf girl made cute, soft purring sounds. Ethan didn't want to disturb his wife, who had worked too hard the night before, so he left a kiss on her forehead and hurried away. He still has a lot to do. As the door closed, a smile appeared on the wolf girl's lips. This nobleman isn't the kind of pervert who enjoys torturing people. Surprisingly, she was gentle. As the Lord, Ethan was busier than he had imagined. After all, to survive here, being a hands-off manager was far from enough. He was responsible for overseeing the infrastructure development of the territory, the reform of the serfs' labor, and the training of the servants. Perhaps because of Rissu's example, Afen and Joe worked tirelessly to teach these servants, and any slackening would result in their criticism and insults. Upon seeing their lord arrive for an inspection, the two greeted him and then worked even harder to have their servants display their work. With this drive, the two of them will soon be promoted, something Ethan had already planned. As for the attendants, Ethan did not intend to use them all as full-time military officers. It's not good if educated people only know how to fight and kill all day long. Apart from a few talented individuals who were promoted tonight, the rest were all given the position of Marcus's administrative assistant. The best option is to bring them up when it's time to train the troops later. Therefore, their training time is less than their education time, and even if they are dissatisfied, the Lord's orders have absolute authority. Moreover, there are additional rewards for doing well in learning. Although he has now enacted laws for the serfs, there is simply no one to supervise them. Even if you break the rules, no one will know. The only thing we can guarantee right now is their progress in clearing the land. That's the most direct indicator. There are rewards for clearing land quickly, and penalties for being slow. The team leaders discussed it and, based on their experience, decided to. There might be no rewards, but there would definitely be punishments. Even if it was just to avoid being hung up and whipped, they would still have to work hard at farming. To encourage them, Marcus checked their progress daily, and the best performing group received a bonus. This was the best reward for the often hungry serfs, not to mention that the extra meal was the standard for the servants, and it was much better than what they usually ate. As for the bad ones, he threatened them fiercely, saying he would remember them and settle the score together after the land reclamation was completed. The master would certainly be displeased if the serfs were unable to complete their targets due to injuries. Marcus understood perfectly that the young master's entrustment of a large portion of the territory's power to him might not be without the intention of making him the future governor. Although he wasn't particularly skilled in this area, he was still quite familiar with managing slaves, as he was currently only involved in that task. If things continue like this, he will at least become one of the most important figures in the territory. Before that, he had to complete the master's task properly. Feeding such a large group of people was no easy task, but the old man's method was indeed effective. The cultivated land increased day by day, and reaching the target before the end of the reclamation was a piece of cake. While he was overseeing the serfs, an uninvited guest arrived at the gates of his territory. At this time, the town of Log had no walls, only a temporary gate served as its facade. Baron Saul arrived in this rather desolate-looking territory with 3 of his men. The knight accompanying him couldn't help but laugh out loud. "My lord," he said, "look at them, they don't even have a fence. Do you think they'll survive 3 days when the orcs come?" Saul glanced at him. "Don't underestimate anyone. He's just arrived, he's not necessarily worse than us. Put away your pride. Thor stopped at the gate. At the border, everyone deserves respect, even if they were driven here. Sick, go in and announce their arrival. The knight nodded in agreement and stepped through the gate, trying to find someone he could talk to. Unfortunately, the first influential person he found was a young man who looked very young and was dressed in exquisite clothes. Sick politely asked the young man across from him who looked like a nobleman, "Where is Lord Ethania of Logtown?" Ethan patted him on the shoulder. "Take me to see your master." Sick was surprised that the new lord was so young, and didn't even look like an adult. But he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Besides the fact that this was a nobleman from a prominent family, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the young man. The two groups sat down at the round table in the hall without any apparent hesitation, until Catherine poured tea for everyone. The patient Baron Saul spoke first. "I'm truly sorry for the lateness of your visit. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." A subordinate pushed a small bag over, which Rasu took and examined to ensure there was no danger before handing it to the master. Ethan glanced at it, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "It's nothing. It was impolite of me not to visit the neighbors sooner, it's just that I'm always busy with matters on the territory and haven't had the time." It was just a polite remark. Under the golden glow of 10 gold coins, he could say it 10 times over, let alone just one. Thor chuckled and began to explain his purpose. "Some of our men have recently gone missing in your territory." Ethan immediately changed his tune, stating that he absolutely could not accept such an explanation. "Who is it? I didn't see anyone." Seeing his shameless behavior, the other knight couldn't contain himself and began to threaten him. "Don't talk nonsense, Ron disappeared on your territory." Thor covered his teacup with the lid. "Sir Ethan, please think carefully about whether this really happened." His tone was harsh, which made Ethan even more annoyed. He never acted like a coward. "I've never heard of any foreign knights in my territory." He still propped his head up with one hand, looking calm and composed. But Rasu beside him exuded an imposing aura, and a sense of oppression enveloped everyone. A layer of cold sweat beaded on Sick's forehead. This young man's strength was not to be underestimated. "It's definitely second tier." But Thor remained confident. A second-tier opponent was still within his capabilities. Besides, he believed that this young man wouldn't break off relations with him. "I think you might be forgetful. Why don't you think about it some more?" He pushed a glittering gem toward him. Without even looking, you can tell it's an energy essence. This stuff is a great thing for cultivation. Ethan then slapped his forehead, seemingly only now realizing what had happened. "Yes, yesterday a group of thieves came to steal my logs. Were they your men? Thank goodness you arrived in time, Saul, otherwise they would have been executed tomorrow." Ethan stood up and waved for Rasu to go and release the man. He shook hands with Saul like old friends. "From now on, we'll be good neighbors, helping each other out. Let's hope there are no misunderstandings." Thor didn't show any weakness on his face, but in his heart he was already cursing this little fox for setting a trap for him right from the start. What kind of mutual support between offense and defense? Logtown isn't qualified for that yet. Just wait and see. After taking away the pale-faced Ron and dozens of emaciated serfs, Thor immediately left this backward territory. "Temporarily halt all logging activities near Logtown. This land is his." Ron was shocked. He was still waiting for his master to avenge him. "What about the loss of territory? The land has a decent amount of timber, but let's not make this public. Let the young man's other neighbors find out more about him." After saying that, the tall man patted Ron on the shoulder. "It's just a minor setback, don't worry about it. We'll have a nice drink when we get back." Ron nodded, glancing back at Logtown with lingering fear. He had a premonition that, under the leadership of that young lord, that small place would not remain so backward. Back in Logtown, Ethan was playing with that tiny essence. This gift, or rather the ransom, shows great sincerity. A Tier 1 energy essence is the essence of a Tier 1 monster and can help a Tier 1 knight make significant progress. This is a rather extravagant approach. Another method is to give it to the knight's squire to increase their chances of breaking through to the next level. I've used quite a few of these things before, so I know how good they are. The crystal clear energy essence emitted a yellow light, indicating that it would be most effective on Earth attribute battle knights. None of the knights under Ethan's command possessed any elemental attributes in their fighting spirit. Ethan didn't intend to give it to them either, it would be a waste. He held this essence of energy in his hand and decided to give it to his best servants. He could rely on the flying trio for the time being, but he couldn't rely on them forever, since their strength was really limited. But we won't treat them unfairly. As for gold coins, they are accepted in all baronial territories in this region and in Northwind City, the Viscount of Northwind. The prices of goods will be higher, since those merchants travel all the way to the border just to make more money. Most of the Baron's territories are towns, but Northwind City is a real city. To avoid getting ripped off, it's best to go to Northwind City. He has always found it difficult to negotiate deals with others, especially in the early days before he made a name for himself. The surrounding nobles were all watching him. Northwind City is separated from Logtown by a considerable amount of noble territory, making it somewhat troublesome to pass through if the two places are strangers. Therefore, the road to Baifeng City to buy grain is difficult to travel. Ethan had already made up his mind. Since it was difficult to buy food, he would simply rob it. However, no matter how rude the nobles on the border may be, they still maintain a certain facade. After all, they still need to unite when faced with an invasion by the orcs. If outright robbery doesn't work, then we'll have to find another way. His neighbors weren't just the Saul family. The town of Log had enough food for a month, and it was only the beginning of winter. Ethan didn't have much time, but enough to wait for his neighbors to bring him food. Those people certainly wouldn't let the opportunity to obtain high-quality timber pass them by. Therefore, Ethan specifically ordered his squires and knights not to go out, but to stay in the territory and concentrate on training. So a week later, he had captured many of his neighbors' henchmen. For 3 consecutive days, 1 or 2 men and their serfs were arrested each day by Riss's team, with only 2 who had tipped them off being released. According to their escaped men, at least 2 knights captured them. So these knights all decided to wait for the others to suffer. After Ethan had arrested all the neighboring serfs, the knights finally made their move. While Ethan gained hundreds of free laborers, he also received a joint letter of condemnation from them. The letter contained apologies for not informing him, the new lord, and a demand for his release. Ethan threw it into the fire without even finishing reading it. He wasn't afraid of such verbal threats. 6 knights are nothing, even if they're all together, they can't turn the tide. The more than 300 serfs they contributed are now working hard on their own land. With no news arriving for a long time, the knights grew anxious. The serfs were also their valuable assets, and who knew what this new lord might do. Not long after, Ethan received a second letter. This time, they finally suggested a location to discuss the incident. Knights' disputes are generally not too serious. Even on the border, their territory will not exceed 2 farms. This is a size limited by population. They probably have fewer men than Ethan. The logging was not only for wintering, but also for selling to other nobles. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the serfs Ethan had captured were their lifeline. So it's normal for them to feel angry when they gather together. Ethan sat quietly in his chair, waiting for them to finish their rant, his face expressionless, as if to say, "You say your piece, I'll listen to mine, and if all else fails, I'll just go home." Finally, someone could no longer contain their impatience and asked him, "What do you want in return for releasing our people?" Ethan held out his hand and made a 1 gesture. The man asked cautiously, 1 silver coin for 1 person. Ethan shook his head. 1 gold coin? That's impossible. A slave in Northwind City is worth no more than 20 silver coins. 1 serf in exchange for 100 pounds of grain, not even the high-grade wheat. Clearly, as a knightly family that had established itself on the border and passed down its traditions, they had a surplus of food. So the group sat down and began to discuss the feasibility of this condition. The final conclusion was that each person should weigh a maximum of 50 pounds, otherwise it wouldn't be worthwhile. Or we can wait until winter is over before redeeming them. Ethan said it was wishful thinking. There was no way to work in the border winter, and those serfs were just eating and drinking for free. If you don't redeem them now, all those people will be mine. These words undoubtedly struck a nerve with everyone, as these serfs were their foundation. It might take the hard work of 1 patriarch to grow a family of knights to add a few hundred slaves to their household. This kind of loss is unacceptable to them. Amidst the tense atmosphere, someone suggested, "In that case, let's handle it like a border dispute." The so-called border approach is very simple. Regardless of right or wrong, regardless of status, regardless of the size of the matter, if you fight, the winner gets to decide. Ethan looked up at the 6 knights who had stood up before him, their auras surging. "You are not qualified to lay a hand on me." After saying that, he stood up and walked behind the flying trio. "Sir, is it just the 3 of us?" Ah-Fan pointed to himself, while Joe next to him bobbed his Adam's apple, clearly lacking confidence in himself. Ethan patted them on the shoulders with both hands. "All right, you've been enhanced, get going." An inexplicable power erupted in their chests, and the dormant fighting spirit seeds that had been dormant for many years began to sprout and develop into seedlings. At that moment, they knew that Risso had not lied. They are no longer ordinary trash, but second-order flying beings. Although I'm still a noob, I now have the skills to dominate. The result is obvious, without risking everything. 6 Tier 1 units against 3 Tier 2 units is simply suicide. Not long after, they collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Not surrendering outright already shows remarkable courage. Ethan crouched down and said bluntly, "Stop pretending with me. Let's go back and prepare the food." Having said that, he led his men and left. Several tall, burly men from the north stopped screaming, stood up, and dusted themselves off. "What should we do? This new lord is far too powerful. We can't really give him that much grain, can we? Those logs wouldn't fetch that much." After a brief discussion, the group realized they couldn't handle the newcomer themselves, but others might be able to. So they set their sights on Baron Saul, hoping he would mediate on their behalf. After all, this price is simply too high. In the main hall of Logtown, the hall has now been fitted with simple windows. Ethan and Thor looked at each other without saying a word. After a long silence, Ethan spoke first. "Did they send you?" Saul nodded, observing Ethan's reaction. "How do you plan to resolve this?" Saul threw the question back at him. "How do you plan to solve this?" Ethan took a sip of tea and said meaningfully, "I need food. That price is too high, they won't agree. How about 60 pounds? September 1st. I don't lack food. 82, that's the most I can offer. If it's not good enough, I'll go to war with them." Thor smiled. He knew this newly formed territory had absolutely no war potential. but he still gave the young man some face. I think £80 is a reasonable price. Any higher, and they might as well look for other options. I want more than just ransom. Saul stood up. I'll persuade them. Ethan extended his hand to him. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Baron Saul. Another, much larger hand gripped his tightly. I hope you can stay here, Sir Ethan. £80, that was the price for every serf. Servants paid twice that. The food provided by releasing the hostages this time is enough to feed the entire town of Log for more than half a month. £80 is also the price they charge for logging. 3 logs for £80 of grain, a very good deal. This price might buy the same weight of firewood, but it certainly won't be as good quality as logs. If they were willing to put in the effort to transport it to Northwind City, they might even be able to make a profit. Baron Saul takes a cut, with the 20% fee considered a contribution to his reputation as an intermediary. This didn't come without a price. He promised to provide the young man with some technical assistance. Carpenters and stonemasons, and an old farmer who has spent his whole life farming in the Northwind region. These men were sent to Ethan's territory, ostensibly to help with construction. In fact, Saul's order to them was not to return until they had trained a few apprentices. After all, Ethan still had to pay them wages at market rates, and the Lord would tax that money. Ultimately, however, it was Saul who suffered the loss, bearing the pressure on his reputation. After all, he had vouched for Ethan and helped him build his territory. The tall, imposing middle-aged knight patted Ethan hard on the back, his enthusiasm surprising him. These guys are useless on my territory anyway, so I'll just send them here to eat and drink for free. You don't mind, do you? This is a decent investment for a new territory. Ethan remembers this kindness. Ethan's deeds had already spread among the noble circles, and everyone was trying to guess his character and style based on his actions. A month later, Ethan received an invitation from Baron Hoffman, one of his neighbor's superiors. An invitation to a noble ball signifies that the local nobility acknowledges his presence. Regardless, having 3 second-tier knights is a sign of great potential. High-level military force determines the upper limit of a territory, especially when there are multiple second-tier forces, which allows for a great deal of action. There are no more than 10 second-tier knights in the entire Northwind region. With the exception of Baron Thor, most of the other barons maintained a second-tier status, which was the limit they could support. The time limit for clearing the territory had long passed, and the results this time were less than satisfactory. Even with the added disadvantages of being unfamiliar with the land, having outdated technology, and lacking time, the land reclaimed by the serfs was enough to feed them. This is good news for Ethan, as he can't live off selling logs forever. Ethan rested his head on the girl's firm thighs, the warm and soft touch giving his mind complete relaxation. I cleared my mind and thought for a long time, but it seemed like something was missing. Until his unclean hand touched something furry, a wagging tail. Without any mercy, he pulled it over and sucked it in hard, feeling as if he had been elevated. Completely oblivious to the girl's flushed face, Ethan pinched her cheek. You seem shy on the surface, but you're probably really enjoying it inside. Wolf turned her head to the side. No, not at all. Ethan was delighted to see his favorability rating rise. This cheap wife is quite arrogant. He got up and pinned Wolf down. Saying one thing and meaning another isn't a good habit. Wolf continued to avoid his gaze, but her hands were already wrapped around his neck. Clearly, she thought the young master wanted it again. I can't today, I need to prepare for the dance in a few days. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Wolf's eyes, followed by worry. This is the young master's first time receiving an invitation here, he must be extremely careful. Ethan stroked the girl's long, white hair, feeling delighted by this spontaneous act of kindness. It's just a pity that I can't take you out right now. Wolf shook her head. It's all right, young master. I don't like being in the sun. Life is good enough for me now. Aren't you illiterate? How can you use such a sentence? Miss Catherine taught me very well, and I learned very quickly. That's not what I meant. A long silence fell over the atmosphere. The languages of the orcs and the Empire were very different. Never mind. Ethan rubbed her ear. I won't dwell on your past. You can talk about it when you're ready. Ethan extinguished the oil lamp. Under the cover of darkness, Ethan could feel the girl's heartbeat beside him gradually steady. She truly breathed a sigh of relief. Before falling asleep, Ethan's thoughts were simple. How could an ordinary beast tribe possibly produce a second-tier beastman, especially one who is not even an heir? The system is not wrong. This wife, who is completely obedient to him and seemingly weak, could at least beat 2 Rassus in a fight. Wolf Riders, one of the orcs' elite units. A terrifying creature that only the Empire's heavy cavalry could confront on the front lines. At this moment, the girl lying peacefully beside Ethan, fast asleep with one arm tucked in her arms, is this legendary being. If possible, Ethan would be happy to take her to some high society social events. Unfortunately, he can't yet. He's not strong enough. He would not put his loved ones in danger without being fully prepared, especially on the borders where hostility towards the orcs exists. This group might give themselves face and allow themselves a place, but they would never allow an orc to appear openly in their gathering. Even his own wife wouldn't do. He mentioned this subtly during his conversation with Saul. Judging by the speed at which gossip spreads, most of the Empire knows that Ethan, the former heir of the Yoel family in the Gale province, married a beastman slave as his wife. Even if he doesn't say it, others will just assume that he has dealt with the orc. This is exactly what a nobleman who prides himself on his moral integrity should do. Even so, a nobleman could only have one principal wife in his lifetime, and Ethan's political potential had been exhausted. Let it go if he's exhausted, he has no use becoming someone else's son-in-law anyway. On the day of the ball, Ethan met a significant number of nobles from the Northwind region, along with their family members. The appearance of this handsome young man surprised Hoffman's butler, who had no idea which family's young master he was. Just as Ethan was about to be forced to hand over the invitation, Saul burst into laughter to greet his partner. As usual, the tall man patted Ethan on the shoulder and introduced him to the others. This young man is the new lord of Logtown, Knight Ethan. Salute to our new friend. Everyone raised their glasses, and in the ensuing commotion, Ethan could only casually accept a glass from a nearby waiter to celebrate with them. After the introductions, Thor led him to a corner where they could easily observe the lively crowd. The dance hadn't even started yet, but someone had already spontaneously started singing. What's your impression of us? It was their third meeting, yet they were already talking like old friends. You guys are all so tall, each one of you is a rare find in central Taiwan. He had previously thought it was an exception, but now it seemed that the nobles on the border were generally frighteningly wealthy. 1.9 meters is considered short, 2 meters is the norm, and they are all muscular, like bodybuilders. Only the strongest are qualified to inherit titles. This has been a truth since ancient times. But your delicate features might win the hearts of many young girls. Sorry. Realizing he had misspoke, he waved his hand, telling Ethan not to take it to heart. Ethan understood what he meant. Someone might be trying to use this as an excuse to make trouble. Women are useless. Your own strength is the only truth, not just for show. The two men clinked their glasses. Looking forward to your performance, Knight Ethan. Hoffman, this baron, fits all of Ethan's stereotypes of frontier nobles, tall, strong, and extremely unrestrained. This ball was not only to introduce Ethan to everyone, but also to serve as the final negotiation before the orc invasion. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and everyone listened very carefully. Hoffman relayed the rumors he had heard from Viscount Northwind. This year's harvest is good, and the intensity of the invasion will be slightly weaker than in previous years. At least the larger tribes won't intervene, and the smaller tribes should continue as before. As for the demons, they are unlikely to make any moves in the next few years. This is good news for Ethan, as the first year is often the most difficult. Perhaps it was because of the arrival of new people. Hoffman spoke very carefully about the rules during the orc invasions, and Ethan listened attentively. Generally speaking, when attacked, one can seek help from nearby lords, and the lords cannot refuse if they have the capacity. The reward after the mission is accomplished should be acceptable to both parties. In general, mutual assistance is a consistent practice among the border nobles. But just then, an untimely voice appeared. Does this new short guy have the ability to help us? We don't want to end up siding with him alone. All eyes turned to Ethan. Ethan didn't want to pay attention to this ridiculous provocation, but the silent crowd made their stance clear. Show us your strength. They need to find out more about this young man. Ethan looked at the man who had spoken rudely and slowly stood up. Let's go by the border rules. I can give you one hand, you BD. That's a typical frontier talk, Hoffman muttered. This man was naturally someone he had arranged, just to gauge Ethan's strength. The strength displayed by both him and his subordinates reveals a great deal. Baron Hoffman's hall was large enough to accommodate a duel between two people. The crowd stood behind the two of them in perfect unison, surrounding them. The border region has always been martial, and young people and girls alike admire those who possess martial prowess. They recognized the knight opposite Ethan. He was a seasoned veteran knight. Ethan's remarks had displeased them greatly. They felt that the man was too arrogant, disdainful of others, and didn't take the border warriors seriously. The contest began quickly. The knight, seeing Ethan place his left hand behind his back, couldn't help but remark, "Are you serious? You're not even worthy of my underhanded tactics." The man got into a fighting stance and launched an attack, sending a powerful punch straight at Ethan's face. Ethan was not afraid at all and immediately threw a punch with his right hand. "You little brat, do you think this is still the central region?" Hoffman knew at a glance that Ethan was absolutely. The disadvantage is that the size difference between the two sides is too large, and even their wingspans are not in the same league. When two fists collide, the one with the longer arm span will definitely have the advantage. The result was beyond his expectations. The knight took a few steps back, his hand trembling slightly, unable to clench his fist any longer. Ethan, on the other hand, stood there as if nothing had happened, and even asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you want to continue?" The man gritted his teeth, clenched his fist with his other hand, and charged at Ethan again. Unfortunately, bravery cannot change anything. The end result was that he was punched so hard he was sent flying backwards and couldn't get up again. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ethan's left hand remained behind his back. This victory earned him cheers and goodwill from the crowd. The strong naturally receive adoration. Hoffman frowned. He couldn't understand this guy's stance and attack methods. Even if it's a second-tier opponent fighting a first-tier opponent, the difference in strength shouldn't be this terrifying. After all, the main improvement is in fighting spirit, while the enhancement of physical fitness is not significant. But ultimately, this tactic earned him his respect. After this farce, the ball began. Even if Ethan tries to hide in a corner, a constant stream of young women and ladies will find him and invite him to dance. Besides his heroic performance, his outstanding appearance also won people's hearts. His black hair and black eyes further signify that he possesses the purest noble bloodline. Compared to the burly, rugged man, the fair-skinned and beautiful Ethan was a better and fresher choice. After all, on the border, every nobleman's son wanted to become a big guy. Like the bold and forthright men of the border region, the women here are also very straightforward, wealthy, and generous. Do you have a wife? I'm already married. The girl left dejectedly, and Ethan put away his awkward yet polite smile. This was the third noble lady to ask him. It must be said that the women of the north were quite attractive in their youth, if not for the fact that some of the older ladies had waists thicker than Ethan's thighs. Ethan was happy to form a brief friendship with them. He considered himself a responsible man. He couldn't possibly act like a scumbag. Even though he turned down many people, he still received many invitations to dance together. His skillful dance moves and elegant speech captivated many young girls. Only then could he feel that he was a nobleman who had grown up in an earl's family, an heir who had once been highly regarded, instead of a small landowner who wanders the wasteland every day, worrying about the barren land. His perspective was shaped by his circumstances. He began to miss the corrupt days of the nobility. He will return someday, and he will not be a mere pioneering knight then. Saul approached his longtime friend. Most families that have survived to this day are related by blood or marriage, and he and Holman were old friends. Let this kid steal the spotlight. Holman sighed, unable to understand or comprehend the young man before him. He doesn't look like an illegitimate child. Holman looked at Saul, whose previous speculation was that Ethan was probably the illegitimate son of the old Earl of the Joel family, and had been exiled here. He looks like a proper central nobleman, and he's very well educated. Their thoughts drifted to the distant province of Gale, where news was scarce for them. Only Ethan himself knew the specific details. Could it be an internal family struggle? Thor offered a new perspective. That kid suffered countless humiliations, arriving here practically penniless, yet he brought 3 second-tier subordinates with him. Someone doesn't want him dead. It's best to ignore this kind of person. Don't get yourself into trouble. In a few years, someone will probably call him back. Hoffman chose to wait and see. The long days at the border had instilled in him a calm and unhurried nature. He had no desire to associate with the second son of a nobleman who might only be staying for a few years. Saul disagreed. What if he settles down here? With his power, I think we should be calling him a baron in no more than 5 years. We can talk about it later. I can afford to wait. Providing help in times of need is 100 times better than adding flowers to brocade. How do you know he's not an ingrate? Nobles love gossip, and as a result, they remember many interesting rumors very clearly, to the point that they are wary of them. The two clinked glasses, drank their wine in one gulp, and then parted ways. The ball was the time for the nobles to conduct their negotiations. As barons, they were the second highest rank of nobility in the Northwind region, and naturally they needed to unite all allies and subordinates before the crisis arrived. As the hub of each small alliance, they must take into account the situation and opinions of every member. But this time, Saul decided to take it upon himself to bring Ethan into the group. Ethan had just finished dancing with a young girl, and at the end, the girl with long blonde hair praised him. "You danced so well. It is my honor to dance with such a beautiful lady as you." Just as they were getting into the mood, the girl closed her eyes and leaned closer, waiting for a deep kiss. But Ethan felt a gaze on his back. So he placed his finger on the girl's lips. "Sorry, let's dance together again next time." The girl wasn't annoyed. Before turning to leave, she blew him a kiss, and Ethan reciprocated. "You seem to have a lot of luck with women. Would you like me to introduce you to some?" In response to Saul's teasing, he was quite blunt. "I have no plans to have an extramarital affair. I doubt even noble women in the central part of the empire would object to such a thing, let alone here. If we stay discreet, no one will know." Ethan shook his head, rejecting the tempting offer. "You must have something to tell me. Just say it. Don't waste everyone's time." Thor smiled. This unpretentious young man was becoming more and more to his liking. "Regarding the orc invasion, you must have read a lot of information beforehand, but I imagine you're still unsure, aren't you? What do you want? I'd like you to join one of our small alliances. Then, everything you want to know will be answered." It sounded very tempting, and seemed like an offer Ethan couldn't refuse. "Did the others in this alliance agree to my joining, or is this just your arbitrary decision?" "I will persuade them." A very familiar reply, as if the person in front of him held absolute authority among his friends. "What do I need to give in return?" "You don't need anything. Just be willing to send a few of your men on a trip when necessary." The meaning is quite clear at this point. Thor's small alliance lacks high-end combat power. Even a single Tier 2 fighter would be worth fighting for, let alone 3. He was willing to pay a negligible price for this. "Those allies, I suppose they're my neighbors? In that case, I'll join them, but we can discuss the details when I get back." The two parted ways, and Ethan watched him chatting happily with the other nobles. Before they knew it, the ball was coming to an end, and Baron Holman prepared guest rooms for all the guests who couldn't make it back. This was the first time Ethan had ever slept in a genuine frontier-style king-size bed. It's not as soft as the ones at home, and it seems like something's missing. A young woman who often stayed by his side, listening to his complaints about the many troubles on his territory, his wife. An indescribable emotion filled his mind, an emotion he hadn't felt in a long time. "Miss." He began to doubt himself. His wife was someone he had been forced to live with for a few months. Could it be that I've really developed feelings for him? With this feeling in his heart, he forced himself to sleep, thinking, I'll get up early tomorrow and head back. In the Lord's bedroom in Logtown, Wolf curled up carefully. This was the first night she had spent without Ethan by her side. She felt a strong sense of unease, and it seemed that Ethan wouldn't be coming back today. She had long known that her safety was provided by Ethan. This owner has shown unexpected patience and gentleness towards me. She had grown accustomed to the peaceful life in her territory and did not want to return to the chaotic and uncertain days. Therefore, she prayed, please come back safely. Thank you for your care, but I have many things to worry about on my territory, so I must return early. Hoffman shook hands with Ethan, somewhat bewildered. There were still at least 2 hours until sunrise at the border, but the young man before him was already preparing to go back. If it weren't for the politeness of personally delivering the food, he could have slept for a few more hours and waited for the guests to finish breakfast before leaving. Braving the cold wind and darkness, with the stars overhead for company, Ethan and his knights began their return journey. Several men rode side by side on horseback, and even the knights with excellent eyesight dared not ride too fast in the darkness. Sir, is something wrong in the territory? Why are you in such a hurry to return? I'm afraid something might go wrong in my territory. In silence, the group arrived at Logtown. Upon seeing the familiar town, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. His own home was always the safest place. The important thing is that there are people at home waiting for me. You've all worked hard. Go back and rest now. The servants can train later. Ethan dismounted and walked home with some eagerness. The closer he got, the faster he walked. Finally, he started running and roughly picked up Wolf, who was waiting at the door, around the waist. Wolf gasped and shyly pressed her head against his chest. Young master, why are you so agitated? Ethan's words were tinged with barely concealed joy. I knew you were waiting for me. Wolf wanted to say that it was only right, but she swallowed the words back. She sensed that the young master's condition was somewhat unusual today. Wolf closed her eyes, and after a sleepless night, she began to enjoy the warm embrace. But the young master's familiar scent was mixed with many other smells. Ethan, holding his wife in his arms, wanted to get a good night's sleep, since he hadn't slept well the night before. But a remark from Wolf made him nervous. Young master smells of many different women. Ethan was terrified, like a husband caught cheating by his wife. Although the two are indeed husband and wife. He swallowed hard, and asked with an unprecedented level of caution, would you mind? He looked at Wolf, whose eyes were still tightly closed, trying to get a response that would put him at ease. Of course not. After all, I'd be overjoyed if someone could help the young master relieve his stress. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had passed this hurdle. He didn't know why, even though he had always been the one in absolute power. But I was actually a little nervous facing Wolf today. Just as he was getting ready for a good night's sleep, Wolf opened his eyes. Her eyes, as clear and bright as rubies, were filled with resentment. Is this the answer you wanted, young master? Ethan, already feeling guilty, finally couldn't hold back and reassured her in a coaxing tone. Don't worry, I didn't touch them. I just danced with them. A faint smile appeared on the girl's lips as she kissed him on the lips for the first time. Okay, go to sleep now. This coaxing tone, like that used to soothe a child, did not calm Ethan down. I like you. Wolf paused for a moment, her mind racing as she considered how to handle the situation. Her tail began to wag rhythmically again, and the furry touch brushed against Ethan's body, making him feel itchy. Ultimately, she chose to trust her body's judgment. She could no longer live without her husband. I like you. A wisp of white smoke rose from Wolf's head. She had used up all her mental capacity to say those words. This satisfactory answer pleased Ethan, judging from her demeanor. It didn't seem fake. This means that their forced marriage had a foundation of some emotional connection. After an unknown amount of time, their excited emotions finally subsided. Wolf asked, were the noble ladies at the ball beautiful? Very good, but not as pretty as you. Then I imagine the young master must be really bored. Although it was only the first time they expressed their feelings, the couple had already mastered the art of romantic gestures. Catherine stood outside the door of the master's bedroom. It's already afternoon, and the young master still hasn't gotten up. Marcus has a mountain of things to deal with. But no matter what, listening to the sounds inside, she couldn't bring herself to knock. Let the young master rest for a day. The child I raised has finally grown up. It's just tough on Marcus. Wolf's favorability rating increased from 59, favorability, to 75, like. I like you, and you like me. Territory skill, Loyal Wolf Guard gains a new stat Born Warrior. The effect is a 300% increase in training efficiency for all territory warriors. Ethan stared at the skills displayed on the panel and fell silent. He hadn't expected such a divine skill to be given to him so easily. He patted Wolf's head. Thanks to you. The wolf girl looked up. What's wrong, young master? It's all right, you can continue. Wolf lowered her head again. When evening came, Ethan stretched and emerged from his room, feeling refreshed. Behind him was his wife, who was already fast asleep. Wolf's skills found a new use, and his plans could be slightly altered to pursue greater profits. Time is his greatest enemy, and also what he needs most. He didn't want to train the serfs at this time, since short-term training would be of little use. Moreover, winter will only increase the consumption of food. His original plan was to begin organizing his own armed forces next year. Now it seems that those serfs might still be of some use, as they can be considered as adding an extra layer of security to the territory. In addition, he wanted to know how effective this skill would be for Risu and his servants. The training of the attendants has been unsatisfactory. Apart from 2 or 3 who are reasonably talented, the rest are not even up to the level of armed soldiers. This group of people were ultimately not up to the task, and he had already mentally relegated them to the ranks of grassroots administrative staff. Looking at the pile of documents in the study and Marcus waiting patiently, Ethan knew it would be another sleepless night. Before he could even settle in, Thor's messenger arrived in Logtown. 2 days later, their little alliance's gathering will be held. Such a tight deadline clearly shows that they don't have much time left. Before leaving, the messenger specifically told him to arrive early, but he had no idea what that Thor was up to. Before that, however, he needed to make sure his servants were in place. He didn't want his territory to become unmanageable without him. November in the north is already very cold, the bleak winds can easily blow away the lightly dressed serfs, and more people often die at this time than when it snows. During the winter, the Lord guaranteed food and firewood. Although we weren't very well fed, not very warmly dressed, and only had enough firewood for half a night, we managed to get through it. But not now, they still have to work. The newly cultivated land still needed their careful maintenance, even though Marcus had them use a system called shift work to reduce everyone's working hours. Yet people still fell ill, something even Ethan couldn't do. All he could do was provide them with enough firewood and enough food to fill their stomachs. As for clothes, Ethan simply couldn't find the time to buy them. The cloth he brought had already been distributed, and the serfs would naturally find ways to mix dried hay into it. Reclaimed wasteland always needs to be maintained, and Ethan abandoned the idea of training them after conducting a field survey. They were too weak, and had too much work to do. Even if they train for half a month, they will at most not reach the level of the militia, and food will also be a major problem. Ethan sighed, this winter would truly depend on others to get through. This feeling was very unpleasant, but he had to endure it. Once winter was over, he could naturally train a usable team. The serfs' enthusiasm for production has recently declined significantly, partly due to the weather and partly due to inadequate supervision. Although the reward mechanism is very tempting, some people eventually give up after failing to receive the rewards. Ethan certainly didn't want to see this happen. Therefore, he established a system of supervision and whistleblowing. He officially appointed 9 lackluster servants as Marcus's assistants, reporting directly to Marcus. Those responsible for inspection and supervision will be held accountable for any instances of slacking off or other violations, as always. Of course, we also welcome reports from others or from members of the group. The former receives the reward, the latter receives the whip. The method of awarding prizes has also been changed. To encourage a sense of collective responsibility, all members of the award-winning group will benefit. The expenses have increased a bit, but I think Marcus will figure something out. The 9 servants were quite pleased with themselves, believing they had received a promotion from their lord. Little did Ethan know that, in his eyes, these unarmed men, who were only slightly stronger than militiamen, did not deserve the treatment of servants. That was personally taught by several second-tier knights. The remaining 3, while not exactly geniuses, all have a chance to advance to the first rank and become unranked knights under Ethan. Once the log territory develops in the future, there will naturally be opportunities to receive rewards and become a glorious border noble. After arranging these matters, Marcus's pressure was greatly reduced. After all, those 9 assistants also had law enforcement authority and would only seek Marcus's help in the event of a major incident. Ethan, on the other hand, finally experienced the relaxed lifestyle of the nobility. Setting aside everything else and indulging in the unique luxury and extravagance of the aristocracy was a rare experience for him. He used to slack off in the family like that, but now he carries the future of more than 500 people on his shoulders. Such days were naturally short-lived. The next morning, he set off for Baron Saul's territory, Howling Territory. As its name suggests, this is the first line of defense against the Orcish invasion, the northernmost border of the empire. The harshness of the environment is unimaginable, yet Baron Corsal's family managed to establish themselves in this windswept territory, honing their skills in battles against the orcs. The distance between Logtown and Howling Territory is not far, but the change in climate is enough to indicate that they have arrived in a new environment. When Ethan arrived, the tall knight was doing his morning exercises. It must be said that even among the border nobles, who are all muscle giants, he is outstanding. Ethan estimated that he was at least 2.2 meters tall, and his weight was even more astonishing. Ethan even began to doubt whether he could successfully father a child. The Saul family's butler led him to the arena and then left, leaving Ethan to admire the border combat techniques alone. Thor's punches were wide and powerful, fast and precise, and his muscles, covered in fat, possessed immense power. Ethan doubted that he, at the first rank, could defeat Risu, a second-rank disgrace, with just his physical strength. No wonder he survived here. Ethan felt even more respect for the nobles here. Their fighting prowess alone was something those pampered fellows in the Central Plains could never match. Thor, wiping his sweat, approached Ethan. "Good morning, Ethan. Want me to see your workout routine?" Ethan wasn't the type to strip naked in front of others and show off his strength. He shrugged and declined the offer. "I don't usually rely on exercise to improve myself." "Oh, what's that?" "Cultivating battle chi. Secret." He couldn't very well say that Miss Wolf had squeezed him too hard last night, and that he almost couldn't get up today. There was no other way, she'd already called him husband, so if I didn't try harder, wouldn't that prove I was incompetent? Men are not allowed to say no, especially at home. After finishing their morning exercise, the two began their conversation while enjoying the cool morning breeze. The orc invasion, based on experience, only small tribes will attack this year. But just in case, I'll tell you the whole story. The attacks by small tribes are not large-scale, they often disperse to attack our farms and barns, and their strength is not particularly great. Often, only a few dozen militiamen, along with a few experienced knights and their retinues, were enough to hold them off. They never lingered in battle. Saul took a deep drag on his tobacco, a strong kind that was very popular among them. Large tribes are much more troublesome. They are massive in scale and are not afraid of sacrifice or encirclement. It often takes many arduous battles to defend the city to defeat them. An attack that doesn't even involve the main force would require the combined strength of at least 2 barons plus several, or even a dozen, knights to overcome this obstacle. Even the sacrifice of nobles is permitted if necessary. The last attack of this scale was 5 years ago, and the next one won't be far off. This year's harvest is very good, it should be enough for the orcs to eat. Why are they still attacking? Thor gave a meaningful smile. This is internal strife among the orcs. The large tribes don't allow their subordinate smaller tribes time and opportunity to develop. Considering the next half of autumn and winter, we'll face at least dozens of small-scale attacks before things get really bad. Let's prepare slowly. He patted Ethan on the shoulder, indicating that he would discuss the rest in the afternoon. This small alliance wasn't large. Besides Baron Saul, there were only 3 knights, and coincidentally, they were all neighbors he had extorted. Fortunately, the group recognized their inferior skills and did not attempt to take advantage of the situation. These private gatherings are very casual, the group chats like old friends, asking each other about their lives. Although Ethan's previous interactions with them as a newcomer weren't pleasant, they tacitly accepted his joining with Saul's strong support. The border nobles value strength above all else, and they have witnessed Ethan's performance firsthand. He is a young man with great potential and impeccable strength. Even though his territory remained barren and backward, they were still willing to trust Ethan. Listening to their conversation, Ethan gained a general understanding of their situation. The border region has a strong martial spirit, and almost every free man joins militia training. Even serfs sometimes join, so it can be said that the entire population is a soldier. Each knight typically had 20 or 30 regular armed soldiers. Soldiers who are fully off-duty place an extremely heavy burden on the territory, yet their existence is unavoidable. They discussed dealing with the orcs on the surface, seemingly nonchalant, but in reality, they were worried about what might happen. The Empire divides its regular soldiers into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest: conscripts, militia, armed soldiers, veterans, and the Empire's most prized ultimate unit, the Imperial Heavy Infantry. Conscripted soldiers were essentially serfs temporarily recruited. They not only lacked armor, but their weapons were at most farm tools such as pitchforks or hoes, making them virtually incapable of fighting. This system was prevalent in other parts of the Empire, since it required no payment. But the situation is different at the border. Here, losing a battle really means death. The people mentioned here specifically refer to nobles or knights. Militia were soldiers who received occasional training, mostly free men with a few serfs. They brought their own armor and weapons, which were occasionally distributed by the lord. Armed soldiers are full-time, professional soldiers supported by their lords. They are often personally trained by knights and possess a certain level of martial arts skills and organization. As for what equipment to use, that depends entirely on the lord's skill. Veterans are a special group. They may not be stronger than armed soldiers, but they certainly have rich battlefield experience. They often hold a certain position in the lord's army and are used as junior officers. Heavy infantry were a source of pride for all lords. Equipped with full heavy armor, they possessed exceptional combat prowess, and often only 3 to 5 men were enough to kill a knight. Ethan estimated that even on the border, those qualified to become such monsters were extremely rare. That means, including Ethan, we have a total of 180 armed soldiers, tasked with guarding 4 territories and patrolling, along with 26 veterans and 10 knights available for deployment. Upon hearing this, everyone present frowned. Our forces are already stretched thin. With the addition of Woodtown, there's a high possibility that our defenses will be breached. Ethan wasn't going to discuss that first, he was more interested in knowing the intensity of the orcs' attack. Based on past experience, how many people do they typically have in a single attack, and what is their strength? A knight picked up the thread. The attack patterns of small orc tribes are difficult to predict. Generally, they launch surprise attacks in small teams of about 30 people. Sometimes, they even coordinate several teams to attack multiple targets simultaneously, making them extremely difficult to defend against. Each team has at least a few high-level combatants, equivalent to heavy infantry, to act as breachers. The rest, though poorly equipped, are not much weaker than professional soldiers. That does make things complicated, since our people, in addition to patrolling, also have to guard important granaries and villages. The knight added, they move swiftly, often ending a battle within 20 minutes. Whether successful or not, they immediately flee, giving us no time to pursue. Which tribes have we come into contact with? Saul pulled a bottle of spirits from the cupboard. In this harsh land, nobles often preferred alcohol to tea. After pouring a large glass for several people, he began to speak. Foxes, hyenas, even rabbits, cattle, and the like, almost anything is possible. The opponents are unpredictable. There are few nobles on the border, but many of their orc neighbors. There were so many that even Thor couldn't count how many tribes he had encountered. Many tribes tend to disappear after a short period of activity. This is an age-old experience. But I can tell you about last year's competitors, which may offer some insight. Ethan asked curiously, have you ever encountered wolves? Thor shook his head. There are many wolf tribes, but at least it's a large tribe. And in our vicinity, there's only one large tribe that's been around for over 100 years controlling this area. Maybe there are others elsewhere. Why are you asking? Nothing much, I just really want to see the legendary wolf riders. Thor glanced at him. Believe me, you don't want to face a guy like that. 25 years ago, Northwind City was completely plundered by a band of wolf riders who appeared out of nowhere. Every able-bodied man in the city went to the battlefield, and they all died. Another knight chimed in. The corpse of the previous Viscount Northwind was fed to the dire wolves in front of everyone in town. It was a nightmare for almost everyone. How many of them are there? Less than 30. All of them, including both humans and wolves, are at least tier 2. In the end, it was a heavily armed infantry force that the Viscount had kept hidden for many years that protected the castle, preventing this ancient family from being wiped out on the border. Thor swallowed a mouthful of strong liquor. This was a tragedy that would enrage everyone on the border, not to mention that the wolf riders had never returned, making revenge impossible. Ethan's heart sank. Is that large tribe nearby also this powerful? Thor shook his head. That bull tribe is very strong, much stronger than us, but they were helpless against that wolf rider force. Before, they relied solely on a few second-tier warriors in the tribe. Now that Ethan has arrived, we have a greater say in their affairs. Judging from their tone, it seemed that everyone had previously been intimidated by the bull tribe and lacked confidence in gaining the upper hand. Do you know the specifics of that Minotaur tribe? Thor exhaled a puff of white smoke. This guy is at least equivalent to the combined strength of 4 barons from the Northwind region, and his combat power is far superior to our warriors. But don't worry, unless the harvest is so bad that they can't survive, the major tribes won't intervene. Thor comforted Ethan, and in doing so, he comforted himself. In previous years, they were almost unable to resist the attacks of the wild bull tribe and could only obediently give up their land and food. It was a feeling of despair. The meeting ended amidst the participants' sighs of relief. They hoped to see each other again next year. Then we can enjoy a peaceful 6 months. The horses in the north are very large, but their numbers on the border are extremely low, and those delicate calves struggle to survive in this impoverished land. Therefore, even knights could not acquire a warhorse. The price was too high for minor lords to afford. The horses that Risso and his companions rode were barely usable. They were only slightly faster than second-tier knights, nothing more. And this was the only way they could pass on messages and report situations. This was a right reserved only for knights and some veterans. If the attacked area had no horses, the entire army might have perished without anyone even knowing they had been attacked. The training he had previously considered putting on hold may need to be restarted. Among the matters they discussed, the armed patrol soldiers were of paramount importance. They needed to be not only flexible enough but also have a certain level of combat capability. They all knew who the right people were, but they could only put together a dozen or so teams to carry out the task. It's obvious that having so few people patrolling all 4 territories will create significant loopholes. Ethan didn't want to entrust his life to outsiders. If all their territories were under attack, whom would they help? Once this happens, even Ethan has no right to criticize them. Therefore, he needed to build up his own power base. He needs to find a good person to help him. He went to Howling Territory alone, leaving all his men behind to prevent any trouble in the territory. When he returned home in the evening breeze, he was greeted at the door by his attentive personal maid and his eagerly awaiting new wife. Watching the two embracing each other, Catherine's usually calm face showed a hint of helplessness. The orc girl and the young master suddenly became quite close. Well, as long as the young master is happy, let's just consider it a rehearsal for the future mistress. Today, Wolf personally cooked a roast chicken for Ethan. Wolf's cooking is excellent. This chicken was roasted perfectly, with a beautiful color, aroma, and flavor that made it very appetizing. Where did you learn to cook? Wolf said with a grin, although this is the only dish I know how to make, it's one of my specialties. Give it a try. Suddenly, she leaned close to Ethan's ear and whispered, does the young master want to eat me first again? Ethan resisted the urge to teach her a lesson. After all, his back couldn't withstand the continuous high-intensity exercise. He had no choice but to grab her wagging tail and gently squeeze it, and Wolf lost her strength and collapsed into Ethan's arms. That's really bad. Ethan tore off a chicken leg and shoved it into her mouth. Make sure you finish your food. Wolf gave a vague reply, watching Ethan begin to eat. After everything was finished, the two lay comfortably in bed. Ethan was too exhausted to play any more games with her, and instead said very seriously, which tribe did you belong to before? Wolf tucked herself into the blanket, leaving only half her head sticking out. After confirming that Ethan was serious, she slowly uttered a single word, Wolf. That's it? Wolf shook her head. It's a very simple name, yet it also exudes an ancient feel. There's a common practice that works in magical worlds or other cultivation or fantasy worlds. That is, the older the era, the stronger it becomes. Wolf tribe, that sounds impressive. He had previously known very little about the beastmen and had no impression of them whatsoever. So, you wouldn't raise wolves, would you? Wolf looked lonely. It's dead. There's no need to ask any further. Wolf is indeed a wolf rider, a figure capable of conquering battlefields. It's just missing a dire wolf. But that's not the point right now, Ethan said, grabbing her hand. Do you remember how the elders of the tribe taught you? Ethan phrased it tactfully, but Wolf understood what he meant. Wolves are born warriors, but the experience of their elders is crucial, and I understand that a little bit about it. So you're well aware of how the orcs plunder and exploit you, right? Wolf was too embarrassed to admit that she learned her roasting skills by begging for food, so she simply said, I do know a little about the process, which should be helpful to you, young master. Ethan rubbed her ear, muttering, I need you to train those lazy bones, your way. His tone carried a hint of guilt. Even now, Wolf's existence could not be revealed. The territory hasn't been developed yet, and no one has established a foothold in Logtown. Ethan still has absolute control. But after that, it became difficult to conceal Wolf's existence. Let's hide as long as we can. I'm glad it helps the young master. My method will allow them to survive in this wilderness, if they can endure it. She still looked as frail as ever, but Ethan could sense a change in her aura. A hint of danger lurked within his keen insight. If you give me a dire wolf, I can protect the entire territory by myself. She seemed to be joking, but Ethan didn't think it was fake. There's much more hidden behind this wife. But the young master doesn't like me showing my face in public, and I don't want to go back to the battlefield. She gently rubbed her cheek against Ethan's arm. The peaceful and serene days here were the most tranquil time of her life. Good night, young master. The following day, Ethan fell silent as he looked at the training instructions written by Wolf in broken imperial script. Even he, who was known for his rigorous training, felt it was a bit too harsh. The serfs definitely couldn't handle it. Once the land has been cleared, there won't be as many serfs to maintain. Ethan can try selecting a group of them to give it a shot. He summoned all the serfs and briefly explained the matter. The master has decided to conscript a group of serfs for militia training. Those who wish to participate can sign up. At this point, the serfs below the stage remained expressionless. They had no idea what was going to happen. Marcus, feeling somewhat embarrassed, unleashed his ultimate weapon. Anyone participating in militia training will have unlimited meals every day. These words caused an uproar among the serfs. In their view, the best thing in the world is to have enough to eat. As for the dangers of being a militia member, wouldn't farming guarantee survival against starvation? They are quite shrewd in this regard. After excluding women, the elderly, and those who were too thin or too old, only a little over 100 people remained standing, all of them able-bodied laborers from each household. To entice them further, Ethan added a rule: for every person selected from the group would receive an extra loaf of bread. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for them to rack their brains for. Risu took the notebook handed to him by the master, which was said to contain training methods suitable for the border that the master had obtained from elsewhere. The notes on the paper were clearly not the master's. As a nobleman, he wouldn't scribble or alter simple words, some even had pinyin annotations. At this point, we can only believe these obscure and difficult to understand words. After all, he doesn't know how to train an army. To be precise, almost none of the knights trained armies. He'd be perfect for teaching knights squires. After all, you can teach them slowly, and that's how he got started. He could train an army, but he didn't even know what the training program was. The master's instructions were to first select a group of serfs who were physically fit, preferably no fewer than 20 people. Logtown was very small, and they had no granaries in the wilderness. This strength, combined with the knights, is enough to protect the territory. He looked down at the notebook and silently recited in his mind. The first rule is to keep them in neat rows and standing still. Risu frowned as he looked at the chaotic scene on the sand. It was indeed a terrible sight. Everyone, quiet. The restless crowd immediately quieted down, standing still and awaiting the knight's judgment. Risu was pleased with their fear, but his demands went beyond that. There are 117 of you in total. Line up in 5 rows. Serfs had no concept of lining up, even if they were quick-witted and intelligent young people. Before long, the crowd began to descend into chaos, and the unrest was irreversible. People were confused about where they should stand, and as the crowd moved along, no one stepped forward to be at the front. Risu's patience was limited, and it wasn't long before he took matters into his own hands and subdued the group of foolish serfs. He selected 5 of the taller serfs and had the others line up in a row with them at the front. Even with this goal in mind, it took a long time for the restless crowd to gradually quiet down. They were just standing there, leaning precariously. Risu demonstrated the standing posture as described in his notes and instructed the serfs to learn it carefully. It was a tedious process. Those guys always liked to slack off when Risu couldn't see them, and Risu had to correct their posture mistakes one by one. Risu, who was always a nice guy, finally couldn't stand it anymore and severely punished one of them with 2 lashes. Regardless of whether the remaining people regret it or not, as long as Risu doesn't speak, they will continue to stand there. If there is any relaxation, the fate of the companion lying on the ground groaning in pain will be the same. The posture described in the notebook wasn't difficult, it just required some effort to maintain, and holding it for too long would cause numbness in the body. Generally speaking, some people will want to quit after 3 hours. Under the bright sunlight, it wasn't long before some of the serfs couldn't hold on any longer and began to sway. But he dared not shout. The knight's whip was not to be trifled with. Risu's eyes showed disappointment. These guys were already among the strongest of the serfs, young and energetic. Unfortunately, people started collapsing within half an hour. Their stamina was simply too poor. Risu called for men to drag him away. This was completely different from what was written in the book. After 2 hours, everyone collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. In that case, let's keep the people who can last an hour. In the blink of an eye, the team was down to just over 60 people. They had intended to withdraw, but Risu gave them a reward. More than 60 people took off their heavy clothes and sat on the ground, munching on jerky without restraint, completely unconcerned that their dirty hands and sweat would stain their food. The reward will be even better if you keep going. That one sentence made them willingly stay. Are you kidding me? You can just stand around and get some meat. Isn't that better than toiling away in the fields? Just as they were gearing up for their next project, Risu's orders surprised them. Stand in 5 rows and maintain your standing posture. Amidst the chaos, someone became confused, and the 2 people beside him had already left. Fortunately, someone volunteered to be at the front, which gave them a goal. Even so, it took 5 minutes to stand properly. Some of you will continue to drop out. I need you to regroup as quickly as possible. If you're this slow next time, you'll all be punished. This time they performed slightly better, holding on for longer before giving up. It could be because of eating meat, but Risu gave them a chance to relax. Everyone runs 5 laps around the sand. The first 3 to finish get a meat treat, and the last 5 are punished. Long hours of physical labor may have taken their toll, but they are quite good at running, which is why Risu looks a little better. Incidentally, even the last few were only punished by standing for a little longer. Secondly, train their obedience. Risu didn't quite understand this concept of obedience. From his understanding, it probably meant making them listen to him. The best approach is to have them constantly turn, crouch, lie down, or do whatever else they want, basically, execute commands. Thus, the serfs suffered yet another torment. A few days later, only about 30 serfs remained, more than expected, but still within the territory's capacity. They have become able to assemble very quickly, and their physical fitness is improving rapidly. In just a few days, it felt like they had been training for half a month. That night, before going to bed, Ethan specifically asked Wolf how they had performed. To be honest, it exceeded my expectations. Their frail bodies seemed like completely different people during training. The results were almost as good as our tribes. Will this really work? Ethan remained skeptical. Could this kind of training, so similar to military drills, really produce any combat effectiveness? If they train like this for a month, their combat effectiveness will be about the same as the militia, and their organization will completely outclass those temporarily assembled free people. Therefore, their performance should be stronger. Wolf had already revealed her identity to Ethan, and the words of a wolf rider are always credible. But they haven't even learned a single move yet. Don't you believe me, young master? Wolf's red pupils began to glow with a wronged red light again. How could that be? I'm just worried that those guys might learn too slowly. Having successfully feigned helplessness, the wolf girl leaned her head close to Ethan's. As payment for your distrust, you can't run away today. I never ran away. I've just not been feeling well these past few days. Stubborn Ethan tried to fool Wolf with his poor acting, but ultimately failed miserably. In the past 2 days, he discovered a tragic fact. He was not as strong as her. Quack. This woman beat Ethan to his knees. She must be going to take him back and make him her slave. Under the strongman's control, Ethan had no choice but to obediently surrender. This gave him even more motivation to become stronger. The training went even more smoothly than expected. A month later, Ethan faced a well-organized and disciplined team. They guarantee to absolutely execute the orders of their superiors. A born warrior, that's truly a divine skill. This kind of training speed is unheard of, not only in this small place, but even in the central region. Although their combat ability is not great, their obedience and loyalty are guaranteed. Ethan fed them well during this time, and many of them became noticeably more muscular. The only drawback is weapons and equipment, which is an issue that no lord can avoid when trying to develop. Therefore, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and seek help from Saul. Blacksmiths, being core talents of the territory, are not suitable for Ethan's use. Moreover, there are no iron mines in Logtown. The only thing he can do is to buy equipment that has been phased out by Howling territory at high prices. After polishing and maintenance, it's barely usable. There were 35 people in total, and he spent a hefty 20 gold coins on them. Weapons and equipment were extremely valuable these days, so he could only offer a price that Thor couldn't refuse. Snow began to fall from the sky, melting into desolate streams that soaked the ground. This is the signal that the looting has begun. The serfs before them, or rather, the warriors, stood tall and proud, awaiting their lord's inspection. Knight Russo has already told you about the Orcish invasion. Are you afraid? His response was a loud shout. Don't be afraid. Once you get through this, you'll be the first free citizens of Logtown, and you'll be free. The soldiers looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Seeing that they didn't even know what it meant, Ethan had no choice but to explain it to them simply. Once you become free citizens, you will no longer be my slaves, and I will even pay you a monthly salary. Although it may not be of much use now, it will come in handy later. Only after that was said did they realize what was happening. Sir, do you mean, like the residents of those cities? You'll find out later. Having said that, he turned back and instructed Russo to direct the movement of this small force. Marcus, following behind him, couldn't help but say, "Sir, the territory's food supply is already so tight it's affecting the finances. Promoting them to free citizens will only hinder the territory's development." 35 soldiers, which can be divided into 5 squads. Other noble families follow a similar system. Log Town was extremely poor. We had no base of operations in the wilderness, and I even had to stop logging. Do you think if you were a beastman, you would come and plunder us? Marcus pondered for a moment and said, "But what if they don't give up and insist on invading us? This is our stronghold. If they fight us head-on, they'll know what's what. After all, compared to us, those nobles who own farms and ranches outside, and whom we are more familiar with, are the real pushovers. Wouldn't the militia's efforts have been wasted after they fought once?" Ethan stopped and answered the question in a calm tone. "The rule at the border is that all nobles must cease all fighting during an invasion, even those with grudges, otherwise they will be attacked by the entire community. This is indeed the rule that everyone agrees on." Marcus sighed. He knew what the master was up to. This former family heir was never a meek or weak fellow, and he saw it clearly. From a young age, Marcus knew that this was a person who was kind to his own people, but harbored the deepest malice towards others, even those who were not his enemies. "Master, it's true that all the losses from the orc invasion will be attributed to the orcs, but if we are discovered, then, if anyone hears you saying that, that's your problem. When did I ever say I was going to rob our neighbors?" Marcus fell silent. He simply couldn't fathom his master's thoughts. "Don't worry, our only enemy is the orcs." Ethan patted him on the shoulder, telling him to go about his business. In the study, Wolf, who was looking up words in the dictionary, sat down beside him. "How's the plan you've prepared, young master?" "It's troublesome, it's dangerous, and to be honest, even if I succeed, I won't gain much benefit." Only his wife, to whom he had entrusted his heart and soul, was someone he could completely trust. "We can take it slow. There's plenty of time. Once we get through this crisis, things will be much easier from now on. If we're slow on one step, we'll be slow on every step. If this keeps up, those guys will be dead before I even get back." The girl gently stroked his head, trying to comfort him. "I don't particularly like war. What about you?" Wolf's eyes dimmed. "I hate war, I loathe fighting, and I don't want to lose my home. If I hadn't met Ethan, my life would have been ruined." "Yeah." Ethan embraced her slender waist with a hint of regret. Like her thighs, it felt firm and strong to the touch. Fortunately, his original plan didn't require Wolf to intervene. He only needed to put on a good show. "War is dangerous, so I don't want you to get involved. That's why I dislike war. Those I cherish will be caught up in it, but it's a necessary means." Wolf threw herself into his arms and whispered in his ear, "I'm willing to raise a new wolf." The snow outside started falling heavily. On the very edge of the borderlands, on the very edge of howling territory, a group of orcs, bundled in thick clothing and carrying crude weapons, gathered together. Judging from their appearance, they are a group of hyenas, officially known as hyena people in the Empire. This is a beast race that is very different from wolf. Aside from having a humanoid shape, its head is exactly the same as that of a typical hyena, and even its hands and feet have animalistic features. Their leader was an exceptionally tall hyena man with hands that were completely human-shaped. He slowly began, "It's snowing. It's time for us to make our move. What's the intelligence we've gathered?" A short, hyena-like man stepped forward. "I saw that Baron Saul's farm from afar, the grain piled high in an entire warehouse, and the guards were sparse." The tall man smiled cruelly. "Those pleasure-seeking flying creatures, if it weren't for the prior agreement, how could they have lived this long? We've kicked off the entire looting season? Are you all confident?" He was met with a low growl. The entire group began to head towards the farm, which was lit by firelight in the darkness. Silent and stealthy, yet deadly enough. Winter always arrives suddenly on the border, sweeping across the land like a gust of wind. Before long, experienced citizens had become accustomed to not being able to open their doors the next day, or hearing the shouts of knights and orcs at night. This year is no exception. A vanguard of the orcs arrived at the farms of howling territory. In the pitch-black snowy night, the hyena men with their keen hearing could easily pick up the snoring coming from inside. The farm had several dogs, but unfortunately, their throats were slit before they could even sound an alarm. Based on experience, people on the farm would huddle together in one room to keep warm and sleep. Therefore, as long as they kick open the gate in front of them and slaughter them, they will have plenty of time to take all the grain from this farm back. The ruthless nature surging in the hyena's bloodline fueled the leader's fantasies. Those frail peasants cried and begged for mercy under his own knife, but he would first kill all their friends and relatives before their very eyes. "It's a pity we can't just burn the farm down, we'll have to come back next year." Then, he kicked open the not-so-thick wooden door. In the pitch-black environment, he saw 3 tall figures. Thor and his 2 knights had been standing there waiting for quite some time. "Do you have a few real brothers?" 3. Is it possible to reconcile? Are you joking right now?" The 3 men's fighting spirit surged, and they propelled their long swords with enhanced strength and well-trained bodies. This warrior, who could fight an imperial heavy infantryman to a standstill without needing armor, died so easily. Several hyenas tried to rush forward to avenge their leader, but were killed by the experienced knight with a few sword strikes. The others sensed danger and tried to turn and run, but it was too late. The well-prepared professional soldiers had surrounded them, making escape impossible. Thor swung his long sword, splattering the blood on it. The towering knight now resembled the Grim Reaper, delivering the news of death to the remaining orcs. Today, you are the prey. In less than 20 minutes, blood stained the black and white earth, seeping into the soil. Next year's harvest should be good. After cleaning up the battlefield, Thor relaxed his furrowed brow. It was a fruitful year, even though 2 of my own unfortunate soldiers had died, the compensation meant nothing. What matters is genuine military merit. The Empire imposed severe restrictions on titles of nobility. Apart from nobles who held the authority to open up new frontiers, other nobles needed military merit to advance in rank. But the Empire hasn't fought a war in many years. Therefore, the only way for minor nobles to advance in rank is to kill members of other races. As long as you kill enough enemies, theoretically you should have no problem being promoted to Duke. 31 ordinary alien soldiers and 1 minor alien leader, totaling 36 military merits. Thor only needs to keep the heads of these dead people. Once winter is over, the Imperial scribes of Northwind City will record them. Thor did the math in his head. Through the efforts of 4 generations of his family had risen to the rank of Baron during his father's time. Currently, he is still far from achieving his goal of being promoted to Viscount. 10,000 military merits. Perhaps it will be my grandson's turn. Saul sighed, then rallied his spirits. Even if it was just for his unborn grandson, he would do his best. It's a pity that his son lacked talent in cultivation, and his talent in martial arts was also pitifully poor. Before his descendants can produce someone capable of shouldering the responsibility, he must support this family and this territory. If not, he would exchange all the military merits he had accumulated over the years for imperial gold coins, give up his title, and return to the central region to become a wealthy man. That's a pretty good option. But this victory was only the beginning of the plundering. The great warriors that those alien races spoke of had not yet appeared. A single high-ranking warrior, or leader, is worth 20 military merits, but it's difficult to retain them. Their fighting prowess is second to none. It often takes multiple knights to severely wound them before they can be killed. Such opportunities were few and far between throughout Thor's long reign as lord, and he had only killed 1 such person. This attack has only just begun. A failed probe is nothing to the orcs, they are always very patient. He ordered several veterans to go to the other lords and deliver the news of the invasion's commencement, so that they could prepare. After suffering a setback, the orcs will not focus their efforts on the same target and are very likely to bypass Thor's territory to attack them. Even though no large tribes participated this time, it is still very dangerous for many small tribes to unite. After receiving the message, Ethan saw the messenger off and let out a sigh of relief. This day has finally come. Even with preparations made, all humans experience fear when faced with unknown dangers. Of the 3 knights who accompanied him, 2 had already gone out to patrol all the territories of the Alliance, leaving only Russo to guard him. Have the soldiers reduce their patrol area and divide into 2 shifts for night watch, 3 teams during the day and 4 teams at night. Do your best to defend. Ethan's approach was simple: retreat. After all, he didn't have any family business to protect. Preserving this small piece of land was all he needed to do. Even though those guys couldn't stand it and wanted to burn down his farmland, Ethan chose to stand by and watch. Fields can be replanted, but people are hard to find once they're gone. Moreover, the potatoes that the sorcerer had improved in the fields had not yet grown in winter and could not be harvested until the following spring. Thor had predicted the orcs' actions. As expected, they bypassed Howling territory and attacked other territories. Those knights weren't particularly strong. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they were also rescued by Thor and Ethan's knights. But for some reason, Logtown has not been attacked yet. Ethan is still waiting for them. Perhaps, Logtown was not in their knowledge, in their minds. This area should only be a desolate ruin. There is at most 1 large river that does not freeze. But if they don't come looking for Ethan, Ethan will come looking for them. The orcs never attack any territory during the day, no matter how weak or vulnerable that territory may be. They knew that their tracks could not be concealed on the snow-covered land. This, in turn, gave Ethan an opportunity. The 2 knights, Afen and Joe, were not only on patrol, but also searching for traces of the orcs. The news spread quickly, and a brand new camp was set up at the border of several nearby lords' lands. It was indeed arrogant, and consistent with the haughty nature of the orcs. The prolonged invasions have led to a strange tacit understanding between the 2 sides. The border nobles only need to defend and minimize their own casualties. The orcs, on the other hand, can plunder with impunity. It's all because the power imbalance between the 2 sides is too great. The tragedy in Northwind City back then is the best example. Faced with an absolute difference in quality, even the cities painstakingly built by successive viscounts are extremely vulnerable. Since ancient times, the beastmen have been trying to invade human territory and slaughter prey across the border as hunters. That's the kind of opponent we're facing now. I know you have fear in your hearts. After all, just a month ago you were farmers toiling in the soil for a living, but now it's different. You are warriors with weapons in your hands. Your training is no worse than that of those crude orcs, and you are human. When you coordinate your efforts, you become a cohesive unit, and they are no match for you. No matter how terrifying the legendary beastmen may be, you must remember that they are still humans. A person dies when they are killed. For the sake of your good days in the territory, come back alive. After the brief speech, everyone began to eat their last meal before leaving. Large loaves of bread with borscht. Borscht is a thick soup made by stewing onions, potatoes, tomatoes, or other vegetables with meat. It can also be called a mixed stew. Fresh vegetables were undoubtedly precious at this time, and in order to feed the 28 soldiers who were going on this expedition, Ethan went to great lengths, directly killing a valuable pig from his territory. Everyone finished eating with a happy smile on their face. They had never dreamed they would be able to eat so well just a month ago. Their only wish was to have enough to eat, but Ethan had already given them this extraordinary treatment. It was their turn to pledge their loyalty. Ethan watched as the loyalty level on the panel steadily increased, eventually averaging around 70. This level is already quite high, considering that when he first took over, the average loyalty of the serfs was less than 30, and now they are just one step away from becoming die-hard fans. To become a free citizen. They themselves don't know how good this treatment is, but one day they will learn from the envious looks of others what a great honor it is. Freedom has always been an unattainable thing, only those who have possessed it know what it feels like. Seeing that everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Ethan stood up and looked at them. Everyone immediately stood up, heads held high, looking at the Lord before them. Actually, the kitchen made more than this. We left half for you to eat when you come back tonight. After this job is done, you will still get this kind of treatment. Rasu directed them to assemble at the town gate, while Ethan would personally lead the team this time. In front of Catherine and Marcus, Ethan solemnly handed over all responsibilities of the territory to his wife. After I leave, the territory will be yours. Be careful, and if there's any danger, it's best to leave immediately. Don't worry, young master, I will protect the territory. The two people beside him were completely stunned, but they never disobeyed the master's decisions. Moreover, their years of experience in judging people and situations allowed them to see the danger hidden beneath the girl's serene smile. Ethan trusted her completely with the territory. This former wolf rider had recently sharpened a knife. Although it's not the most suitable one, it's still quite convenient to use. The heavens granted them good weather. It didn't snow all day, and the warm midday sun was slowly melting the snow on the ground. Although the road became much more difficult to travel as a result, it also made it easier to discern directions. The orcs had more than one camp, and to prevent them from raising any possible alarms, Ethan needed to kill these ugly creatures as quickly as possible. This time, their target wasn't the hyena people, but a race called the snow deer people. This creature is tall and has antlers on its head. Looking at its enormous deer head is sure to trigger the uncanny valley effect. However, it also has its advantages. Its combat strength is not particularly strong, and most importantly, it is not particularly fierce. Ethan's biggest fear was that the enemy's ferocity would terrify these greenhorns. Therefore, this consideration also applies to the swift and decisive action. Before long, Afen and Joe, who were on patrol outside, received the message and came over. What's the situation at this camp, under the worst-case scenario? Afen said, Sir, from our observation, a camp can only have a maximum of 3 squad leaders at a time, with 2 to 3 small teams stationed there simultaneously. The rest of the men are probably out transporting supplies. Let's talk about the camp's layout. From our observation, they have no defensive measures other than setting up tents. They haven't even built a fence. Although they lack defensive capabilities, it will be difficult for us to annihilate them completely. Whether we can escape or not, we'll only know after the fight. Even if they tip us off, we can always run back to our territory. The grain is still here. Just as Ethan had anticipated, when the orcs saw a group of humans approaching them, they couldn't help but sneer and show disdain. They quickly assembled, eager to see what this trembling human force was up to. Is everyone here? Ethan asked. Although curious as to how the human before him could speak the common language of the beastmen, the leader instinctively answered yes. The next instant, he saw 4 extremely fast figures rushing towards him. He is a warrior. The moment the idea popped into his head, his perspective shifted. From the sky to falling, then I saw a familiar figure. It was my own body. Ethan overestimated their vigilance. The camp was only guarded by a small leader and a small squad. Although a small squad of 30 people was no match for the slaughter carried out by the 4 second-tier knights. The 4 knights surrounded the remaining 8 men, watching them tremble without doing anything. Ethan asked in his newly learned animal language, Do you want to live? No border noble had ever asked the orcs this question before. It wasn't just a matter of language barriers. The relationship between the two sides had always been one where the orcs looked down on the humans. Ethan saw longing in their eyes. So he generously declared that if they could break through the square formation of spears formed by the soldiers in front of them, they would survive. The snow deer men exchanged glances, then charged forward with unwavering courage towards the spear formation. The end result was that these inexperienced recruits vomited repeatedly. Ethan didn't give them time to adjust. He simply ordered them to quickly move the food from the camp. There were also spoils plundered by the snow deer people. The box was half full of coins. There were no gold coins, and very few silver coins. Most of them were copper coins and some copper coins. They probably robbed some unlucky knight of his belongings. Ethan didn't care what he got. Sir, something terrible has happened? There are marks on this grain. Please take a look. Ethan had no idea that the food contained such unimaginable traces. Northwind City ham. Several words were printed on the ham. He looked up at the 3 knights beside him. If they weren't his trusted men, he would have killed them to silence them. Don't tell anyone what's going on here. Luckily, my soldiers are all illiterate now. The others nodded in agreement. Ethan's meaning couldn't be clearer. Then, sir, what should we do? There's no such thing as a free lunch, take it all back. Here was plenty of grain here, tons of wheat and smoked meat were piled up together, and it took the group 3 trips to move almost all of it. The surplus grain could feed more slaves, which should have been a good thing. But Ethan would rather not have taken the operation himself. The Viscount of Northwind City is the strongest power in this region. Although there are no Tier 3 beings, his army is strong and well-equipped, with many loyal nobles under his command. Theoretically, I am also under his control. Theoretically, it's the most comfortable place to cross the border. How could someone with such a superior status possibly collude with the beastmen? Ethan sensed a conspiracy. In order to uncover the truth, Ethan risked his life to reach Thor's territory, hoping to obtain some information from him. Do you think there's a possibility that the border nobles are colluding with the orcs? How could you ask such a question? Thor looked at the young man before him with great care. At this moment, a joke could not explain Ethan's motive for abandoning his territory to chat with him. That's right. I saw those orcish minor leaders carrying sophisticated human weapons, so I came over specifically to ask if that was possible. This was an excuse Ethan made up on the spot. He didn't need to provide any evidence anyway. The two tacitly refrained from speaking out. Saul lit his pipe and slowly said, "This is a closely guarded secret. Most minor nobles wouldn't know. Even our family was lucky to hear rumors about it." After revealing this information, Thor stopped talking and waited quietly for Ethan's reply. "A gold coin?" Ethan asked tentatively. "I want to trade another one of your secrets." He thought to himself, how did your knights advance so quickly? Thor had already inquired with Viscount Northwind. The newcomer had only brought 3 first-tier knights, yet they had all advanced to 2nd tier after just a few months. He was eager to know what could allow someone to quickly advance to the rank of knight. Secrets are secrets meant to be kept in your heart, so let's just name our price. Ethan evaded the question with an air of ease. He had many secrets, and he couldn't entrust any of them to anyone else. Seeing that his probing was not working, Saul bluntly offered to tell him the answer for free. The Wasteland province is vast, with long borders, and there are many lords, large and small, just like us. There had always been numerous open and covert struggles between the orcs and humans, both above and below them, until one day, one of the orcs suddenly realized the truth and learned the art of befriending distant states while attacking nearby ones. The meaning is quite clear: someone is betraying the orcs and helping them fight against other lords. Doesn't the Empire care? The adults in the central region don't care about these things. After all, the Empire and the Beastmen have an agreement. Plundering is allowed, but seizing land is not. And the Minotaur tribe next to us. Most of them received funding from Viscount Westwood next door. What if one side rises to the rank of Earl and grows powerful, and then seeks revenge? Saul's eyes narrowed. Since the agreement took effect, not a single Viscount has been promoted to a higher rank. He stood up and patted Ethan on the shoulder. Do you know why you're the only pioneer knight on the border? Having a pioneer order is like splitting up the family fortune. You're no longer the young master of the Earl's family in the central region. This means they were easy prey in the eyes of those powerful nobles. Imperial law forbids any pioneering knight from receiving assistance from any family upon arriving in their territory. Thor emerged from the house, filled with hope for Ethan, but never imagining that Ethan would cross the border back into the heart of the Empire. That's something no one has ever done before. Ethan watched the flames flicker in the fireplace, and as these secrets gradually connected, he roughly arrived at a vague answer. My stepmother, whom I took for granted, is starting to exert her influence. That guy probably offered Viscount Northwind some benefits, which made him willing to risk alienation and betrayal to collude with the Beastmen. Now that the food has been provided, what's the next step? That's so hard to guess. In that case, there's no need to speculate about when Logtown will be attacked. Ethan declined Thor's offer to stay the night and headed straight back to his territory. Upon returning, Ethan immediately summoned everyone. This was a matter of life and death. Seeing the bewildered and sleepy group, he got straight to the point. Take some of the people who are maintaining the fields and train them. They will have plenty of food. Train them however you like. The rest of the soldiers should not slack off either. Even if there's a blizzard tomorrow, you still have to keep practicing. Risu, puzzled, asked, Master, what's wrong? Despite today's resounding victory, the master acted as if facing a formidable enemy, as if a massive orcish army would be ravaging the area tomorrow. I've received confirmation that the orcs' main attack will be focused on Logtown, so we need to be on guard. The words focus of the attack weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, and for a moment, everyone fell silent. Even Wolf felt a sense of unease. She understood what this meant. Logtown was about to face a combined attack from several small tribes. Afen spoke up, Master, regardless of whether they know a new territory has been established here, we are penniless and destitute. Why would they come looking for trouble? You don't need to worry about the source of the information, it's accurate enough. Your job is to execute the orders. Seeing their master's serious expression, the group became even more tense. Their master couldn't possibly harm them, so it really must be a Beastman invasion. Pass on the training methods to the soldiers who have already completed their training. The territory always needs a few promising young talents. Ethan uttered this outrageous act casually, but he possessed absolute authority. The 3 knights exchanged glances and decided to obey. After the meeting, Wolf patiently massaged his shoulders. Who is targeting you? Although she was young, she had already experienced several raids and was very familiar with the process. Generally, the tribes would act separately, gather together after seizing enough money and food, and launch an attack on key targets. That is, slaughtering fat sheep. Unless it's for revenge, the orcs won't act irrationally. After all, they're either starving or forced into war. It's probably my ill-intentioned stepmother. In our tribe, even the greatest mistake one can make is being expelled from the tribe and becoming a solitary creature wandering the wilderness. Ethan touched her cheek from below. Your tribe's people are quite nice, unlike us, who are locked in a life-or-death struggle from the moment we leave our homes. The warriors on our territory train just as fast as our tribe. We will win. Time is what Ethan needs most right now. Time was like a lifeline for Ethan, something he clung to tightly, afraid to let go. He had already verified that even the flying trio's training progress was affected by the born warrior skill. They even felt like they had experienced a second spring in their lives. Those soldiers and the serfs who were about to become new soldiers also needed time to hone their skills and mature. 4 times the training speed is very fast. 1 spring is enough to turn them into a year's veterans, and another summer will make them a formidable team. But it's too late now. In order to survive, Ethan let them eat as much as they wanted, with meat at every meal, and they lived like gods for a week. Just as Ethan was trying to find a way to get some meat, news came from the scouts in the north. A small orcish force arrived near Log Town. Ethan dared not gamble on whether they would attack during the day, so he could only personally oversee the defense and be on high alert. Fortunately, this team is quite reasonable. Of course, it's also possible that they didn't take this barren territory seriously. The leader of the small group glanced at the place and complained that there was no profit to be made from taking it down. If it weren't for the pressure from above, he wouldn't want to waste his time and energy in a place like this. Just as he burst through the gate, intending to rush in and slaughter as usual, he was met with gleaming, silver spears. These soldiers have developed quite good qualities through long-term training. Their only drawback is that they have never seen blood. Now, these beastmen have used their lives to make up for this deficiency. Scattered soldiers are unlikely to gain an advantage against a well-organized army, even if the army in front of them can only be described as a small square formation. Before long, they were surrounded and wiped out by another squad. Ethan spared no orc. They were not only enemies, but also walking military achievements. After being bathed in blood, this earliest trained unit of 35 soldiers acquired a chilling aura, which pleased Ethan greatly. The method of distributing cultivation techniques was Ethan's way of giving them a chance to leap over the dragon gate. Unfortunately, none of them seized the opportunity. The 3 knights and their squires taught them diligently, based on the minimum 1-month time frame for their spiritual development. None of them could muster even a shred of fighting spirit. Ethan couldn't say it out loud, since only a week had passed. But they were given good food and drinks every day to replenish their energy, which made their bodies visibly stronger and more robust. Ethan simply told them to train hard, but his focus shifted to the newly selected able-bodied serfs. This group was of a lower quality than the first group, and numbered only 60. They were all the people in the territory who could currently complete the initial test. It can be said that if both groups of able-bodied men in Log Town were to die, the town would not even have enough people to farm. This group will be trained as a reserve force. Their food will be much worse than that of the first group, but at least they will be able to eat their fill. Joe was in charge of these people, and the results were unexpectedly good. Perhaps he is very suitable to be an instructor. Judging by appearances alone, there wasn't a single serf in his own territory who could become a knight's squire. Ethan sighed, thinking that once this winter was over, he would definitely find a way to get some slaves. The 3 who had completed their servant training were already working on their breakthrough, and they wanted to do their part in this time of crisis for their territory. Ethan directly divided the energy essence into 3 parts. Whether he could break through depended entirely on luck. Although the effect was greatly reduced, one person actually broke through to the first rank and became a new knight under Ethan's command. This person's name is Cain. Influenced by the essence of energy, he was fortunate enough to awaken Earth attribute fighting spirit. This fighting spirit isn't particularly strong, but it's substantial enough, making it suitable for knights who prioritize defense. However, even with this breakthrough, his position and status in the territory remained unchanged. Aside from Wolf, there are 4 Tier 2 warriors in the territory, which is far beyond what a newly advanced Tier 1 warrior like him could possibly challenge. Even so, this guy's foundation is very solid, much stronger than the flying trio. 3 days later, it snowed heavily. A new orc race has arrived. Hyenas and jackals, as well as snow deer and minotaurs. They gathered together to accomplish a common goal of several tribes, to destroy the town before them, kill its lord, and take his body back. 4 tribes? That's enough to make this town proud. We already sent out a team to probe their strength. They only have about 30 soldiers. That's probably their entire force. The hyena leader looked at the minotaur sitting in the main seat. This man, who had intricate connections with the minotaur tribe, held the highest position among them and was naturally in charge. The warrior with the bull's head slowly said, Viscount Northwind has provided us with very generous supplies, enough to feed our 4 tribes for more than a year, so we are not in a hurry and can proceed slowly. You mean, wait until things have calmed down before asking Viscount Northwind for help? The Minotaur remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. Everyone present laughed. This was the approach that best served their interests. Anyway, now the Viscount is asking them to do things, and according to the rules, civil war between nobles is not allowed during periods of invasion. So attacking a small town is nothing more than a matter of how long it takes and how much reinforcements are needed, as long as the Lord doesn't run away right under their noses. Starting tomorrow, send a small squad every day to wear them down. Finally, when the enemy is complacent, launch a decisive attack. The Minotaur spoke casually, saying that Viscount Northwind had given him all the information. They were just 3 of the weakest first-tier knights, and it wouldn't take much effort. He felt that fighting a protracted war against such an enemy was an insult to him. If he weren't being paid to do it, he was confident that he could storm into the territory and wreak havoc all by himself. He is the illegitimate son of the current chieftain of the Wild Bull tribe. Even Viscount Northwind has to be careful when speaking to him, for fear of bringing about his own destruction. Border nobles were looked down upon by the central nobles and orcs, like rats struggling to survive in the cracks. They waited for the border nobles to grow up so they could kill and eat them, while treating them as slaves to whom they could take whatever they wanted from the land they cultivated. After all, the Wild Bull tribe was a large tribe with 3 heroic warriors, and its own warriors numbered in the thousands, not to mention the countless smaller tribes under its command. With their limited power, the wisest choice for the border nobles is to obediently kneel down and lick the feet of the beastmen masters. What he didn't know was how much his slacking off would help his opponent. What Ethan lacks most is simply time. 2 weeks later, Kane yawned as he looked at the orcs at the entrance, who seemed to appear like daily NPCs. These guys get up so early every day to come and die, they're really diligent. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him automatically formed a square formation. As time passed, their eyes became somewhat numb. These beastmen come every day, rushing to their deaths. Even the most timid serfs have become accustomed to the killing. Looking at the well-trained soldiers, Kane nodded in satisfaction. After all, this phalanx, which the master had somehow obtained, was indeed very effective. The smallest unit required only a squad of 5 men to operate effectively. They had already tested it, and 5 men could handle 20 orc warriors. Moreover, their fighting style is extremely fierce, and while they coordinate perfectly, they show no mercy to their enemies. As long as the captain is still around, orders can be executed perfectly. Like a wolf. 15 days passed, and the 4 tribes lost nearly 500 men, but it didn't bother them much. As long as there was food, the beastmen warriors were endless. The scout who was responsible for delivering the message returned and brought bad news to the 4 warriors. Viscount Northwind said this is the last batch of aid. If they can't secure it now, he'll take matters into his own hands. The Minotaur scoffed. He didn't believe Viscount Northwind would dare to attack his own people so soon. But he still feigned concern and said, "Since our friends are getting impatient, let's destroy this town. After all, we orcs are a race that values our word." In the past 2 weeks, they have extorted 4 batches of aid, enough for their tribe to continue surviving in the harsh wilderness. Even the strangeness of the town before them couldn't deter their determination. The Gnoll spoke up. "The soldiers in this town are quite strong. Should we wait a bit longer?" What's there to be afraid of? We've already figured out their numbers. They're only a dozen or so. They're nothing in the face of such a huge disparity. This time, you Gnolls will lead the charge. A cruel smile crept across the Minotaur's lips. Humans could only manage to pull out about 30 people a day, while they had 500. Moreover, they would inevitably be exhausted after a long battle, while they could wait in comfort. "Pass the word, we will launch the attack first thing tomorrow morning." After the group dispersed, he prepared to inform his subordinates about tomorrow's battle. At that moment, the Gnolls saw a lone but strong wolf on the nearby hillside. He tried calling to it with the howling of wolves in the wilderness, but it ignored him and left. The jackal smiled. This wolf had been with them for several days, merely watching them without approaching or eating the food they offered. Perhaps due to their similar appearances, beastmen and wild animals mostly live in harmony, and some even worship them. The wolf went away, slowly making its way towards Logtown. "Little Grey, how did today go?" Wolf smiled and stroked the tall wolf, noting its potential to become a dire wolf. The wolf ate the food its master provided it obediently. The wolf girl before it had tamed it, and it was willing to risk its life for her. After finishing its meal, it began to growl, a language that isn't even universally understood among wolves. But Wolf could translate it easily. "Young master, it says the Celestial Beast clan is about to launch an attack." Ethan looked skeptical. Could this guy really understand orcs? This wolf suddenly appeared outside the town not long ago. It was originally fierce, but when it saw Wolf beckoning, it obediently lay down on the ground and let itself be petted. If Wolf hadn't said her wolf was long dead, Ethan would have suspected that her original wolf had come looking for her. Can this guy really be trusted? "Don't worry, it's a very clever wolf." Wolf proudly puffed out her chest, her body swaying, and the wolf stood up proudly, its head held high. This wolf was the same color as Wolf, with white fur. Although I don't know why it's called Little Grey, its pure white color gives it excellent camouflage. The next day, it witnessed the beastmen beginning to assemble and relayed this news to its master as quickly as possible. The orcs' attack started an hour earlier than usual. They were almost at their destination just as dawn was breaking. They believed they could catch the human defenders off guard. Seeing the unguarded gate, the Gnoll leading the charge let out a cruel laugh. What was initially thought to be a battle with heavy casualties turned out to be a surprise victory. By breaching the gate first, they could claim more spoils. As he was thinking this, he didn't hesitate to lead the charge. I could already picture in my mind how terrified humanity would crumble. Then, a feeling of weightlessness came over him, and he fell into a large pit. The gnolls fell into the prepared pit like dumplings being dropped into a pot, their bodies covered with sharp wooden spikes. The gnolls suffered heavy losses in an instant, and cries of agony filled the air. Even the gnoll leader, a great warrior, died in the trap. The Minotaur's expression was grave. This trap was a tactic that Logtown had never tried before. Judging from its scale, it doesn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment attempt. Was it just a coincidence, or was there a mole within? After thinking for a while, he gave up on considering the possibility of an internal traitor. In any case, his own people would not defect to the human side. Not to mention that this poor and weak territory simply couldn't offer any enticing terms. The Minotaur ordered a temporary retreat. A direct assault was not a wise choice, and he did not want his people to suffer too many casualties. However, he received good news. The enemy did not have any ranged attack methods, which allowed them to leisurely set up the traps. Every knight was a skilled archer, but even the most skilled cook cannot cook without rice. There were currently no arrows available for them to use in their territory. It's a worthwhile deal to eliminate all threats by sacrificing dozens of lives. It's a pity we can't get over their wall. The 4-meter-high mud wall is incredibly hard due to the ice and snow, and even the most skilled jumpers can't climb it. The only weakness is the large gate. Although they could make ladders, the Minotaurs disdained such methods. Just push it through and you're done. After resting for half a day, he ordered a second attack. After smashing open the gate, the orcs were greeted by soldiers lined up in battle formation. As expected, the 30-odd people were insignificant compared to their hundreds. But strangely, even though he personally witnessed the soldiers killing many people, why didn't the number of soldiers in the formation decrease? On the contrary, the number of casualties on their own side gradually increased, until he saw a white aura of battle energy. Heroic warriors? The Minotaur's eyes widened. How could such a being appear in a knight's territory? In orc legends, heroic warriors are powerful beings who can draw upon the power of their ancestors. Whenever they emit visible energy, it is often interpreted as ancestral possession, hence the name heroic spirit warrior, whose combat power is comparable to that of a second-tier human knight. Such beings are not to be underestimated, whether human or beastman. Reaching this level is beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. It might be possible to achieve this by killing many people, but it would cost at least 100 armed soldiers, which is not worthwhile for any faction. The squads they sent out earlier were just small fry. Those still alive are all proper soldiers. 10 orcs can only field 3 armed soldiers. This is not a bathwater that can be poured out casually. Moreover, the enemy's soldiers should number more than 30. Just as he was considering whether to retreat, a long sword gleaming with white light swung towards him. Prepare to die. In his haste, the Minotaur raised his hand to block, but the ever-sharp long sword embedded itself deeply into his flesh, slicing into his wrist bone. The Minotaur used his strength to separate him, and looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression. First order. This territory was indeed beyond his expectations, but he was not going to hold back. He let out a roar, and all the warriors present turned red with rage, their attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. It caused considerable damage to the formation of the log town in a short time, directly creating a breach. Seeing a glimmer of hope for victory, the orcs intensified their attack, and the soldiers blocking their path were on the verge of collapse. Russo immediately ordered his men to disperse and fight in small squads. This small clearing has become a meat grinder, with hundreds of corpses lying here, most of them beastmen, but also quite a few human soldiers. Just as the orcs were preparing to continue their attack and expand their advantage, 3 figures stood before them. The powerful aura made the valiant warriors hesitate, unsure of the strength of their opponent. The soldiers who had retreated to the rear had a chance to catch their breath and began to cheer on their leader. Cain was sent flying from the orc side, punched away by the berserk Tauren. Russo caught him steadily and gestured for the soldiers to help him back to rest. The once arrogant and bloodthirsty Minotaur gradually came to his senses. Looking at the 3 heroic warriors before him, he realized that a direct assault was not a wise decision. He had just taken a step back when a spear flew at him and pierced his shoulder. The soldiers parted to make way. "Did I let UFG leave?" The usually mild-mannered Ethan uncharacteristically swore. He couldn't bear to see himself suffer any loss, even if it was just some slaves, who were extremely valuable. 4. A layer of cold sweat seeped from the Minotaur's massive head. He looked around, and the several warriors beside him cast hesitant glances his way. They currently have about 200 people. 4 Tier 1 soldiers plus over 200 professional soldiers are fighting against 4 Tier 2 soldiers and fewer than 60 soldiers. The outcome is still uncertain, but is it really necessary to risk one's life? His resolve began to waver. His father had told him it was a good job. How could it have turned out like this? But Ethan didn't give him time to think. A knight who had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier unleashed all the pent-up frustration and anger of the past few months in a single punch. The orc in front of him was easily knocked away by the slender human, and the great warrior beside him began to dodge. He was preparing to assume a defensive stance. The fist was already at his face. The Minotaur warrior, over 2 meters tall and with a robust physique, had his head blown off by a literal punch. The desire to avenge their companions and leader overcame their fear of the strong. After all, the orcs were never a rational race. So the 200 orcs began to engulf Ethan like madmen, as if they could bury a second-tier beastman alive with sheer manpower. But they had more than one opponent, and the knights and soldiers Ethan had trained for so long did not disappoint him. In a single charge, the orcs suffered heavy losses, and the 3 knights quickly found their opponents 3 great orc warriors. Through the bloodshed, Ethan learned a lesson: many people don't take the Lord into account when calculating the strength of a territory. Perhaps he was an oddball who would never abandon his territory. He must go back, and he absolutely cannot fail. I'm AFG gifted knight too, who do you think you are? With a roar, he casually smashed the head of a minotaur, a savage act that shocked even the orcs. Pure catharsis, pure crushing and slaughter. At first, the orcs were able to suppress the enemy with their numerical advantage, but as 3 great warriors fell and second-tier knights joined the battle, the situation became increasingly unfavorable. Finally, some of the orcs dropped their weapons and began to flee in panic, howling incoherently. They believed that humans could not outrun orcs on the snow. Just wait, the wild bull tribe will return. More and more orcs gave up the fight and began to flee while uttering threats. They hadn't run far when someone with sharp eyes spotted a beastman who didn't belong to any of their factions. A wolf rider, though she appeared to be a young girl, he had no doubt about her strength. My lord, please come and help us. Hearing this name for the first time in a long time, Wolf was momentarily dazed. As she watched her kindred stumble toward her, the long, machete-like weapon in her hand twitched slightly. This was a sight Ethan had never seen before. With an expression as cold as frost, Wolf clamped her legs together, and little Grey below began her charge. With a swift stroke of the blade, a fine head flew into the sky. The deserters, who had just been trying to gather together, scattered like birds and beasts. But in the snow, a wolf rider is a black reaper, slaying all the remaining orcs with a few swift movements. Why are you attacking us, you werewolf? The last orc collapsed to the ground, looking at the approaching Grim Reaper and unable to help but ask a question. Wolf tilted her head, as if trying to find a reasonable explanation. Ultimately, they couldn't find it, so they had no choice but to tell the truth. You made my husband unhappy, so I killed you all. Amidst the astonished gazes of the orcs opposite, Wolf swiftly brought down his blade. As they were cleaning up the battlefield, a figure riding a grey wolf arrived, putting everyone on edge. But as they got closer, Wolf's true appearance was revealed to them. Covered in blood, Wolf slowly approached, carrying a machete soaked in congealed blood. The proud grey wolf was displaying an arrogant attitude at the moment, but when it approached Russo, it paused for a moment. You don't need to waste your energy chasing them down, I've already taken care of it. The aloof wolf rode her grey wolf slowly across the ravaged battlefield, her distinctive figure drawing the attention of everyone present. What are you looking at? Have all the orcs' heads been chopped off? Russo gave a stern rebuke, but then stared intently at the wolf. Is the ruthless assassin before him the same person he remembers as the maidservant by the master's side? The master's secret is indeed unfathomable. He muttered something to himself and began directing the surviving soldiers and serfs to move the corpses and clean up the battlefield. But when she was in Ethan's presence, she reverted to being a child waiting for praise. Young master, I wiped them all out. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and waited for the young master's reward. Ethan, forgetting he'd just changed his clothes, pulled her into his arms. Yes, our wolf is the best. She half opened her eyes. Young master's voice is so loud, I could hear it clearly even from outside. I never knew the young master had this side to him. Ethan didn't mind her long hair being dyed red at all, and he ruffled it vigorously to cover up his embarrassment. Anyway, go take a shower first, don't let yourself get too marinated. Is the water ready? Ethan nodded, he was already prepared for Wolf. Wolf buried her head in Ethan's chest and whispered, young master's clothes are dirty too. Ethan, understanding her intention, bent down, picked her up, and carried her back to the bathroom they had just finished using. Halfway through the bath, Catherine came over to ask if the water needed changing, assuming that only the mistress was taking a bath. But when she reached the door, she silently chose to go back. Let's wait for the young master's instructions, she thought to herself, while standing guard nearby for the young master. But, young master, haven't you had enough fun yet? There are quite a few pretty noble ladies from the border regions. She surmised that it was quite a burden for her to be worrying about the young master's future at such a young age. Young master, it hurts. It's okay, just bear with it, it'll be over soon. Ethan awkwardly combed through Wolf's hair, which was tangled with bloodstains. This was, in fact, the first time he had ever combed a woman's hair, and Wolf's docile demeanor fueled his desire to conquer her. The bath took a very long time, so long that Catherine's legs went numb as she stood at the door. Wolf, who had been as formidable as a war god on the battlefield, was now too weak to stand up and was eventually carried back to bed by Ethan. The soldiers and serfs, who had been busy until nightfall, finally finished cleaning up the battlefield. Rasa wanted to report the situation to the master, but Catherine stopped him. The master has instructed that you go and eat and rest first, the rest can be discussed tomorrow. Rasa glanced at the second floor, then silently left. He was exhausted today. Although he suspected that Catherine had made the remarks on her own initiative, he didn't say anything. A personal servant who has served the master for nearly 20 years is more trustworthy than him. The orcish attack temporarily ended, and Logtown finally got a chance to catch its breath. Ethan was able to get a good night's sleep, something he rarely did. When she woke up the next day, Wolf was already in the yard training her new mount. According to her, Little Grey is still an immature wolf, but has the potential to become a dire wolf in the future. Although he's not yet an adult, Little Grey can already carry Wolf around the territory several times, which shows how high the wolf pack's expectations are for their partners. Little Grey, if you want to go back and take revenge, you'd better train hard, otherwise you're not qualified to be my mount. The girl with the warm smile made some rather frightening remarks. In a wolf's mind, those who are not its companions and are weak have no right to survive. Without even having breakfast, Risu submitted the battle report. 56 of our soldiers have died, 9 are seriously wounded, 6 are still unconscious, and the remaining 31 survivors are all wounded. This is a very heavy loss, and the territory currently has no means to replenish its manpower. But apart from that, all that's left is good news. Including the orcs we killed earlier, we have 1,080 ordinary orc heads, 35 minor leaders, and 4 great warriors, totaling 1,335 military merit points. And their previous camp still has a lot of food left, enough to last at least half a month, and it's of high quality, with plenty of meat too. These good news items did not ease Ethan's furrowed brow. The gains this time were good, but the losses were too heavy. With only so many men under his command, he is unable to handle either the orcs or Viscount Northwind's retaliation. Their high-end combat capabilities are quite good, not inferior to either side, but a war cannot be decided by a few nights. Moreover, he only had one level 1 subordinate. We're short-staffed, what should we do? Ethan stared at the orc corpses piled up in the open space, lost in thought. His soldiers, having survived this battle, are undoubtedly highly capable fighters, at least qualified armed soldiers with rich combat experience. They simply lack the time to hone their skills. And the equipment isn't very good either. It started snowing again today. Under the heavy snow, even corpses exposed in the wilderness do not decompose. He had a bold plan, but it only required his neighbor, with whom he had previously had minor conflicts, to make some small sacrifices. Not many, just kill their whole family, leaving only the lowest-ranking serfs. He had figured out how this region was managed. The serfs were treated better than in the central region, but they were still not considered human. It's just existing. This means that as long as the leader is killed, they will have no sense of belonging to their original master. As for how to cover their tracks, these hundreds of orc corpses are the best cover. His men were well aware of the orcs' attack traces, they just needed to fabricate them. As for the extra population, he decided to use all the gold coins earned from military merits to buy slaves. With such a large number of people, the other nobles naturally wouldn't notice. After all, only Viscount Northwind knew that he was being targeted by the beastmen, and he couldn't possibly tell them. He secretly colluded with the orcs to attack his own men. Without orders from above, other Northwind nobles could easily rebel against him. You can betray a new knight today, and 4 barons tomorrow. The human heart is the least worthwhile thing to test. As for retaliation later, I'm bound to suffer a blow anyway, so I might as well focus on building up my own power first. Having the leverage to negotiate is essential to avoid being completely crushed. Ethan summoned his knights, whose loyalty had increased considerably after the battle. Perhaps it was out of fear of Ethan's power, or perhaps they couldn't see through their master. In short, they were completely in awe of this young man. The power to smash a minotaur's head with a single punch is something that cannot be explained by the offspring of a noble family. Everyone has been working very hard lately. Take a good rest these next few days, we have other things to do soon. This sentence made the relaxed atmosphere heavy again. Master, are the orcs coming again? Ethan shook his head. The orcs never launch a second large-scale operation against a single target, especially since we didn't let a single orc escape. That's what he said, but he himself wasn't sure. Who knew if the benefits Viscount Northwind offered to the beastmen would be enough for them to send a second team? He really couldn't handle it if it happened again. That's why we need to accumulate strength more quickly. Ethan stated frankly, this time, the target isn't the orcs, but the other nobles. The atmosphere plummeted from somber to freezing. Throughout history, any nobles who declare war without cause have been condemned, and no one would associate with or cooperate with such individuals. It will take at least 3 generations to wash away and forget this shame. Moreover, during wartime when the orcs invade, the principle of non-attack is not only a tacit rule for everyone, but also written into the imperial law. Ah Fen cautiously asked, Master, we shouldn't have any irreconcilable feuds with the other lords, right? Indeed, no. Ethan lay back comfortably in his chair, and couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the solemn-faced crowd. But if they don't die, we will. Which side would you choose? Joe asked, Master, is someone else trying to attack us? Or is it the relentless beastmen? Ethan casually fiddled with the flags on the sand table, which represented the territories of various lords in this land. He easily knocked down the flags of several knights nearby, and then discarded them. You know why I'm here. I want to go back, and you want to too, but there will always be someone who finds a way to stop us. Therefore, we need strength. When we fight back and grow stronger, rest assured, I will not keep this glory to myself. Is it Viscount Northwind? Rasu understood Ethan's meaning. Someone wanted to eliminate Ethan. In this way, the previous explanation about the orcs becomes clear. Seeing that no one had any objections, Ethan began to explain his plan. There are 6 knightly territories near Ethan, 3 of which are members of an alliance with Thor. The other 3 belonged to other alliances and had previously clashed with him. Ethan had gathered fairly much information about their strength. Knights and other nobles typically have small territories, a small population, and weak defenses. They didn't even need a few knights to take action. The few dozen soldiers remaining in Logtown were enough to defeat them. But just to be on the safe side, and also to minimize losses, Ethan decided to send everyone out. The house is best left to Wolf to guard. As long as you have an army, you can conquer territory anywhere. Ethan was too lazy to remember the 3 knights' names, so he simply called them A, B, and C. This year has been a good year for them. No orcs have come to invade, which has made them much more relaxed in their defenses. A month of winter has passed, and they haven't seen a single orc. They are already feeling fortunate to have escaped this attack. So when they saw a guard of another lord, they not only had no suspicion, but warmly invited them in to sit down and asked if they had come for help. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, Knight A asked curiously, "Brother Russo, what are you carrying in your carriage?" He was a new knight who had only been in office for a few years, and he was still maintaining a learning attitude. Russo gave a mysterious smile. "Would you like to go and see?" Without any suspicion, A followed him to lift the curtain on the carriage. A wagon piled high with orc corpses appeared before him. Bro, what were these corpses used for?" Shocked, he admired Russo's strength. To kill so many orcs, he must have gone through many fierce battles. "You mean these corpses? They were used to kill you. What are you saying, bro? You can't joke like that, can you?" A gave an awkward smile, but didn't realize a silver sword was about to strike. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had been warming themselves inside the house with the knight's men drew their weapons and began killing, much to the bewilderment of others. These people died without ever knowing why they were attacked. The strong prey on the weak. This is a cruel world. Ethan disguised himself as an ordinary soldier and watched as they killed all the managers of the small manor. From the knight and manor lord to the foreman wielding the whip, no one was spared, and even the signs of battle were faked convincingly. After throwing dozens of headless hyena men corpses off the wagons, they drove the serfs to join them. To make the performance more realistic, they also killed some of the weak and elderly serfs. Ethan felt his conscience was being tormented, but he remained unmoved. "It's just condemnation. These are people I don't know and may even have a grudge against. It's just the sustenance I need to survive." He just wanted to live on with the people he cherished. That's all. Buried under the snow, all footprints will be covered overnight. The destruction of this small manor may have gone unnoticed by others. Knight A's territory also includes another manor. As Ethan's closest neighbor, he naturally didn't let them off the hook. The next day, he repeated the same tactic, this time with an attack from the snow deer. This time, he reaped a great harvest, having plundered more than 200 serfs from this knight's territory, a considerable proportion of whom were young and strong. After all, the elderly and frail were either killed by them or froze to death on the snowfield. This behavior is in line with the habits of the orcs, who would take the slaves with them after robbing the food. These human slaves were highly sought after among the orc tribes. These figures reflect the social status and wealth of the tribe members. Thus, these slaves successfully replenished the population of Logtown, increasing it by over 100 people. After completing this job, out of caution, and also to observe the reactions of the other nobles, Ethan decided to settle the slaves down first and let them get used to life there. Proportionally, these 200 men could provide him with at least 100 professional soldiers, which is already quite a considerable fighting force. Although he was short of equipment, he was still able to train more by raiding the knights' territories. Anyway, it's not their turn to play yet. Using wood for now is fine. These serfs felt like they had arrived in heaven when they came to Logtown, since the troublemakers among them had already been sent to heaven by Ethan. The remaining people were completely won over by the daily supply of mashed potatoes and vegetables, as well as a bowl of meat broth. The main theme is enjoying the moment here, forgetting all worries about home. With food to eat here, why would they care what their new owners do? With the mindset that things couldn't get any worse than before, they quickly adapted to their new life in Logtown. Moreover, thanks to the deliberate propaganda by the undercover agent Ethan planted, their loyalty is slowly increasing. It's nothing more than the same old rhetoric. The master is so good to us, we must work hard to repay him when spring comes. The group of ignorant serfs were completely fooled, and some of them had already joined in the preaching, so Ethan didn't need to worry about them. After all, the benefits Ethan gave them were real and tangible. Messages travel slower across the snowy plains than expected. 10 days later, Ethan received a message from Saul, saying that there was something important to discuss in person. He met with the other 3 knights in Thor's study. Compared to the others who were worried, Ethan appeared quite calm. The knights Lisso, under Baron Holman's command, have been attacked, both manors have been annihilated. Thor casually uttered this shocking news. Although every border noble was prepared to die here, such a situation was ultimately rare. What's more, it's a cruel method that leaves no survivors. Ethan, your territory is closest to him. Have you heard anything? No, not at all. After all, it snowed quite heavily these past few days, making it difficult to detect any trace of the beastman. Thor stared at the carefree young man in front of him, trying to read something from his face. Apart from this incident, the rest were minor matters requiring them to strengthen their defenses and patrols. Before long, everyone returned to prepare to prevent an attack. Only Ethan remained. You really didn't hear anything? I heard there was something wrong with those orc corpses. Ethan coughed lightly. You know, orc heads are very valuable. Thor rolled his eyes. This guy was really desperate for money, he even wanted an orc's head worth a few gold coins. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, this is none of your business. Go back early, be careful of the beastmen. Ethan walked out of Thor's room expressionlessly. The headless corpses were his doing. This way, you can cover up what you've done, since no one saw it anyway. What was that saying again? No, I didn't steal it, I picked it up. The gnoll attack put all the nearby nobles on edge, causing them to tighten their guard considerably, which had been somewhat lax in recent days. So when Ethan's guards wandered to another knight's manor, they simply assumed that the unit had gone too far and gotten lost. After all, we are all soldiers who have worked hard to defend our territory, so it is only right that we help each other. Until their dying moments, they heard an apology. The operation went smoothly once again, and the knight provided Ethan with over 200 high-quality serfs. As for where the others went, don't ask. The answer is always those damned orcs. This time, however, it was the corpse of a hyena man instead. If all goes well, the two groups can provide him with more than 200 combat units. Ethan didn't get a third chance to strike. The death of one knight was still within everyone's tolerance. But if people die one after another without warning, anyone would find it suspicious and panicked. The only clue was that Ethan had looted the unfortunate knight's remaining possessions, including the corpse's head. They couldn't get any useful information out of Ethan, only that the knight's manor had been completely wiped out in less than a day. They scoffed at this lucky guy. A man who profited from the dead, even if he didn't break the law, was still not respectable. They had no time to speculate about their new neighbor, because an orc army capable of taking down a knight's manor in a single day, leaving no survivors, and, most importantly, taking away serfs without a trace, was lurking around them. Not a single lord has been able to get a good night's sleep in the past month. Fortunately, no one else was attacked, and winter is almost over. Ethan's first task after acquiring such a large number of high-quality slaves, carefully selected by generations of nobles, was to win their hearts and minds. This can be accomplished with enough food. The second thing is to train a decent army. Fortunately, he already had a group of veterans who had been through the baptism of blood. These soldiers could serve as junior officers, quickly making these new units combat-ready. After all, well-fed and watered, they were only interested in showing loyalty to their lord under encouragement. Ethan, however, has already kept his promise. All the soldiers who survived the first wave were promoted to free citizens and thus gained liberation. Not only were they allocated separate housing, but the lord also paid them a monthly salary. Even if we can't use it now, the master promised that we'll need it later. Having followed the master for so long, they have received every reward and punishment he promised them. Naturally, Ethan's prestige in their hearts had surpassed everything else. No one can refuse a boss who can deliver on promises. Therefore, they firmly believed that the wages the master paid them were not for nothing. Not to mention, the first month's salary has already been paid. The most ordinary soldiers received 2 silver coins, while veterans received double that, a full 4 silver coins. As for Ethan's loyal knights, they didn't receive the money. The reason is simple, although Russo is not short of money for the time being after seizing 2 knightly territories. However, the basic treatment for a second-tier knight requires at least 10 gold coins. He has 3 second-tier subordinates and 1 first-tier subordinate. If Ethan only used the produce of his territory to pay their wages, his territory could go bankrupt within a year. Keeping knights is very expensive. Not to mention weapons and equipment, just the food alone is enough to feed his 3 knights. They can eat a whole cow in 3 days. Without sufficient food to replenish their energy, a knight's fighting ability will rapidly decline. Therefore, as compensation for them not receiving wages, Ethan offered a deal they couldn't refuse: enfeoffment. When this condition was revealed, everyone's initial dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by guilt. Several of them wanted to slap themselves in the face. The master has been so good to us, and we actually complained over such a small amount of gold coin? I'm such an idiot. A fiefdom is the highest aspiration for all knights who have not yet been granted one, and although this promise may not be fulfilled for a long time, they are willing to wait. The master never lied to them. Even after they died, they had sons, and after their sons died, they had grandsons. In short, I will do my best to assist the master, all for the sake of a fiefdom. This pie is huge, but as Ethan said, he will not keep this aristocratic glory to himself. They were willing to risk everything for this seemingly unattainable dream. The troops are training at an increasingly rapid pace, and Joe and Kane are now serving as instructors for the new units. As for Russo and Afen, they had other tasks. That means teaching those veterans to read. Only those who survived the war were qualified to become officers, but Ethan didn't want his officers to be illiterate as well. In addition, he selected a group of servants from this new batch of serfs. This time, they were lucky. A total of 4 people were qualified to cultivate battle chi and gained the right to climb the ranks. Thus, the basic personnel structure of Logtown has been established. Lord Ethan, the highest-ranking official in Logtown, responsible for handling major affairs and making decisions. Consul Marcus, responsible for handling minor matters within his jurisdiction and managing the serfs. Administrative assistants, 9 retired knights squires, responsible for overseeing the territory's personnel in adhering to the law and handling affairs. The serf leader, also known as the group leader, was responsible for coordinating the production and daily life of the serfs within the group. They were the lowest-ranking leaders. On the military side, the old units had been dispersed and reorganized into new armies to serve as junior officers, with knights as their superiors. Ethan had already made a detailed plan for his troops. The training methods of the wolf tribe will be used uniformly to ensure that everyone can integrate into the new squad during wartime. 5 people form a team, and the team leader is an armed soldier who survived the previous battle. The 10 groups form a squadron, with a veteran serving as the captain. The 10th company was a battalion, with Russo as its captain. Although the territory doesn't have that many people right now, and the number of soldiers trained is estimated to be only enough to fill 5 companies, it already has the rudiments of an army. Winter was drawing to a close, and as the snow and ice lessened, the orcs often managed to hunt enough food. Even if it's not enough, spring will come in a few days, and then even the lands of the beastmen will become prosperous. There has been no news of the orcs from this area for a long time. Ethan hesitated to act as well, for that group of serfs was the last gain he could obtain. He didn't want to be labeled a traitor. However, with the help of Wolf's territorial skills, their training was very effective. The phrase 1 month of training camp, a lifetime of military service is best embodied in them. The earliest trained soldiers underwent a year-long training program and gained extensive combat experience. Just by standing there, anyone who comes would think this is a qualified army. The newly arrived serfs underwent training for roughly 6 months. Although their weapons and equipment varied in quality, the training was quite effective, and they were just waiting for a bloody real battle. Now, Ethan's biggest problem is that there isn't enough food. Training such a large army poses a significant challenge to the territory's food reserves. Although they looted the possessions of the 2 knights, they also lost a considerable portion of the food that Viscount Northwind had provided to the orcs. But it's still not enough, it's far from sufficient. The potatoes they planted in the fall won't be ready for harvest for another month. With the appetites of over 200 soldiers, they simply couldn't be fed enough. The food would only last for a month before running out again. The territory's inventory is enough to last for a month and a half, or 2.5 months including the harvested potatoes. Then we'll all be starving together. Unless he disbands the army on the spot and sends them back to farming, becoming a pure militia that combines farming and military training. This reduces consumption and allows for the cultivation of more land. The area around him was temporarily unmanaged due to the deaths of the 2 knights. He had the right to move freely before Baron Holman was regranted his fiefdom. In other words, they can acquire more land. The territory now has a total population of 900. Farming shouldn't be the only path to survival. He looked at the bear log again, thinking that perhaps starting a business would be a good option. The large river that flows through Logtown, let's call it the Log River for now. This river can be used to transport timber, which is inexpensive and allows the timber to be sold at a good price. No lord could resist a fine log placed at his doorstep, as it would save him considerable manpower. In order to monopolize the timber industry, the previous agreement with the neighbors must be nullified, and the matter must also be discussed with other nobles. Negotiating business is too troublesome. Ethan sighed, thinking that it was still more satisfying to just punch someone. Maybe I'll have to go to a few more parties lately, he murmured, his face full of helplessness. Wolf pressed closer, her long, soft white hair brushing against his neck, making him feel a ticklish sensation. Is the young master going to find someone new again? I never said that. Wait, what do you mean again? Ethan glared at her menacingly. This guy had been getting bolder and bolder lately, even trying to tease her. But even the fiercest can be melted by gentle touch, and before long Ethan was lying contentedly in Wolf's arms, with her fluffy tail even under his head. With a hint of sadness in her voice, she asked, "Will the young master always love me?" Unsure of what women are thinking, Ethan pretended to think it over, feeling that none of the answers would necessarily satisfy her, so he threw the question back at her. "Will you always like me?" Wolf retorted angrily, "Our tribe is full of loyal people, unlike you fickle fellows." As she spoke, the frequency with which her tail, which was being held down, tried to wag increased noticeably, and Ethan could feel a distinct vibration. Logically speaking, the alpha wolf of a pack shouldn't be. Before he could finish speaking, Wolf interrupted him, "We're different from ordinary wolves." Okay, seeing that she was about to ask the same question again, Ethan quickly came up with a new one. "So how did you come to like me?" Ethan was always curious about this. How could a slave, who was even deprived of her virginity on her very first night with her master, gradually fall in love with him? These words extinguished the arrogance of the wolf girl who had been so aggressive just moments before. She began to stammer, unsure of what to say. Even as a valiant warrior, she retained the shyness expected of someone her age. Wolf simply hid herself under the covers, seemingly unwilling to discuss the topic with Ethan. Ethan, who had won the battle, decided to get up in the middle of the night to have a glass of deer antler wine. For some reason, the effects of the alcohol became increasingly severe for him. Maybe, perhaps, exactly, it's called being unable to tolerate nourishment, right? He shuddered. How could something like this happen to someone so young? He tried to shake the thought out of his mind, but a pale hand reached out from under the thick blanket and tugged at the hem of his clothes. Ethan swallowed hard, then slowly said, "Wolf, I think, maybe we should call it a day." The hand loosened, but 2 fingers remained clenched tightly, as if it didn't want him to leave. After a brief standoff, sensing the girl's stubbornness, Ethan silently crawled back under the covers and held her in his arms. The 2 remained silent, as if by unspoken agreement. Time slipped by in silence, as smooth and effortless as sand. But having been married for so long, they both knew that there was no sign of each other falling asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Ethan finally heard a voice so faint it was barely audible. My parents died a long time ago, and I was raised by other members of the tribe. As the girl spoke, she began to recall those unpleasant, even painful, days of the past. The others treated me well and trained me well, but they only wanted a war machine to fight against the imperial nobles and other tribes. When the tribe was destroyed and I was captured, I even felt a sense of relief, a life without fighting. Until later, I heard that the slave traders treated me so well because a high-ranking nobleman had taken a liking to me. At that time, I even thought that if he didn't do anything too outrageous, I would just serve him peacefully for the rest of my life. Ethan could feel a gaze fixed on him from the darkness. What he did could be considered excessive no matter what. I've thought about dying. I've heard some of the rumors about those nobles, but it's different for you, young master. Young master is the gentlest person I've ever met. I can feel it, it's genuine. Ethan felt a little guilty at this moment. If it weren't for the system, he might not have been able to win Wolf's heart. He can't exactly say, I don't desire your body, I desire your skills, can he? Wolf raised her head, her burning gaze piercing the darkness. Young master, do you really consider me a wife? There was no reason to avoid this moment. If he pretended to be asleep, Ethan suspected his favorability rating would drop below 50. You are my wife forever. In the darkness, the two naturally kissed. At that moment, Wolf gave her everything to her husband without reservation. Wolf's favorability rating increased from 79, like, to 80, love. Territory skill, loyal wolf guards gain a new trait, pack territory ownership. Wolf pack, the territory will continuously attract desert wolves, and warriors in the territory can become wolf riders by taming the wolves. The steppenwolf is a fierce beast widely distributed in border regions and orc territories, and its size is much larger than that of its kind. They also have the potential to become magical beasts, but their numbers on the border are far fewer than those in the orcish territory. Wolf's new mount, a lone wolf named Little Grey, is a steppenwolf. As the lord's wife's pet, it caused quite a stir on the territory, often taking pleasure in intimidating the serfs. However, it must be said that it is indeed very intelligent, knows how to assess situations, not only likes to please its owner, but also acts with great discretion. Several knights and veterans also grew fond of this friendly wolf. This atmosphere is undoubtedly excellent, at least they won't immediately kill any wild wolves that suddenly wander into their territory. Moreover, their willingness to tame wild wolves will be much stronger. As Ethan considered the actual strength of this skill, 3 days later, the first wolf drawn by the unknown aura arrived near Logtown. Like Little Grey, it was also a lone wolf without a pack, but the difference was that it was driven out. It was a male wolf that had failed in its battle for the Wolf King position. It was fierce, cunning, and strong enough. Even so, the loneliness caused its robust body to become thin. Not long ago, it was still worried about food, since even the best hunters are far less efficient at hunting than a cooperative team. Moreover, it's still winter, and although it's almost over, that means there will be even less food available now. Just when it was getting anxious about surviving, a few days ago it heard a call from a certain direction. This call was indescribable, penetrating its very core, and possessed a sublime power, as if its king were issuing a command. Pushed by this force, it ended up in human territory. No matter how tempting the call might be, it remained still. Human territory has always been a taboo subject, and as a young yet cautious wolf, it was wary of human weapons. It lay relaxed atop the highest point of a hillside, gazing upon the territory, its eyes reflecting the countless serfs toiling away. Based on its experience, this group of people is not a threat. The threat comes from the humans dressed in silver-white steel ore. Its sharp teeth couldn't pierce the tough fur of humans, and it was no match for them in strength. This is an instinct passed down from our ancestors. For now, it has not yet encountered any humans that represent this threat. After a while, it shook off the fine snow, and the restlessness in its heart could no longer be suppressed. I'll just go take a look, I won't stay long. This idea convinced it, so it began to slowly make its way towards the impoverished town. The serfs dared not relax their vigilance under Ethan's system. Even if a dark shadow walked past them, they dared not look up. As soon as they went to check, the team leader's shout rang out, slacking off, huh? Believe me or not, I'll report you to the foreman and have you crippled. Don't drag the rest of us down with you. Even if the wolves curiously stop to watch them work, they'll only think, the lady of the house's pets are here again, completely unaware of the danger that may strike at any moment. Seeing that they didn't react, the wolf, wanting to avoid trouble, continued deeper into the territory. Another reason is that human flesh doesn't taste good, it's sour. To its surprise, not only did the serfs not react to it, but even the knights with steel skin ignored it. Until it encountered another wolf while searching for the source of the call. The two wolves met and, with remarkable tacit understanding, confronted each other. The lone wolf's eyes were filled with seriousness. It could tell from the other wolf's eyes that this was not a wolf skilled in fighting. In theory, it should have been able to defeat it easily. But it looked at Little Grey's smooth, glossy fur with a hint of envy. That was a sign of abundance when food was plentiful. Moreover, the other animal looked significantly heavier and was much more developed. The lone wolf was caught in a dilemma. Just as it hesitated between attacking and surrendering, a call broke the deadlock. Little Grey, if you keep slacking off, I'll get you a different wolf. Approaching us was a female human. Unlike ordinary people, she had a tail and ears like her kind. Wolf squatted down and scolded Little Grey, who was lying on the ground belly up. At this moment, this majestic steppenwolf was acting like a docile puppy, trying to escape its owner's punishment by being cute. Wolf showed no mercy, and with a large punch, she forced Little Grey to see his dead mother. Try slacking off again, and your kind are right there waiting. Little Grey's foolish eyes instantly filled with a fighting spirit. It stood up, howled to the sky, and unleashed an aura like that of a wolf king. It was rapidly becoming a dire wolf, its enormous size and strength left no room for retreat. Moreover, this was the master's order: if a creature of the same kind before him could replace him, then he should kill it. The lone wolf, not to be outdone, will also roar in a show of intimidation. The two wolves didn't just stare at each other, they began circling each other, searching for each other's weaknesses. The commotion finally attracted the attention of others. Apart from Joe, who was busy training, the other 3 knights of the territory all rushed over to join in the fun. "Madam, what's going on?" Wolf always appeared aloof in front of others, and Rasol was even more reserved in her presence than he was in front of the master. This respect stems from the disparity in strength between the two sides. Little Grey has a new companion, and they're welcoming it right now. The group sensed from this answer that a good show was about to begin, so they all stood still, waiting for the two wolves to fight. Amidst everyone's anticipation, both sides launched their first attack. Unable to contain itself, Little Grey became the first attacker, hoping to use its enormous size advantage to secure victory directly. So it charged straight at it, and the lone wolf met it head-on without flinching. But just as they were about to make contact, the lone wolf suddenly turned, tilted half its body, and bit down hard on Little Grey's neck. The immense bite force tore through Little Grey's tough fur, and its sharp teeth sank deep into its flesh. In pain, Little Grey used its strength to fling the lone wolf away. Having landed a successful blow, the lone wolf did not rush to finish the job, but slowly circled around Little Grey. The power of its own kind before it astonished it. Before this, if its attack had succeeded, the enemy would have had no chance of survival. Even the wolf king of the pack could only try to avoid this move. At this moment, it was so easily cracked. But its stained red lips proved that the trick was extremely effective. It hadn't tasted that sweet, fishy flavor in a long time. The opponent before me has a large physique, but is far inferior in skill. Life has taught it to respect every opponent, even its prey. It cannot tolerate failure, so it did not launch a radical attack, but simply waited silently. The bleeding Little Grey would naturally come to its doorstep. However, the same tricks may not always work. The lone wolf knew this well, so when faced with Little Grey's attack, it cowardly chose to run away. This trick really worked. Little Grey was very strong, but not as fast as it. At this moment, the hunger that had tormented it in the past became its friend. Even though the blood on its lips had dried, its stomach no longer reacted. A wolf that no longer thirsts for blood brings absolute calm. On the other hand, Little Grey, who had always had a smooth life, encountered a huge landslide. Even though the wound has temporarily healed, it has become blinded by greed and is determined to tear its opponent to pieces. Each attack was futile, but as time went on, the lone wolf's strength was almost completely exhausted. Absolute reason told it that if it dragged on any longer, it would be the first to give out. The difference in physical condition between the two was still too great. So it was half forced and half angry to confront Little Grey head-on. It's safe to say its technique is absolutely superb. Even in a head-on collision, the damage it inflicts on Little Grey is far greater than that caused by the latter. However, this technique doesn't always work, and Wolf's training of Little Grey wasn't in vain. In just one instance, it cracked many of the techniques used to counter it. Finally, in one collision, the lone wolf failed to dodge, and its bite missed its mark. With a single blow, the lone wolf collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Little Grey arrogantly trampled it underfoot and howled excitedly. Sometime later, Ethan quietly arrived at the playground and watched the duel between the two steppenwolves. When did this wolf arrive here? Wolf took his hand. Just now, he got into a fight with Little Grey as soon as he arrived. From your perspective, what level of wolf is this? Wolf expertly reported the lone wolf's condition, a high-ranking enforcer in the pack. He lost the fight for Alpha and was driven out. He's been starving for at least several months, and last ate about a week ago. Finally, she added. If it's full, Little Grey is no match for it. Ethan was very interested in this high-quality steppe wolf. Such creatures were rare even among wolves, and it should have potential. It's important to know that an ordinary steppenwolf is at least equivalent to an armed soldier. They often play a greater role in combat, not to mention this is a wolf with potential. So he stopped Little Grey from taking a bite. Lone Wolf struggled to open his eyes, glanced at him, and then lay back down on the ground. It was too exhausted to struggle anymore. With so many people around, it knew it couldn't escape. Instead of struggling, accept your fate. In its understanding, the weak should be dominated by the strong, and the weak should fight back with all their might when facing the strong. It has already resisted. It dozed off on the snow for a while, feeling its life slipping away, but the fangs it had imagined were nowhere to be seen. Finally, a piece of still steaming beef was placed in front of it. Awakened by the scent, it used its last strength to lift its head and look at the woman in front of it. Only then did it realize that the desire it had been pursuing all along was in her. It was a desire to submit. So in front of Wolf, it lost all its ferocity and began to devour the flesh and blood before it like a very obedient dog. Before long, it devoured the entire steak, enough to fill a large man's stomach. It raised its head, its eyes filled with nothing but longing for food. Wolf took out another piece, but just looked at it indifferently with a cold gaze. Sit down. The woman's voice seemed to possess a kind of magic, urging it to obey commands. But the lone wolf is proud. If it were willing to obey orders, it wouldn't have run away. So it chose, bared teeth. Wolf casually tossed aside the fresh beef in his hand, and then, with unparalleled strength and speed, pinned the steppenwolf, who was larger than himself, to the ground with one hand, rendering it unable to move. Wolf whispered, "Will you be obedient?" The lone wolf responded with a solitary howl. Wolf released her grip. "You really are a disobedient and naughty child." Although it was a joke, her cold tone made it seem genuine. In an instant, Wolf made his move. The lone wolf had never seen such speed in its life. It was too fast for it to react. Yes, some were simply stunned after being hit hard. Was I just hit? Then came the intense pain, which told me it wasn't a dream. "I'll give you one more chance, if you don't listen." Wolf's eyes darted around, scanning the muscular wolf before looking down. "Perhaps we can give it to the young master to help him recover." The lone wolf tensed up. It couldn't understand the words, but it knew this must be something terrible. Under the pressure of force, Lone Wolf successfully snatched food from Little Grey. Watching the two wolves fight again, Ethan couldn't help but ask, "Has this lone wolf really been tamed?" "Don't worry, if it dares to disobey, I'll catch it and feed it to the young master." Wolf has always been very interested in food. But Little Grey probably won't be able to become a dire wolf. I can only have one partner. Wolf's implication was that she had taken a liking to this new lone wolf, and even with an existing emotional connection, she had still grown tired of him. "Didn't you say before that your wolf clan are all very loyal?" Ethan teased, referring to what she herself had said. Wolf punched him playfully, embarrassed and indignant. "If it weren't for Lone Wolf's ability to advance quickly and help the territory, I wouldn't want to change partners. In that case, is it possible to have someone else try to tame the lone wolf?" Ethan's words made her hesitate. After all, training wolves was a dangerous job with a high chance of failure. With my guidance, it might work out. After all, the lone wolf still respected himself. Thinking of this, she hesitated before saying, "If I help, maybe it will work." That was settled, and when Ethan relayed the message to the four knights, their reactions varied. My first thought was, what kind of wolf riders are these? They can ride horses themselves. My second thought was, how could I possibly tame a wolf? Moreover, it was the famous Steppenwolf, about the size of an adult, and even larger in that case. Joe was the first to speak. "The training in the territory has been very busy lately, and I really can't spare the time." Russo shared the same attitude. He was unwilling. The only remaining candidates are Afen and Kane, a newly promoted first-tier knight. Ultimately, it was decided to let Kane give it a try, since he had the best potential and wasn't too old, and hadn't yet developed a rigid understanding of many things. He hesitated when he was chosen. "Sir, am I really capable?" "That's a fierce wolf that fought Little Grey to a standstill. My wife will teach you everything. Don't worry about getting hurt, just focus on learning." Having said all that, Kane had no reason to refuse and could only accept the task. Kane, as the youngest knight in the territory, successfully broke through at the age of 21, making him a knight worth cultivating even within the Joel family. Without a doubt, he was the most talented person in the territory besides the lord and his wife. But even so, he couldn't help but tremble when faced with such a ferocious beast that devoured people. The lone wolf, who had just fought with Little Grey, was obediently lying on the ground recovering its strength. "It's nice to have food to eat every day, even though I'm a domesticated animal." It initially resisted the idea of losing its freedom, but the fresh beef bones and meat that its owner fed it really smelled delicious. Orcs will never be slaves, unless they are provided with food and lodging. It glanced at Kane, who was slowly approaching, then closed its eyes and went to sleep. It still had to fight with Little Grey later. After all, it had just lost again. It didn't matter. It firmly believed that it had simply not recovered to its peak condition. Once it returned to its peak condition with the help of food, it would prove to its owner that it was the strongest Steppenwolf. Kane forced himself to walk up to the lone wolf's face, his mind filled with the wolf-taming secrets his mistress had taught him. "Just pet its head. If it won't let you pet it, then beat it until you do." This was the first step in taming the wolf, but Kane still felt uncertain. Could he really control this ferocious wolf? He tentatively reached out his hand, only to have it snatched back by the wary lone wolf. The wolf that had been lying in front of them stood up, lowered its body, bared its teeth, and howled in displeasure. "This is a warning. It's not a dog that can be petted casually. Only its trusted owner can treat it this way. It's already showing respect to the owner by not biting it directly. It would be impolite to do so any further. I won't let you touch me," Kane thought to himself, while preparing to use violence. With a "let's give it another try" attitude, he reached out again, but this time he was met with a lone wolf's pounce. Kane skillfully dodged the attack. Regardless, he was at least a first-tier knight, theoretically on par with a true dire wolf. The previous fear was nothing more than instinct. The lone wolf's attack awakened his fighting instincts, and the two faced off not far apart. Ethan and Wolf watched this scene from the second-floor balcony. The experience of trying to tame wolves was very important to Ethan. He longed to possess a wolf cavalry force, a force capable of dominating the world. Do you think he will succeed? It's hard to say. Even for people in our tribe, taming a wolf for the first time is a long process. In our tribe, every child is assigned a suitable steppen wolf cub from a young age and lives with it. By the age of 14, one can become a qualified wolf rider. Several years was still too long, Ethan couldn't wait. He believed there would eventually be a way to tame it. After all, the system wouldn't lie to him. So he gently comforted him. It's all right, I have high hopes for Cain. Since he has the potential to advance to the second tier, there's no reason he can't tame a wild wolf. As they spoke, Cain and Lone Wolf had already clashed several times. To show fairness, Cain didn't wear armor. After all, wearing it would be too unfair to the wolf, and if he were the wolf, he wouldn't be convinced either. Cain had several scratches on his face, and his clothes were torn to shreds by claws, from which blood seeped. The two, one human and one wolf, were panting heavily as they looked at each other. Cain's punches were also making the lone wolf feel quite uncomfortable. This not-so-robust human possesses strength and speed that are in no way inferior to it. Moreover, as the battle intensified, Cain's initial hesitation disappeared. As an excellent knight, he was adept at fighting wolves. Realizing that his opponent had superior endurance, Lone Wolf relaxed. It was hungry, so it swaggered past Cain, leaving the young knight completely bewildered. After watching the Lone Wolf walk into the old man's house, Cain felt it was a sign that the battle was over. As for whether he won or not, he felt it didn't count yet. He needed to give it a good beating before he could make it obey. Wolf had no intention of showing herself in front of the Lone Wolf. Instead, she directly ordered her servants to provide food for the hungry wolf. Ethan then went to encourage Cain and tell him to keep going. Fortunately, he had already made preparations. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The first encounter ended in a draw, and Cain was quite satisfied with his performance. He planned to cause more trouble for Lone Wolf in the future. The next day, the Lone Wolf, who was preparing to take a nap in the sunshine, smelled that unpleasant odor again. That human has come again. It arched its back and let out a threatening growl. The humans before them showed no fear whatsoever. Soon, the two sides were fighting again. Lone Wolf was suppressed in this battle, and Cain had already figured out its moves. Ultimately, no matter how intelligent it is, the steppenwolf is still just a wild beast. Knights are monsters who enhance themselves with battle aura. The Lone Wolf still refused to admit defeat. So, after being given a rare chance to catch its breath, it made the same choice as yesterday. Go back and eat and sleep first. As for this human, we'll talk about him tomorrow. As time went by, nourished by a large amount of flesh and blood and ample rest, the Lone Wolf finally recovered to its peak condition. At this time, it was only slightly smaller than Little Grey, and its combat experience far surpassed Little Grey's. But it showed no joy whatsoever. Because that annoying human is here again. The sad thing is, it seems I can no longer beat him. When Cain stood before it, full of fighting spirit, the Lone Wolf, for the sake of its pride, chose to give up. It stopped fighting. As long as it doesn't fight, it won't lose. That's what it thinks, being so proud and aloof. But it didn't know that Cain's original intention was to tame it. Seeing the Lone Wolf lying on the ground with its head turned away from him, Cain assumed he had subdued the giant wolf. So he started to get increasingly arrogant. A rough, large hand pressed down mercilessly on the Lone Wolf's nose. The sudden attack startled it. The Lone Wolf opened its mouth to bite, but Cain dodged it. We can't ignore this annoying human anymore. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lone Wolf's eyes as he prepared to spar with him as usual. But what it didn't know was that Cain had already entered the second stage of the Master and Madam's teachings. Beat it until it can't move. Earthy yellow fighting spirit coiled around his fists, and with just one strike, Lone Wolf felt such pain that he questioned his very existence. Watching the Lone Wolf fly backward, unable to get up again, Cain wondered if he had gone too far. The Lone Wolf only wanted to die. At this moment, it desperately wanted to find its long-lost master, the Wolf Girl, who would surely have the ability to help it take revenge. It quickly got up and ran towards the gate. But Cain is faster than it. A tall figure blocked the doorway. Little cutie, where do you want to go? Your master once said that in Logtown, you're just a little girl. The Lone Wolf, seeing the insurmountable obstacle before it, was consumed by rage. Nothing could stop its hunger. But it really can't beat. So, to Cain's astonishment, it obediently lay down, waiting for his rough caresses. Cain slowly reached out his hand, unsure if the wolf was really for him to pet. The Lone Wolf growled, urging him to hurry up. It still needed to eat. Unexpectedly, the warm palm relaxed the Lone Wolf. It had never enjoyed such a gentle caress before. It instinctively rubbed against Cain's palm. Then it realized that it was a proud, fierce, experienced, and ruthless steppe wolf. How could it possibly rub against a human's hand? So it roared and crawled between Cain's legs, escaping the time it would spend with him. Cain stood there dumbfounded, just chuckling to himself. The method his mistress had taught him really worked. That wolf really fell for it. Having fought it for so long, I have come to deeply appreciate its power. It is both cunning and ruthless, making it an absolute weapon on the battlefield. Moreover, they developed some emotional connection during the game. I really like this wolf. The next day at noon, Lone Wolf waited for Cain's arrival as usual. It was used to being disturbed from its afternoon nap and couldn't wait to have another match. But this time Cain disappointed it. It paced anxiously around its little burrow, constantly looking back in the direction Cain had come from. Finally, unable to resist the drowsiness any longer, I prepared to lie down and rest. As the sun sets and it becomes drowsy, its nose reacts faster than its brain. It twitched its nose twice, and after confirming that it was the person it was waiting for, it slowly stood up, indicating that it had been waiting all along. Cain didn't come empty-handed this time. The lone wolf smelled a bloody odor, a very familiar scent. For some reason, it was afraid that the human might get hurt, so it trotted over to check for any possible injuries. Fortunately, he was not injured. Cain pulled a grouse from behind him. This rare and excellent game had taken him quite a bit of effort, especially as winter was drawing to a close. He set off at dawn and didn't find any trace of the grouse until the afternoon. After rushing as fast as I could, I finally made it back before dinner. Ethan, watching from the second floor, was quite satisfied with his performance. It was nothing serious, there simply wasn't enough meat in the territory for the two wolves. It would be great if they could support themselves, that would save the territory a lot of food. Cain proudly placed the grouse in front of the lone wolf, eager to see it devour it, a gift he had prepared for a long time. After glancing at it, the lone wolf pretended to be aloof and walked back to its doghouse. It's just a grouse, I used to be able to catch one with my eyes closed. This guy is too weak. It took him forever to catch a chicken, and he made me wait so long. So it returned to its nest, lay down quietly, closed its eyes silently, and began to make orderly, soft purring sounds. Cain walked over, but ultimately did not disturb its sleep. After placing the grouse beside it, Cain gently stroked the lone wolf's head, which didn't feel very soft. The fur was rather rough, far from smooth, and looked more like a weapon. A lone wolf's nose is always more reliable than its eyes. After confirming that Cain's scent in the air was gradually fading and that they had left the area, they left. The lone wolf, with its eyes closed, tore off a large chunk of grouse meat. It was extremely hungry. Another day passed, and Cain, as usual, got up early and secretly went to the master's pasture, wanting to know what had happened the day before. The dens of Little Gray and Lone Wolf were far apart, almost opposite each other, which ensured they wouldn't fight. Seeing the chicken bones scattered on the ground, Cain nodded in satisfaction. The wolf had eaten them all. This shows that the gift must be useful. Perhaps after a few more times, the lone wolf will be completely won over. He turned to leave, intending to try his luck again today to see if he could find a new prey to supplement the lone wolf's meals. Little did they know that Ethan hadn't given it any dinner the day before. In his opinion, a pheasant was enough. So Cain's good intentions actually reduced the lone wolf's food. Fortunately, the lone wolf didn't understand any of this. It only knew that its master hadn't seen it for a long time. Yesterday, it didn't even have any food. Perhaps it was abandoned by its owner. After all, Little Gray still has food to eat. And so suddenly, a quiet lone wolf appeared beside Cain. It stood quietly beside Cain, its legs bent, front paws on the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Cain gave it a knowing smile, then led it towards the woods outside the territory. Once in the wild, the lone wolf seemed to be liberated and became lively, howling incessantly to convey some kind of message to Cain, though it couldn't understand it. However, Lone Wolf treated his new companion very seriously and responsibly, even stopping to wait for Cain to catch up when he was ahead. It hasn't hunted in a while, so its skills might be a bit rusty. That doesn't matter, it's at its peak right now, and besides, it's more than just a wolf now. Soon, it detected a very deep and strong odor. The scent of wild boar mingled with the earthy smell of soil, filling the air and serving as a signpost for the lone wolf. So it led the way, patiently waiting for Cain to catch up. A short while later, Cain poked his head out of the bushes and exclaimed, "What a huge herd of wild boars." They raided a wild boar family's hideout. They dug a small cave under a hollow tree, big enough to fit all the family members inside, and they could stay warm huddled together. By this time, the wild boars had almost exhausted their fat reserves and were waiting for the ice and snow to melt so they could start foraging for food. The loss of weight is good news for a lone wolf, as it means a much higher success rate in hunting. Even with two highly threatening adult wild boars, male and female, the lone wolf remained fearless. Its experience taught it that wild boars are extremely foolish creatures. When faced with predators hunting them, they only try to escape, completely disregarding the lives of their companions. If their companions die, they will even dare to burrow into the ground near predators who are already eating, searching for food. Therefore, its only opponent is the chosen wild boar. That plump sow was its favorite target. Cain, who had been observing the lone wolf, lost sight of it in an instant. This speed is much faster than in battle, probably because before, failing to catch prey could really mean death. The sow was seriously injured by the impact and staggered forward, only to crash into a large tree and lose consciousness. Just as the lone wolf was about to slit its throat, the other wild boars surrounded it. The boar charged at us with unparalleled force. The lone wolf nimbly dodged the impact, its expression grave. A male wild boar filled with hatred. It wasn't that it hadn't seen one before. These creatures were usually more ferocious than their own kind when attacking enemies, and they were also very difficult to deal with. I never expected that our first hunting trip with this human would end up with such a creature. It doesn't want to lose face in front of humans, so it must cleanly and neatly deal with its prey. When the wild boar charged again, the lone wolf gracefully leaped over it and then, right in front of the boar, bit through the throat of its mate. After finishing his business, he didn't forget to give the wild boar a defiant look. As Wolf said, it was a hunter who stood out even among wolves. It has 100 ways to deal with the wild boar in front of it. It only requires a little time and patience, and doesn't even require much effort. But now, it wants to show off its power in front of this human, to flaunt its strength, and to prove that it's not just a pushover. So it chose a quick but somewhat dangerous method, to kill the wild boar head-on. The wild boar turned its head, white breath from its mouth caused by vigorous movement. It wanted to kill the wolf in front of it, its desire for revenge overcoming its instincts. To its surprise, the wolf in front of it dared to pounce on it. It rose to meet the attack without hesitation, but achieved no results as expected. The lone wolf deftly dodged the tusks, then plunged its sharp teeth deep into the wild boar's neck, its entire body straining as it clung to the boar's back. The immense weight and pain made the wild boar unsteady on its feet, but it resisted the urge to fall, shaking its head repeatedly, trying to get the BD off. Its tactic worked. The lone wolf was forced off it, and before it could regain its footing, the wild boar's tusks came flying at it. The lone wolf saw its huge, thick, yellow fangs and began to regret its decision. Trying to outmuscle a wild boar is overconfident. Now it is forced to withstand this impact. However, it has already planned its counterattack after surviving this attack. UBD. The expected heavy blow did not come. Cain plunged his longsword deep into the boar's head, his muscles bulging, using sheer strength to block the boar's head-on impact. With a snap, the sword broke apart under the strain. Cain casually tossed the broken sword aside and, to the lone wolf's astonishment, began to beat the gradually dying boar with his bare hands. Which of us is the beast again? The lone wolf shook its head, wiping the blood off its body. He lay on the ground, waiting for his companion to calm down. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps having had his fill of fighting, Cain finally remembered that there was a wolf waiting for him. He carelessly stroked the lone wolf's snow-white fur with his blood-stained fist, only to be met with the wolf's disgusted shrug. "You two-legged creature, can't you be a little more hygienic and elegant?" The lone wolf growled and was the first to emerge from the forest. 2 wild boars make for a very sumptuous meal. Cain sent the boar's carcass to the territory for confiscation, while the less pungent sows were kept for themselves. There was a large open space next to Logtown, so he randomly found a spot and started a fire. The lone wolf, having already washed itself, lay quietly beside him. Even when it's very hungry, it still maintains its elegance. It's a kind of inexplicable pride. In short, she doesn't want to see herself embarrassing in front of Cain. That's what it thinks. Cain turned the wooden stick to make the wild boar meat roast more evenly, while muttering something to himself to the lone wolf. The lone wolf would occasionally respond with a howl, and even though neither could understand the other's words, a seed of trust had already begun to sprout. Before he knew it, Cain had gotten used to roasting meat and feeding it to the perpetually hungry giant beside him, and the lone wolf had also accepted his rough caresses. As night fell, both men realized it was time to go back. The lone wolf led the way, glancing back every now and then, worried that the human might not be able to see the path. Cain returned it to the master's playground, where the lone wolf's den was. After waving goodbye, he didn't care whether Lone Wolf understood or not, and headed straight home. As one of the few knights in the territory, he received very high treatment. Not to mention that he was a knight who had been promoted on his own merits. The Lord generously allocated him a small courtyard not far away and even asked him with concern if he needed a few servants. After all, he didn't bring his family with him when he came here. The house was empty until he returned, when it finally felt a little more alive. Well, for some reason, he sighed and suddenly became melancholy. "I wonder how my parents are doing. I hope they're doing all right at Yi's house." His father was a second-rank knight loyal to the Earl. "They're doing pretty well." After a quick wash, he prepared to turn off the lights and go to sleep, thinking that he would go find that adorable Steppenwolf tomorrow. Without realizing it, a slight smile appeared on his lips. There was a noise outside the door. "It's so late, does the master have another new order?" He thought for a moment, then pushed open the door. The lone wolf sat proudly on the ground, its head held high, looking at the human with disdain. Cain laughed and demonstrated the knight's immense strength to the lone wolf. He easily picked up the enormous lone wolf and carried it into the warm home. Cain lit the fireplace and decided he wouldn't go back to sleep that night. The fire in the living room and his companions made him feel more at ease. Looking at Cain's thin clothing, Lone Wolf thought the guy might catch a cold. After all, humans don't have fur as thick as theirs. It was definitely not that I wanted to lie on him. After convincing itself, it nimbly jumped onto Cain's lap, who was already asleep, wrapped itself up with its tail, and fell asleep comfortably. The next day, Ethan watched with satisfaction as the two boys played on the playground. Their bond was growing rapidly, and perhaps they would be able to ride each other soon. Become a wolf rider. Steppenwolves are very intelligent creatures. If you're stronger than one, you have a good chance of taming it. Ethan nodded, but still felt it was somewhat difficult. After all, no soldier other than his knight could reliably defeat a wild, untamed wolf. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Cain carefully mounted the lone wolf. He did not forget his master's instructions. The lone wolf was very uncomfortable with this feeling. It was too cumbersome. With a light dash, Cain fell face first to the ground. Cain, of course, wouldn't be discouraged by such a small setback. He was a man destined to become a wolf rider. He tried no fewer than 100 times in a single day, until the lone wolf gave up and refused to play along anymore. The results are quite encouraging. He can now last for 10 minutes without being left behind. Wolf estimated that he could become a literal wolf rider in a week. As for true wolf riders, both humans and wolves are still a long way off. The cities of the Bateson Empire can be broadly divided into two categories. One type is a town established by the empire in a prosperous area. The officials in the town are appointed by the empire, and most of the people who can live there are free people with skills and nobles. The other type is towns established by nobles on their own territories, where the laws and regulations are handled by the nobles themselves, and they don't even have to pay a penny of taxes to the empire. Ethan had heard rumors as to why no empire had established a city on the vast borderlands. The nobles who were exiled, here several hundred years ago, like myself, had all offended people. Moreover, the person they offended was none other than the king of the empire, the most outstanding emperor in the history of the Bateson Empire, Bateson VII. This ruthless man single-handedly expanded the empire's territory by more than double, and the lingering influence he left behind prevented nearby foreign tribes from invading for over 300 years. By opposing him, it's already quite an achievement to retain one's noble status. Ethan couldn't understand what they were thinking. How dare they challenge a king of this caliber? Did they want to die even sooner? The consequences of this practice continue to this day. To this day, other nobles treat the border nobles as lambs to the slaughter. Once a viscount has accumulated enough power and merit, they will conspire to divide it up and prevent him from being promoted. Ethan didn't believe the empire was unaware of these matters, but the king never spoke out about them, as if they were just ordinary battles between nobles. Sometimes, silence is the best answer. Viscount Northwind retrieved a letter from a hidden compartment in his study. This letter should have been destroyed after being read, but he treasured it and kept it. This was the Cullen family's last hope. He received the letter 3 months ago and reads it almost every day. This brief letter could change the fate of the entire family, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The letter was very brief. The Countess of Joel, who is also the third daughter of the current Duke of Koshitsa, made him a promise to promote him. The condition was simple: kill a knight who had just arrived. He's just a lowly knight, even with 3 Tier 1 followers, he's no match for him. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he even took action during the winter, determined to take that man's head. The Bull tribe agreed to their deal, sacrificing 2 nearby barons the following year to feed the savages. He didn't care. As long as he could be promoted to Earl, he could leave this place, even if it was destroyed by the Beastmen. In exchange, the Bull tribe sent several smaller tribes to mark the place called Logtown as a key target for their attention. I believe I will get a reply soon. The thought of soon completing his task filled him with excitement, and he paced back and forth in his study. Spring is almost here, at the latest in the next couple of days. He tried to calm himself down and walked to the window. Looking at the scenery that had remained unchanged for more than 20 years, he felt a pang of regret. The streets are nearing recovery, and the first batch of merchants have arrived in Northwind City for the earliest profits, adding some vibrancy to this once deserted city. Unfortunately, this beautiful scenery won't last long. The Cullen family's military achievements had been accumulated over nearly 300 years, and he would immediately apply for a promotion once he received a reply. Thinking of this, the young Viscount Northwind straightened his back. His grandfather died at the hands of wolf riders, and his father died from exhaustion and overwork after restoring Northwind City to its former prosperity. He will carry the hopes of the Cullen family and accomplish what no one before him could. If successful, he would move his entire clan to the heart of the empire. Even if my title is downgraded, it doesn't matter. Even being a baron would be a million times better than being in this godforsaken place. A knock came at the door. Viscount Northwind regained his usual composure and confidence and let the person in. The visitor was the old butler of the Cullen family, who had served the family since his great-grandfather's time and was also the Viscount's most trusted person. My lord, news has arrived from the Beastmen. They've arranged to meet you in the wilderness 3 days from now. The Viscount frowned. Logically, a direct report would have sufficed. Why insist on a meeting? He thought to himself, the greedy Beastmen will probably raise the price again. I'll just have to satisfy them then. So he waved his hand. Tell them I'll be there on time. Please be careful, sir. The Beastman's expression is rather strange. The Viscount thought it was a good suggestion. They were at the final juncture and needed to be cautious. They absolutely didn't want to make a fool of themselves. I'll bring the clan's heavy infantry to the meeting 3 days from now, he thought. This was absolutely the best plan. Even a large tribe wouldn't be able to shake a well-organized heavy infantry force. With anxious anticipation, Viscount Northwind finally waited until 3 days later. He eagerly brought along almost all the knights from his family, as well as the most important heavy infantry. It doesn't matter if our cards are exposed. I'm already tired of dealing with those old Viscount families next door. As long as we can reach that place, we will surely achieve victory. Under the watchful eyes of all the residents of Northwind City, he swaggered out of the city gate and headed towards a wasteland. The Beastmen who had been hiding there all changed their expressions. They had only come to deliver a message and make some negotiations. Surely it didn't warrant such a commotion? The Viscount was greeted by the priest of the Minotaur tribe, a genuine first-tier mage. Although they are not as orthodox as the Empire's mages, their strength is no less than theirs. The reason he was sent here was simple: he was the only one who could speak the common language of humans. The old priest, whose face was so wrinkled it could trap a mosquito, asked, "Viscount Northwind, are you trying to silence me?" The Viscount patted his chest and said happily, "Of course not, this is just in case." The old priest's wrinkles deepened. Could he already know the news? Anyway, let's get straight to the point. Viscount, as agreed, our Minotaur tribe has dispatched 4 smaller tribes to attack the territory called Logtown. He gave the answer under the Viscount's expectant gaze. In the end, none of our nearly 1,000 beastmen compatriots returned, except for a handful who were transporting the grain. I think you should give us an explanation. The news struck the Viscount like a bolt from the blue. He muttered involuntarily, "How is this possible? Are you sure you really sent so many people?" He stepped forward and pressed the old priest for answers. "Of course, those are our tribe's best warriors, cannon fodder, ... The old priest spoke calmly, his eyes constantly observing the Viscount's expression. At first, he thought it was a trap set by Viscount Northwind to wipe out their forces and make them suffer a net loss. He hadn't made a final judgment because all the promised aid had already arrived. Judging from Viscount Northwind's expression, he probably didn't know what had happened either. This dispelled the old priest's doubts. The immense blow caused the young Viscount to lose his composure. He stared blankly into the empty space. Are their family's hopes about to be shattered? He absolutely will not allow it? The Viscount pressed on without hesitation, a minor lord with only 500 serfs and 3 first-rank knights in his retinue. You're telling me you couldn't conquer 4 tribes? The old priest calmly wiped the spittle splattering from his face and said indifferently, "We didn't lie to you. On the contrary, I suspect you provided false information, which caused our failure." The Viscount calmed down, and the good education he had received since childhood put him in a state of mind to handle unexpected situations. What's the next step? He asked himself, and also the old priest. The old priest remained calm. "We won't have a chance to act this year, but the deal is done, and we've lost quite a few men." He said his last words earnestly, "Remember to keep your promise," before leaving with the beastmen. After watching them leave, the Viscount gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. Those beastmen bastards. After all that fuss, to be told the plan failed, where does that leave him looking so humiliated? To deliver food to these bastards, he risked having his home ransacked, traversing the Northwind region to reach the vicinity of Howling territory. It seems like it was all wasted now. However, if Ethan doesn't die, the 2 barons who were part of the deal cannot be handed over under any circumstances. Trying to take advantage of us next year? If he can't leave, the orcs won't get any food either. His heavy infantry are no joke. Now it seems we have no choice but to make other plans. In any case, the orcs are unreliable. He can still think of a way to deal with it himself. The cold wind on the way back blew against his face, and after his intellect regained its hold, he calmed down completely. That knight is definitely suspicious. The orcs wouldn't deliberately favor a knight who has no connection to them. In other words, there's no need to lie to him. Even if the orcs exaggerated their losses, that kid should have killed at least 500 or 600 orcs. Even the barons under the Viscount might not be able to do this. This power should not be underestimated. The Viscount's brow relaxed. He was still hiding in the shadows, and he had plenty of time and energy to gather information about the knight. Once we've thoroughly figured out his background, with the Collin family's years of accumulated power, killing him would be as simple as saying a few words. Thinking of this, he regained his composure. Ethan opened the window, and a howling wind rushed into the room, causing him to sneeze. "It's so cold." He shivered as he closed the window. The wind was just as strong as it was in winter. This was also related to the fact that he wasn't wearing any clothes. Just yesterday, he suggested to Wolf that he wanted to try out what it was like to be a wolf rider. The wolf girl lowered her head and shyly agreed. The result was, naturally, exhaustion. I lay in bed, unwilling to get up. Looking at his sleeping wife, Ethan chuckled. He admitted that compared to the cavalry, he still preferred the wolf riders. Wolf really does have a tail, and it's very sensitive. With just a gentle grab, the wolf girl will lose all her strength and be at your mercy. Of course, the possibility that she was acting cannot be ruled out. We've been married for so long, it's nice to add a little romance now and then. After getting up, Ethan greeted Kane, who was training with Lone Wolf on the playground, and then began to handle today's administrative matters. It must be said that the administrative system he adopted was quite useful. Since its development, his burden has been greatly reduced. This is the benefit of delegating authority. In such a small territory, it's rare for there to be any major issues requiring his personal attention. All he needed to look at each day were accounts and inventory. Food, weapons, and population are all crucial. And right now, he lacks every single one of them. The territory only has enough food for 2 months, and meat is even scarcer. Now they rely entirely on the 2 wolves and the trained army for supplies. He had no blacksmith. This world has strict control over weapons. No blacksmith may forge weapons and armor without the Lord's permission. Of course, this excludes free cities. As for the population, his current plan is to simply buy it with money. This is the only legal way to acquire people at the border. Those slave traders would bring strong or skilled slaves from afar to Northwind City. They then sell them at several times or even 10 times the price to reap huge profits. In the end, Viscount Northwind levied exorbitant taxes on them. Spring is just around the corner, and this is the most important time for planting. It's believed that many slave traders would be willing to risk coming to this area to make a fortune. Ethan couldn't expect to gain population by killing all the other nobles, that would be exposed sooner or later. Once others find out, it won't just be a matter of verbal attacks. They actually dare to bring their army to attack us. But the army constantly training in front of him really smelled delicious. Despite their lack of weapons, they were collecting orcish weapons, which were still somewhat usable. Most importantly, the quality of the army is paramount. Weapons and equipment can immediately enhance a person's combat effectiveness. Becoming a qualified soldier takes time. Ethan planned that once he survived the spring, he would need at least 500 soldiers to have any say in the region. Even if it only prevents them from being kicked to death by a viscount or a large beast tribe, that's enough. If he can hold on, his wolf riders will quickly develop. At that time, Ethan will make the tragedy of Northwind City repeat itself. That young Viscount Northwind will pay the price for his actions. None of them will survive. Last year was longer than usual, but thankfully, the snow and ice had mostly melted after a week. This is a sign of spring. Ethan will lead the convoy to Northwind City. He was confident that Viscount Northwind wouldn't dare to directly attack him in the city, otherwise, he would never be able to stand up again in his lifetime. Nobles are not allowed to kill each other. If they do, their reputation will be ruined. This reputation will not be passed down to just one generation. His sons, grandsons, and even great-grandsons may also bear this infamy. The reason? Simply because he killed a mere knight. As for outside the city, that's impossible. Viscount Northwind could not possibly send an army out on the main road to ambush and kill him, unless he's confident he can kill all the witnesses. But based on Ethan's understanding of their family's strength, it's impossible. He only has 3 second-tier knights under his command. There are only about 6 or 7 first-tier knights, not enough to be sold in bulk. This is the limit of what he can provide. A city like Northwind, besides supporting a family, also has to support an army and its knights. It has probably already reached its limit. Not to mention, more than 20 years ago, it was revealed that Viscount Northwind had a privately hidden heavy infantry force. The costs of maintaining an army of this size are comparable to those of maintaining a cavalry unit. In conclusion, based solely on the information he gathered before coming, Ethan had a fairly good grasp of Viscount Northwind's strength. This made him more composed in dealing with the situation. His entourage included 100 professional soldiers and all of his knights. Even if they directly clash with Viscount Northwind, they have the means to back down. What's more, that guy probably still thinks he's being kept in the dark. Spring has arrived, and according to old tradition, almost all the nobles will head to Northwind City with the money, local specialties, and orc heads they have stored up throughout the winter. There's no way around it. Anyone would get sick from being stuck in this godforsaken place all the time. Border nobles, that sounds nice. Apart from a limited number of viscounts, the other nobles, in Ethan's view, could at best be considered small landowners. Their quality of life wasn't much better than that of the knights of the Ye family. In fact, the Ye family owned 3 cities, and their lifestyle was far more comfortable than in this desolate place. Ethan's caravan has already set off. In principle, for safety reasons and also to find someone to chat with, many nobles would travel in groups. Ethan chose to travel only with his own people. His veteran soldiers, who had participated in the slaughter of knights, were absolutely trustworthy in their loyalty. However, reducing the possibility of exposure would be ideal. Bringing so many soldiers along wasn't just about self-defense and showing off military strength, it also served to give these guys a break. Ethan was always generous to his men, and since it was a rare opportunity for them to get out, he took them sightseeing and broadened their horizons. Just in case, he plans to buy a lot of things this time, and try to buy them all at once. In the future, all we need to do is send a knight with a few squads of soldiers. The orc heads covered in ice and snow had begun to rot as temperatures rose, emitting a foul stench that was unbearable. Logtown and Northwind City are far apart. One is in a remote border region, while the other is in the heart of the Northwind region. The journey would take about 3 days, which provided Ethan with a much-needed break. Including the time spent on the return trip and shopping, he wouldn't have to pay grain taxes for about 10 days to half a month. The wolf girl had a huge appetite, and he could never refuse her whenever she showed a longing yet adorable expression. They didn't encounter any of the cliched scenarios. They did meet other nobles along the way, but after exchanging greetings, they left, since Ethan's fully armed convoy wasn't trustworthy. They didn't encounter any bandits who tried to rob them along the way, unless they were suicidal. The Viscount didn't seem to have deployed any soldiers to block their path. Everything went smoothly, and they arrived in Northwind City on time as planned. The soldiers stationed at the city gate behaved themselves and did not cause any trouble. Even though they were curious that the convoy did not carry a flag, they were not so presumptuous as to cause trouble for such important figures. Even barons don't have this many soldiers with them. As soon as you step through the city gate, you are greeted by the vibrant atmosphere of daily life, hawkers calling out their wares, merchant guilds with their carriages and horses, and streets bustling with people. The pedestrians wisely avoided the large caravan. Even though no nobles other than Viscount Northwind were not qualified to judge them, no one wanted to provoke a noble of considerable influence. Ethan easily found a large inn. In principle, nobles in Northwind City would own several properties for lodging. But he hadn't bought it yet, so he had to stay there for 2 days. The hotel owner was a very sensible man. He immediately announced that he would stop accepting guests and focus all his efforts on serving Ethan. Even regarding food and lodging expenses, they explicitly stated that a small amount would suffice. There's no way around it. It's impossible for someone to run such a large hotel in Northwind City without the support of nobles. That's why he knew how terrifying the nobility could be. Don't be fooled by how friendly and easygoing the nobles are when they interact with each other. They are completely different when dealing with free people who are a class above them. Excuse me, who do you think you are to talk to me? Ethan didn't take advantage of the fact that he provided food and lodging for over 100 people for 3 days. He tossed the owner 3 gold coins, so in the end, the owner got a little something for free. After giving the soldiers free time, Ethan took Marcus and his entourage to buy groceries. Indeed, even as a high-ranking nobleman, he still had to worry about the food supply for his territory. Not only do they buy, but they also compare prices from 3 different vendors, confirm the cheapest and most affordable price, and then place a large order directly with the merchant, even if the merchant's inventory is insufficient. Ethan's purse was visibly shrunken. The territory's transportation capacity is limited, and he doesn't have many carriages and horses, so he estimates he'll have to make several round trips. In order to save time, he had the merchant deliver the goods directly to his door. As for the increased transportation costs, in his view, the time saved was more valuable. Not to mention the potential risks of multiple shipments, Ethan didn't believe the Viscount would do nothing. Next came the purchase of a residence. Unlike the magnificent mansions that nobles were supposed to live in, he opted for a secluded little courtyard. He won't come to Northwind City often. In the future, there will be dedicated personnel for purchasing supplies, and the number of people will not be large. A small courtyard will be enough. Of course, the real reason was that he didn't have much money left. After a busy day, he returned to the hotel. Groups of soldiers were sitting in small groups, playing cards as usual. Upon seeing the lord, they quickly stood up and shouted, "My lord!" The innkeeper, who was polishing the gold coins, was startled and almost dropped them. "This is top-quality gold coin. It's clearly from the heart of the empire, with a gold content far exceeding that of ordinary gold coins from the border regions." Ethan responded, "There's no need to make such a fuss when we're out and about. I'm not exactly a rule-abiding person." He then turned to look at Joe, the team leader. "Didn't we agree to take them out to have some fun and broaden their horizons? Why are they still playing cards here? How embarrassing. It makes me, their lord, look stingy." Joe, slightly bent over and scratching his head, explained, "I took them out for a look around, and they found it very interesting, but they'll probably just buy some gifts for their families. It's still early before we go back, so we'll just stay here for a while." Ethan shook his head. What a rigid fellow. He waved for Joe to come upstairs with him for a talk. The soldiers downstairs started playing cards again, which was their best and most familiar form of entertainment. With no one around, Joe knelt down on one knee. "My lord, it is my incompetence. I cannot even lead my own troops properly, and I have made a fool of myself in your presence." Ethan rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. This guy was clearly brought from the Joel family, yet he was even more stubborn than the guys from the border. "What I meant was that you and these guys relax a bit." Joe looked up, "But sir, they said it wasn't very interesting after walking around, and they didn't seem very satisfied with the food at the restaurant either." That much is true. Ethan treated the soldiers so well that they didn't even care about the food at small restaurants. Ethan tapped Joe on the head. "Idiot, besides these things, can't you take them out for some intellectual enjoyment?" Joe was still confused. "Sir, what does spiritual enjoyment mean?" Ethan said meaningfully, "Spring is here, it's time to take everyone to the bathhouse for a bath. It's not like I haven't paid them." Yes, spring is the season of rejuvenation, and also the season for animals. As the saying goes, there are only 3 kinds of brotherhood between men. We studied together under the same window, fought together, and finally sang together while drifting in the night. It's perfectly reasonable for Ethan to add the last option for them now. Watching Joe's departing figure, he simply said, "Remember to be back before noon tomorrow, there's something to do then." Ethan stared at the notebook in front of him, a valuable record he had kept since arriving in the city. Hearing the commotion downstairs, he knew his men were about to release him. "We believe that the seasoned bathhouse ladies of Baifeng City will provide them with a unique experience. As long as you don't get sick, everything is fine." Ethan's words still carried weight, even though some people hadn't even put their pants on properly. They still returned on time before noon the next day. The orc heads on the cart were completely rotting. Their task was to show these pus-filled things to the scribe sent by the Empire in Northwind City so that they could be recorded. Today is the first day that the clerk's office is officially open for business, and the spacious office is already packed with nobles and their entourages. The middle-aged clerk sighed, "What a rotten stench," and then plunged his head into the vast ocean of skulls. Although it was hard work, and in theory, noble-born scribes wouldn't do such a lowly job, the high pay was undeniable. He only works a few days a year, spending the rest of his time on paid vacation, and he's not afraid of offending anyone. On the contrary, nobles have to give him gifts and curry favor with him. No one wants their military achievements to be understated or embezzled. As usual, the clerk carefully examined the features of each head to determine the status of its owner. This was a task that required experience. Fortunately, none of his old friends had much success this year, which reduced his workload considerably compared to previous years. Just when he thought he could finally get off the early shift this year, the sight of a pile of heads on the carriage in front of him made him frown. He looked back and saw 6 more carriages like this. He fell silent for a moment. Damn it, so this is what they were waiting for me to do? He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Whose convoy is this? He looked up at the familiar faces around him, but surprisingly, none of them responded. Rasu, who was waiting by the carriage, said, "Our lord, Sir Ethan, only arrived last year. We hope Scribe Madley will give him his guidance." As he spoke, he brazenly took out a small bag and handed it directly to the clerk. Everyone present tacitly approved of this behavior, everyone else was doing it, and if you didn't, you'd be considered an outsider. Madley calmly took the money bag and put it in his pocket. Sir Ethan is truly wise and valiant, a nobleman who can reap such a great harvest is a rare sight even on the entire border. Please have the clerk count them. Rasu stepped aside, and in the process, slipped something into Madley's hand again. Madley's mood improved considerably, and he began to count the mountain of heads one by one. After the waiting nobles finished playing 3 rounds of cards, the tally came out, and it matched Ethan and his companion's previous estimate. If the 1,335 military merits are correct, I will register them in your file. A gloomy-faced young man approached, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Where is Knight Rasu? Why isn't he here for an occasion like this?" Ethan had arrived long ago, but he was greeting other nobles and engaging in a custom known as smoking. He emerged from the crowd, smiling, and extended his hand, saying, "Viscount Northwind, I've long admired your name." The Viscount did not shake his hand, but instead met his gaze deeply. "So many orcs, did you really kill them? I heard that 2 knightly manors under Baron Hoffman were completely wiped out. As for the orc corpses at the scene, all their heads were missing, and you, the lord closest to them, were among them." Ethan silently withdrew his hand, his smile unchanged. "I am also heartbroken by this. However, I remember that the origin of orc heads has never been a matter of inquiry, has it? After all, a dead orc is a good orc. Am I right?" The nobles watching the two, who were at odds for some unknown reason, found it quite entertaining. No matter where you are, being a gossipmonger is a basic human instinct. You're right, but as a knight of the vanguard, your strength has exceeded its limits. Count Oldman has given you a great deal of support. Ethan sneered, "My father and I are none of Viscount Northwind's concern. My meager wealth is nothing to the Joel family." The Viscount's expression changed. "I hope you continue to have such good luck and can hold off the orcish invasion, knight." After saying that, he turned and left. What a cliché development. A classic within a classic has a young enemy. Following tradition, is there going to be an auction in a couple of days? After Ethan finished complaining, he turned around and saw a sleazy-looking businessman handing him an invitation. "Sir, our Bohemia Merchant Guild will be holding a slave auction in a couple of days. Almost all the nobles in the Northwind region will be there. I forgot to send the invitation to your household earlier, please forgive me." It was obvious that this guy had no idea Ethan was there before, he just happened to come along for the fun. Slave auction. Following the usual predictable pattern, there probably won't be any elves at the auction, right? The sleazy merchant grinned, bending over with delight. "You were absolutely right. We did indeed bring a batch of elven slaves to give the lords at the border a taste of something new." Ethan silently slammed down a 6. As expected, every other world is inseparable from elves, and slave elves are the underlying logic of other worlds. After some mental calculation, he realized that elven slaves wouldn't be of much use to him, they were incredibly valuable but not very strong in combat. As for other uses, he didn't want to see trouble brewing in his backyard just yet. And he really couldn't afford it. Madley was stopped by him. According to imperial law, 1,000 military merits are enough to be promoted to baron without any cost, right? Madley wiped his sweat. He didn't want to offend this guy who could go toe-to-toe with the Viscount, and he knew the importance of self-preservation. "That's right, are you getting promoted now? Okay, now. Then please convert all my military merits into imperial gold coins. This is the biggest benefit for knights of the frontier. Military merits can be used for promotion without any cost, while other nobles can only choose between promotion and gold coins. The ratio of imperial military merits to gold coins is 10 to 1, meaning Ethan will receive 135 gold and 50 silver. Based on the value that Logtown can create, this money is equivalent to Logtown's output for 10 years. Ethan will have a very important use for this money. His population depends entirely on it for replenishment. The slave auction 2 days later would be just enough for him to splurge, but he hoped to get some high-quality slaves. The talent pool in his territory is still too limited. Most importantly, he was missing a blacksmith. A good blacksmith is arguably the foundation of a territory. Whether it's crafting equipment or training a few apprentices, their value far exceeds that of an elf. Viscount Northwind has made no move in the past 2 days, just as Ethan had predicted. He dares not make a move here. As for the others, Ethan has attended quite a few banquets these past few days. To them, Ethan was a baron who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and they needed to figure out his background. After learning that Ethan had arrived at the border with a decree to open up the border, they all fell silent. Having connections in the family to get this thing is much better than going to the south, isn't it? The southern grasslands were fertile ground for pioneers, every shovelful of soil yielded abundant resources and gold. At the border, all the nobles could do was watch the orcs bare their teeth. But judging from Ethan's strong and well-equipped army, he didn't seem to be an exiled person, so they could only assume he was a somewhat dim-witted nobleman's son. Ethan's knowledge and experience from his large family still intrigued them, and they gradually became acquainted with each other. Ethan also learned about the auction from them. The Bohemia Merchant Guild is the Empire's largest slave trader. It's unclear who their backer is, but their slaves are always of high quality and low price, and their supply is stable. The border auctions, held annually, are specifically designed to provide enough slaves for the border regions. Every city in the region hosts one, and no one misses. However, although the prices are low, that's only relatively speaking. Slaves on the border are at least twice as expensive as those in the central region. And since they're only selling it at 150% of the price, it's naturally considered cheap. Chinison didn't care about any of this. Where there's demand, there's supply, and the price was already a tacit agreement. I just hope that Viscount Northwind won't resort to that old-fashioned tactic of raising his own price. That would be so boring. Contrary to expectations of a crowded auction, people were indifferent to things that had nothing to do with them. More than 20 nobles from the Northwind region were all present, sitting together in groups of one or a few, discussing the details of the goods. As is customary, the host didn't come up with any gimmicks or anything to whet people's appetites. After thanking everyone for their support, the first batch of items was brought out for auction. 10 strong male slaves, wearing shackles, stood in a line for everyone present to observe, and even touch. Even nobles couldn't afford to buy too many slaves with their annual income, so they had no choice but to be cautious. 10 male slaves, strong and healthy, not only efficient at work, but also good for breeding. Starting bid, 1 gold coin. These slaves were the most basic type offered by the Bohemia Merchant Guild, but they were also quite good for minor nobles, providing both labor and introducing new genes into existing serfs. Without a long silence, bids came one after another, and the price once reached more than 10 gold. Ethan didn't make a bid. The first item is often overpriced. He valued this batch of slaves at around 5 gold coins, which he considered a huge profit for the Merchant Guild. Soon, the 10 slaves were auctioned off to a baron for 11 gold and 20 silver. The second batch of slaves was brought up quickly. Unlike the first batch, this group of slaves was not only thin but also older, looking like ordinary serfs. Before anyone could raise any questions, the host immediately offered an explanation. Gentlemen, these are the latest artisan slaves trained by the Chamber of Commerce. Not only are they only 35 years old, but they can also train at least 2 batches of apprentices, and their skills have all reached the level of a master craftsman or above. There are 5 carpenters and 5 stonemasons among them, with a starting bid of 1 gold coin for each. The nobles below the stage began to discuss among themselves. Artisan slaves were a rare sight indeed. While artisans may not hold a very high social status, they are still important talents, and there is a unified hierarchy among people regarding the skills of various professions. From lowest to highest, they are apprentice, master, proficient, master, and legendary. A master carpenter can train at least 10 apprentices, 1 or 2 of whom will reach the master level. It is highly beneficial for both investment and the development of the territory. No matter where you are, skilled people are always in demand, and even a cruel lord wouldn't easily harm a craftsman. This round of bidding was extremely fierce, and the prices of carpenters and stonemasons were driven sky high. Ethan bought back a carpenter and a stonemason for 10 gold each, which were in short supply in his territory. Fortunately, Viscount Northwind acted as if he hadn't seen him at all. Not only did he not cause any trouble, but he also withdrew from the bidding when he saw Ethan make an offer. There's always a reason behind everything. He doesn't even compete for ordinary slaves, so Ethan thinks that if he wanted to bid, few people would refuse him. The reason for halting operations now is simply to save it for later. Could it be an elf? Ethan didn't know, but he felt he didn't need to get involved in such a matter. His only goal from beginning to end was to buy enough slaves. Nothing else mattered to him. As time went on, the auction had sold a total of 300 slaves, with Ethan alone purchasing 100 able-bodied men. This drew frequent glances from other nobles. The young man's wealth was extraordinary. But Ethan frowned. The desire for slaves in this place was extraordinary. He had tried his best to find a bargain, but on average, each slave still sold for him a high price of 60 silver. At this rate, he won't be able to achieve his predetermined goals. With that in mind, he decided to stop bidding. Anyway, there are plenty of slave traders in Northwind City, so there's no shortage of cheap options. Keeping some funds will also give you more choices. He has already achieved part of his goal. Now all that's left is to wait and see what happens. Before long, the auction drew to a close, and the main event was about to begin. The third to last item was a rare blacksmith slave, whose level had reached the master level, but unfortunately, he was crippled, missing a hand. Even with prosthetics, the nobles didn't approve of it. They are the most cunning creatures. They will not take any risk, no matter how small. Not to mention that the starting price for this slave is 5 gold coins. Who knows if he can still forge with a prosthetic leg? Even if he teaches apprentices, his teaching ability is questionable without being able to demonstrate in person. Seeing that there was a possibility of an awkward silence, the host kept emphasizing how rare and precious a master blacksmith was. Before he could exhaust the patience of the nobles present, Ethan tentatively announced his bottom price. He sat in his chair and coldly called out, 5 gold coins. Don't waste everyone's time. The host immediately finished counting down, and the waiter dragged the slave away. Some people secretly thought that this new baron was quite arrogant, offering 5 gold coins just to save time. Someone else chimed in, I think he's just eager to find an elf to play with. After saying that, the group burst into laughter. Ethan ignored their speculations, he had an idea in his mind. A skilled blacksmith is indeed of little use, but what about a master blacksmith? His skills were never said to be usable only by knights. Viscount Northwind, the young man's fingers were tapping incessantly on the armrest of his chair, his otherwise handsome face etched with frustration. Lately, one annoying thing after another has happened, which is really frustrating. A few days ago, people from the Bohemia Chamber of Commerce came looking for them, saying that a small team of elven rangers had been following them. As the lord of this place, the Viscount is obligated to provide protection. Not to mention, they had no right to refuse the Chamber of Commerce. According to them, the group of rangers' goal was to rescue their comrades who had already been trained. The group, numbering about a dozen people, launched an attack on the Chamber of Commerce's convoy midway through the journey, but failed. The Chamber of Commerce's director believed they might return and ask the Viscount to maintain order at the auction. He promised to give them an elf as a gift after the deed was done, regardless of whether they came or not. But the Viscount didn't want it at all. Based on the Viscount's understanding of merchants, if they dared to say such a thing, they were certain that the elven rangers would come. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Seeing that nothing had happened, he turned his attention to Ethan, who was chatting and laughing with his servants. This guy is clever, he made a name for himself by suddenly becoming the Baron. It's impossible to get rid of him without anyone noticing. Perhaps, I will have to use the orcs to get rid of him. As for the reasons and consequences, as long as the Minotaur tribe sends out a small sacrificial tribe, there should be no problem. However, there aren't many things that can impress those guys. Perhaps an elf is a good choice, those thirsty creatures would definitely want a sturdy and durable processor. Spring is just around the corner. We can send another batch of slaves over then, they'll be very happy to do so. Just then, the host announced, next up is the grand finale of this auction, 3 well-trained female elven slaves, starting at 10 gold coins each. No need for any fancy words to boast, the word elf itself is the best adjective. The creator endowed them with exceptional figures and exquisite faces, making them the object of covetous eyes of other races. If it weren't for their sufficient military strength, the elves would probably have already perished and become brothels common throughout the continent. However, even the strongest military force is powerless against the slave inscriptions carved by slave traders. Once the contract is signed, the slave becomes the property of the master, unable to resist for life, and can only be manipulated at will. Legend has it that human inscriptions were passed down from the gods. Ethan thought this guy was probably just a fun-loving person, otherwise, even the most talented mage wouldn't have been able to develop such a bug-like inscription. The only way to decipher such slave inscriptions is for the master to remove them personally, but this is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even with the most loyal servants, masters often want to take extra precautions. Apart from Ethan, Volf's inscriptions have already been removed by him. From that day on, all the key figures in the territory knew that they did indeed have a mistress. Back at the auction, the nobles, who were already tired of the old ways, were extremely enthusiastic about the elven slave, their shouts rising higher and higher. The spectacle was even more exciting than when they were watching a noble duel. For these nobles accustomed to life on the frontier, a novel and entertaining activity was well worth it. Even if they emptied their pockets, they would still be willing to buy an elven slave. With each shout, the first elf's price rose to 120 gold coins. The manager hiding behind the scenes was beaming with joy, his prediction had been correct after all. Although the borderlands are inhabited by a group of poor country bumpkins, they are very willing to pay for the elves. After all, the big shots in the central region had long since gotten tired of it, and the price was already fixed at around 100 gold coins, with no room for change. The extra 20 gold coins were pure profit, enough for him to distribute as dividends. Take it to the higher UPS in the Chamber of Commerce and try to get someone transferred away from this backward and dangerous area in the future. As he was dreaming of promotion and wealth, a group of men dressed in black robes, carrying longbows and wielding sharp blades burst in. He was fighting with a group of guards, and they made a move to snatch the elven slave who had just been reserved. What they didn't expect was that, instead of panicking, the nobles sitting to the side watched the spectacle with great interest. They underestimated both the boredom and the bravery of the border nobles. None of them were below the first rank. Even if these wandering knights are very strong, it is difficult for them to pose a threat. Only one guy, his face flushed with anxiety, rushed forward to fight off the rangers. He was the unlucky guy whose picture was just taken. He was also known as a sucker, as he raised the price to 140 gold coins, which made many people unhappy with him. Everyone knows his background, everyone knows this is the money his father and grandfather saved up their whole lives, and he's about to squander it all in just 2 years since he inherited it. The Viscount valued this group of wandering knights highly and, with the intention of demonstrating his military prowess, he brought over all the heavy infantry. It was quite obvious that he had been tricked by the Chamber of Commerce. This group of rangers was not the elite force plus a few extraordinary individuals that the supervisor had described. They are all at the first rank, and there are even several at the second rank. Soon, a dozen or so wandering knights led their rescued comrades away. The grim-faced supervisor approached Viscount Northwind. "Viscount, what do you think?" The young man's face flushed red and then paled, before he blurted out, "Damn it, let's see where they can run to." Upon hearing this, the smiles of the crowd who had been sitting there watching the spectacle widened even further. It had been a long time since they had seen the Collin family take things seriously. The Viscount lived up to his title as the ruler of the region. The Collin family's soldiers surrounded both city gates, with at least several hundred armed soldiers blocking the entrances and strictly prohibiting anyone from passing through. Inside the city, countless soldiers were searching for the escaped wandering knights. At this point, faced with an overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the wandering knights had no chance of escape. Enraged, the Viscount issued a bounty to the onlookers, 30 gold coins for capturing a wandering swordsman, who would then be at his disposal, an additional 20 gold coins for a second-tier swordsman. Upon hearing this, the nobles could no longer remain silent and all led their men to search for the elves. Ethan slowly rose and left with his entourage. He had no intention of helping Viscount Northwind. He was hoping the Viscount would be too busy to get away, so he could buy himself more time. As for the present, let's go check on the slaves we bought. Even with this incident, the Chamber of Commerce members quickly completed the delivery with Ethan. The neatly arranged slaves looked at their new master with some fear, knowing full well that their future was in the hands of the young man before them. Standing at the front of the crowd were 3 craftsmen, who were the highest ranking among the slaves. The stonemason and the carpenter remained calm. They knew their importance. Even though the blacksmith was the highest ranking craftsman, his eyes still held a hint of evasion. After spending a considerable amount of time imprinting the inscriptions of all the slaves into his mind, Ethan and his entourage escorted them to the small courtyard they had just purchased. Stepping out of the auction hall, the once orderly streets were now in chaos, with guards and nobles rampaging everywhere. The vendors and pedestrians were packing up their belongings to go home. The arson, murder, and looting characteristic of chaotic times are an unavoidable part of the experience. Fortunately, no one dared to be so foolish as to attack the nobles. After passing through the bustling city of Northwind, the slaves finally settled down, and the soldiers, who had been resting at the inn for a long time, had a new job, taking turns patrolling and keeping watch. Marcus, following Ethan's instructions, began collecting information about the slaves' origins. As for the craftsmen, Ethan handled their work personally. In a recently cleaned side room which may have formerly been a woodshed, a musty smell was emanating from it. Ethan, seated in his chair, asked, "Don't hide your names and whereabouts." The blacksmith and carpenter had a simple background. They came from the central region, lost their homes and became slaves in a war between nobles, and were bought by the Bohemia Merchant Guild. As for his skills, he's just a standard apprentice-level craftsman, not great, but good enough. A moment later, Ethan informed them of their obligations. "I need your full cooperation in the development of the territory, and at the same time, to bring at least 10 apprentices with you. Can you do that?" The two looked at each other, hesitating. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who discards you after you've served your purpose. In exchange, you will regain your freedom and receive your due salary." Being under someone else's roof, even if they weren't entirely satisfied, this was the best possible outcome, and the two nodded in agreement. As for the blacksmith named Andre, he seemed to have an even more tragic fate. His left arm was severed by his own lord, and even the fact that the Bohemia Merchant Guild later fitted him with a prosthetic arm did nothing to change that. Blacksmithing is a delicate craft. A master craftsman can at least make a full set of armor. Compared to those who are only at the master level and can only make hoes or at most some weapons, he is undoubtedly still very valuable. Before Andre could lower his head under Ethan's gaze, he finally received his punishment. "What do you think you can do? Answer carefully, it concerns your future." Andre opened and closed his mouth a few times, but ultimately remained silent. Ethan said to the two men, "You two go out first." After the two men left, a short, stocky man spoke up after a while. "Sir, I'm afraid I'm not as good as the price you offered. How much did your lord sell you for?" The tough guy's face flushed red, which, combined with his dark skin, made him look somewhat comical. "1 gold coin, sir." Clearly, this price was an insult to him. His former master was considered less than human even among the aristocracy, who were generally treated like animals. He was the worst of the worst. Ethan looked at his prosthetic leg. "I didn't expect you to forge weapons and armor for me. What kind of apprentices can you train?" He stammered, "Master, without a personal demonstration, I doubt I can even graduate. There's not much I can do. I guess I can only make farm tools." In other words, Ethan bought a blacksmith apprentice for 5 gold coins, and the slightly better thing is that he can also train other apprentices. If it has no other use, it's undoubtedly a huge loss. In the suffocating silence, Andre felt even darker about his future. This lord might be better than the previous one, but for someone of little value like him, his treatment might not be much better than that of an ordinary slave. Unexpectedly, Ethan posed a new question. "How far were you from becoming a master blacksmith?" Andre paused for a moment, then shook his head violently. "Sir, forgive my bluntness, but comparing a master to someone like me is an insult to the word master. A master craftsman is a top-tier artisan capable of forging weapons that will be remembered throughout history. If I had to put it bluntly, even a master who lost a hand like me would be stronger than I was when I had a healthy hand." Ethan could see a kind of fanaticism in Andre's eyes, a pursuit of superior craftsmanship and a desire to surpass his own skills. This guy is indeed a blacksmith through and through, a pure blacksmith. Ethan used the same tactic he had used with Rasul. "If you could advance to the level of a master, what would you be willing to give up?" Andrei's first reaction was disbelief. He had never heard of such a thing. But he still said, "If I could truly become a master blacksmith, I would be willing to forge weapons for you for the rest of my life." Ethan stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and then walked out of the room. "This house is yours for now. Don't disappoint me when we reach the territory, Master Andrei." Andrei's eyes were unfocused with shock, and his right hand began to tremble, unable to calm down for a long time. The strength he had lost in his right hand from not forging iron for so long gradually returned. The pain and itching returned to my left arm, which had long since lost all sensation, as if new buds were beginning to grow. The prosthesis also became easier to handle. Most importantly, he gained a deeper understanding of blacksmithing. After settling the craftsman in, Ethan then turned his attention to his new slaves. According to the intelligence provided by Marcus, this group of people came from diverse backgrounds. Some were originally serfs, while others were free people captured as spoils of war. In short, at this moment they share a common identity: Ethan's slaves. The Bohemia Merchant Guild has always been very strict in disciplining its slaves. At least Ethan couldn't see any anger or resistance in their eyes. Most are numb and apathetic, only a few have clear eyes. Marcus explained to Ethan their treatment and obligations, and the reasonably good food supply reassured them. The army's generous benefits further tempted them. All they needed was the heads of 3 enemies to become glorious free citizens. They were not ignorant. Coming from the central region, they naturally knew the vast difference between free men and serfs. Moreover, becoming a soldier meant being above the rest among the free people, and they quickly became active. These strong and healthy slaves have a higher rate of promotion to veterans, and their combat effectiveness is also stronger, making them a high-quality source of soldiers. A dark figure dodged the patrolling soldier's attack with a swift movement. In a flash, a short knife flashed, and blood spurted from the soldier's neck. After easily dispatching several opponents, Alice cursed her bad luck. These noble lackeys were like locusts, impossible to eradicate. Just then she heard several soldiers shouting, "Come quick, we've found a lone elf." Alice frowned. Her strength was almost completely depleted, and for now, she could only hide and wait until she could make contact with her companions before making any further plans. She leaped up and jumped onto a wall. Looking at the piles of hay and the dusty gate, she concluded that this secluded little yard was just a long-standing warehouse. It served as a temporary hiding place. She found a corner to lie down, and exhaustion washed over her as she lay on the comfortable hay mat. Before he knew it, the wandering swordsman had fallen asleep. "Phew, I'll take a nap first. I shouldn't be found here." When she woke up, she vaguely heard a commotion. Her years of ingrained vigilance made her want to retreat immediately, but she heard the sounds of patrolling soldiers just a wall away. So she pressed herself against the haystack, listening to the sounds coming from outside. Ethan looked at the squad leader in front of him, displaying the arrogance typical of nobles. "What kind of bullshit search is this? This is property I just bought yesterday. Do you think there's an elf hiding here?" The squad leader opposite bowed obsequiously, saying, "No offense intended, Baron Ethan, it's just that the Viscount personally ordered the search of every place where elves might be hiding. Use your pig brain? If there were any elves here, I would have caught them and collected the reward already. Get lost." Having said that, he ruthlessly shut the door on Viscount Northwind's soldiers and ignored them. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with the evidence, he just wanted to annoy you. Nothing special, it's just fun. This secluded courtyard was quite nice. It had been a hay storage warehouse, which he had bought to use as temporary housing for the slaves. After all, the other yard was almost full, and he didn't want the guys he had just bought to catch any infectious diseases. It just so happens that the previous owner of this yard kindly gifted him this hay, which can be used as beds for the slaves. He pushed open the back door and stepped into the yard, where the distinctive fragrance of hay soothed him. Alice was separated from him by only a wall, and her heart was in her throat. She was already hesitating whether to make a move against this lone nobleman. Just as she was struggling with her decision, Ethan suddenly muttered to himself, "Come back in half a month, let the yard air out first." Hearing him close the door and leave, Arya silently sheathed the dagger in her hand, leaned against the wall, and let out a sigh of relief. Judging from what that guy said, no one should bother me for a while. She took off her black cloak and removed half of her upper garment. The brown linen was stained a strange color with congealed blood, and she frowned as she lifted it. During the struggle, she was slashed by a knight. Had it not been for her exceptional physical condition, she would have died from that blow. "The wound on my waist is gradually healing, but if it is not properly treated, there is a risk of infection." She watched for a while, then dressed again, wrapped herself in her cloak, and lay down on the haystack. "I wonder how my companions are doing." They and their rescued companions were repeatedly separated by the soldiers' pursuit, and each of them disappeared without a trace. They were quite strong, but they encountered the strongest force in Northwind City. Every nobleman was extraordinary, not to mention the knights they trained. These guys alone have added 30 combatants of tier 1 or higher to Northwind City. Her companions are likely in grave danger. As one of the leaders of the Rangers, she must gather everyone together and wait for the right opportunity to break through. A gust of cold wind swept in, seeping into the gaps in her cloak. Even in spring, the temperature isn't exactly warm. In the gloomy weather, she heard another sound. Someone was opening the door. But she was too slow to climb over the wall in time, so she could only hide in the gaps in the haystack and hope that the guy would leave quickly. A fragrant aroma wafted over, the distinctive scent of warm food. Based on her keen sense of smell, the rich aroma was probably borscht, a popular soup in the north. Even though she doesn't eat meat, she couldn't help but swallow. She hadn't eaten for a long time in preparation for this. Is this guy planning to hide here and secretly drink this stuff? In the brief moment she was stunned, a flippant voice reached her ears. Would you like a bowl, Miss Elf? Amidst the swirling hay, Ethan caught the dagger she was halfway drawing. Ethan waited carefully until the soup in his hands settled. Don't get so agitated, it would be a shame to spill the soup. Alice tried her best, but couldn't budge the half-drawn dagger even slightly. Looking at the young man with a gentle smile before her, she slowly sheathed her dagger. What do you want to do? Ethan chuckled. I'm here to help you, no need to be so aggressive, right? There's nothing good among you nobles. Her words carried an undeniable confidence. Ethan looked at her trembling body and said, let's sit down and talk about it first. It wouldn't be good to escalate your injuries. After saying that, without waiting for her to listen or not, he sat down on the hay, still holding the bowl of borscht steadily in his hand. Seeing his unguarded state, Alice silently sat down, ignoring the bowl he offered, and said, why did you help me? I don't know if you've ever heard the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. My relationship with Viscount Northwind isn't exactly pleasant, so naturally I hope you can divert some of his attention. Why should I believe you won't bring people to arrest me? Seeing her wary expression, Ethan couldn't help but chuckle. You really think you're a match for me? As she spoke, Alice sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, as ethereal as the wind, yet unshakable. He is indeed a formidable opponent in the second tier. It would be very difficult for him to escape on his own. Ethan said, you can rest here for a while. If you trust me, you can use it as a base. I'll arrange for someone to bring you meals every day. After saying that, he put down the bowl in his hand and was about to get up and leave. I don't eat meat. A cold yet endearing voice came from behind. Grandma, where am I supposed to find you fresh fruit now? Eat it if you want, or get out. After saying that, he strode away. Alice watched as the borscht in front of her gradually lost its heat in the cold wind, and her throat involuntarily gurgled. I'll just have one bite. Alice perfectly fits Ethan's stereotypical image of an elf. With blonde hair, emerald eyes, the iconic pointed ears, and the unique habit of not eating meat, she truly possesses the purest elven bloodline imaginable. He had once been curious about this beautiful creature that existed only in fantasy, but his adoptive father absolutely refused to let him come into contact with elves. Sweetie, you're still young. Listen to your father. This situation is very complicated, you can't handle it. There's nothing else to it. His father did indeed have quite a few elves as wives and concubines. This guerrilla force, which happens to be quite strong, can cause some trouble for Viscount Northwind, so helping them out might not be a bad idea. Thinking of this, his system suddenly activated. Alice's affection level increased from 0 to 5, first encounter. Wow, that's awesome, it works too. Ethan said earnestly, Father, it's not that I don't remember your teachings, it's just that this elf desperately needs my help. A fallen, no, a distressed elf, I can't leave him unhelped. On the other side, Alice licked the bowl in her hand clean, still wanting more. Touching her unchanged lower abdomen, she felt a mix of frustration and satisfaction. The elders said that animals are also an important part of nature, and we shouldn't eat them. But, it's so delicious. In Alice's more than 20 years of life, she had never tried this kind of food. In the elf forest, there was an inexhaustible supply of fresh fruits and vegetables to support their growth. Given the long lifespan of elves, she was just a child and naturally wouldn't understand adult matters. These are all tricks for kids, they eat them with great relish. Feeling her strength gradually returning, she stood up, thankful that the guy she had met this time was a good person who hadn't put anything in her bowl. Elves have a special perception of good and evil, and she genuinely didn't sense any malice just now, which is why she accepted Ethan's kindness. But this courtyard, she should remain vigilant and stay away for now. Finding her companions is the priority. As an excellent ranger, she was also quite skilled in magic. With a thought, green magic enveloped her boots, making her movements lighter. In the third courtyard he had just bought, Ethan witnessed a captured elf who, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to commit suicide. The nobleman who captured him sighed deeply, since male elves were more expensive than female elves. As for the reason, nobles have always been very extravagant. Even so, that guy still received a fairly substantial bounty. Ethan couldn't help but worry about the nameless elf. If she were captured, he wouldn't be able to rescue her easily. It's something that can bring new territory skills, after all. Even if we can't get it right away, we shouldn't just let it go to waste. Rissa rushed back. Master, I didn't see anyone in the courtyard where you asked me to deliver the food. It's all right, we'll be staying here for many more days. Just remember to send some over every day, and try to get some fruit. Rissa was baffled. The property he had bought was now being abandoned, and he was now being asked to deliver food there. The truth was pretty much what he'd guessed, but he didn't know why the master didn't just arrest the escaped criminals. Anyway, it was up to the master to decide what to do. He was unaware that his master and Viscount Baifeng were locked in a life-or-death struggle, and that a decisive battle was inevitable. The unrest lasted for a long time, until half a month later, when the merchants, unable to endure it any longer, gathered to protest to Viscount Northwind, who finally agreed to open the city gates. Since even the supervisors didn't know exactly how many rangers there were, the operation was declared a success when they captured the 12th ranger or their corpse. Although the battle was resounding, the losses inflicted on him by the wandering knights pained him deeply. During this period, nobles continued to withdraw, and the pressure and losses on the viscounts grew increasingly greater. In terms of manpower alone, these wandering knights killed hundreds of his soldiers and wounded countless others. This was a heavy blow to his strength, and even with the backing of Northwind City, it would take him a year to recover. He captured 7 elves, 3 of which he auctioned off in public, and 2 others committed suicide. As for the remaining 2 slaves who had already been trained, he planned to give them to the orcs. Hearing the information Ethan gave, Alice's hands trembled so much that she almost dropped the bowl. In the room behind her were 6 other companions recovering from their injuries. These were all the others who remained. Could you find a way to help them? Her words were almost a plea. Ethan shook his head. I'm sorry, this is all I can offer you. The losses you've caused the Viscount are indeed heavy, but ultimately, what does this have to do with me? Not kicking you all away is already the greatest mercy I can show. Alice bit her lip. She had orchestrated this operation, and she was responsible for such severe losses. She couldn't let all her comrades fall here. Her voice trembled as she asked, how can you help me? Ethan rolled his eyes. My feud with the Viscount isn't out in the open yet, and the power gap between us is quite large. You can't afford the price. But he added, today I am leaving Northwind City. You have 2 choices. One is to stay and continue the fight, the other is to infiltrate my convoy and escape. Alice thought of her captured companions, and the severely injured ones on her back. He managed to say with difficulty, thank you for your help, Baron Ethan. She bowed in greeting. This was all she had left. Alice's favorability level increased from 39 to 40. Favorability. After all that effort, he finally managed to gain a slight liking for Ethan, so his efforts weren't in vain. If it weren't for her body, he wouldn't have bothered with a group of wandering knights who weren't part of his plans. The following day, amidst Russo's shouts and curses at the city gate guards, Ethan's caravan, carrying over 200 slaves and 7 elves, slowly drove out of Northwind City. The convoy stopped halfway through its journey. Ethan lifted the heavy curtain of the carriage. It's time to get off. He watched the elves depart into the distance. Suddenly, Alice turned around and ran back. Thank you for your help, but I think we can try cooperating, Ethan. Ethan said calmly, you don't have the leverage to cooperate with me, Goldenfrost. Goldenfrost is Alice's given name. Unlike humans, elves are more often addressed by their surnames. Somewhat annoyed, Alice said, you haven't stated the terms of the deal yet. And don't call me by my name. In the customs of the elves, a name is something that only family members can use to address someone. Alice decided to just pretend he was someone who knew nothing. Ethan stroked his chin. The terms of the deal? If you insist on making a deal with me, unless you marry me. He blinked, his eyes looking utterly innocent. Alice's face flushed crimson, and she replied in an almost abusive tone, don't even think about it. You lecherous beast. After saying that, she angrily chased after her compatriots in the distance. Having just gotten off the bus and finished relieving himself, Russo decided he hadn't heard anything. Damn physical abilities, what's the point of having such good hearing? If the mistress finds out, I'll just pretend I know nothing. Yes, that's right. This guy, he was so gentle and polite before, I even thought he was a rare gentleman. I'm so angry. He actually wants me to marry him? What a greedy and twisted man. Sulking, Alice kicked a pebble off the roadside. That BD actually has such a handsome face, he's really lucky. He must have fooled a lot of people already. Clearly, Ethan had left a fairly good impression on her before, but after this farewell, she completely saw through the young nobleman's true colors. That old pervert who lusts after her body. She shook her head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Leading everyone to survive here is the most important thing. This is the border, and we need to prepare for future actions. She would never abandon a fellow countryman. Fortunately, spring has arrived and the weather is gradually warming up. With the guerrillas' skills, survival shouldn't be too difficult. The premise is that the Viscount won't hold them hostage. Unfortunately, Viscount Northwind wouldn't grant her wish. That furious fellow had already dispatched troops and offered a bounty, determined to capture them and bring them back. In the desolate wilderness, where the cold wind howls, they needed to find a place to settle down and heal their wounds. As for Ethan, she wouldn't go near that BD. Sir, something is wrong. Ethan and his companions were traveling on what could barely be considered an official road, as the continuous spring rain made it easy for the carriage to get stuck in the mud. The situation seemed normal at the moment, but Rasso's innate knightly instincts alerted him. It's a bit too quiet. The order was conveyed in hushed whispers. Ethan was taking 3 knights and 100 armed soldiers with him on this trip, and theoretically, there should be no mishaps. This force, personally trained by the knights, remained calm. Even the new recruits were well prepared under the guidance of the veterans. No matter what happens, they remain calm. The slight commotion within the ranks aroused the enemy's suspicion. Their leader clearly did not want any unexpected situations to arise. With a loud shout, a massive horde of armed soldiers emerged from the waist-high weeds and began charging the convoy. Russo cursed under his breath. This caravan not only had soldiers, but also hundreds of slaves. Even if these guys don't have the guts to run away, their panic will still cause considerable chaos within the group. Fortunately, the soldiers' long-term training had prepared them well. They quickly formed a circle around the wagons and set up their weapons. The enemy was more experienced, and the convoy's defenses were breached in the first attack. Instantly, small battlefields formed around the carriages. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to his side, Ruthless shouted and was about to lead his knights forward to kill the enemy. "Humph, you'll have to get past me first." Various weapons, imbued with fighting spirit, were swung at Ethan, who managed to repel the attacks of the person in front of him. "Oh, you're only at tier 2, no wonder." Ruthless and his 2 companions were on high alert. Their opponents were formidable, numbering 5, none of whom were easy to deal with. Judging from the aura emanating from them, there are 2 second-tier individuals and 3 first-tier individuals. In this region, there is only one person with the resources to produce such wealth. Viscount Northwind. There's no need to ask why they came, their attack is the best proof. More than 200 soldiers and 5 knights. These guys came to wipe them out. Even with the biggest doubts in their hearts, they could only put them aside for the time being and put on a show first. But after a brief encounter, they learned something. The opponents weren't weaklings like them, they were well established and much larger than them. And physique is strength. Even though they knew they were outmatched, they still charged forward. For Lord Ethan, the knights opposite couldn't help but admire their courage. Even though they had ranks but lacked real strength, their bravery was still commendable. Ethan looked at the smoke-filled battlefield and felt a pang of heartache. These guys are attacking his property and his people. Unable to bear it any longer, he didn't even bother to draw his sword and joined the battle directly. Ruthless side can hold on for now, what I need to do is alleviate the pressure on the soldiers. The commotion attracted the attention of the wandering knights who were looking for a place to settle down. With graceful movements, they quickly arrived at the scene, becoming the first onlookers. What to do? A companion asked Alice, is she the leader? They should have remained indifferent or even secretly rejoiced when they encountered humans fighting. But they recognized the Baron who was shouting and behaving rudely in the chaotic crowd. Alice blushed as she was drawn to the spotlight, then steeled herself and stumped her foot. Let's go help them. She mentally justified herself. It's nothing, it's just repaying that pervert for the help I received. I didn't mean to help him. Although these rangers were all wounded, they were all extraordinary fighters, and some of them were even at the 2nd tier. Despite their young age, their innate advantages are best embodied in them. Their arrival changed the course of the battlefield. This group of rangers, who were used to cooperating, ruthlessly reaped the lives of soldiers in the midst of battle in a small group. Wherever they went, the enemy fell like wheat. Upon seeing this, the enemy leader sent several men to try and stop them. But Ethan had been waiting for a long time, his sword had been thirsting for blood for a long time. His swordsmanship teacher told him, a sword is only meant to be drawn when there is absolute certainty of victory. Now is the time to draw it. With a single, fatal blow, the enemy's resolve began to waver as the first extraordinary being fell. Ethan held his snow-white longsword to the side in front of him, half of his serious face reflected in it. His lips moved slightly, and he murmured softly, I am the true sword saint. Alice glanced over and saw Ethan with an expression she had never seen before, and with just 3 sword strikes, he killed all the remaining knights. As the last knight's corpse fell, Ethan leaned on his longsword, panting heavily. The enemies nearby dared not attack and dropped their weapons to flee. The swordsman's arrow pierced their throats. These men were the Viscount's absolute confidants. They wouldn't waver unless all the leaders were dead. However, this also led to the complete annihilation of their army. On the vast land, blood stained the earth red, and Ethan coughed up a mouthful of blood as well. It's too much of a stretch to unleash our full power in our current state. Alice walked over with a stern face, placing her jade-like hands on his chest. Gentle touches of natural magic began to heal Ethan's injuries. Thank you, Jin Huang. As he spoke, Ethan coughed again. Alice lowered her head and said coldly, I'm just here to repay your previous help. Don't overthink it. Thank you very much, Jin Huang. Alice sensed that the guy wasn't seriously injured at all. Her nature magic only had a slight effect. She rolled her eyes. We're even. And don't call me by my name. After saying that, she let go of his hand, turned around, and was about to leave with her companions. A deep voice came from behind her, my territory lies in a log forest. The elven ranger didn't stop, he turned and left with his companions. Ethan, caught in the ambush, had no intention of stopping her. More importantly, he didn't have enough goodwill towards her. Forced relationships are never sweet, but it doesn't matter. As long as she remains active on the border, they will meet again sooner or later. The priority now is to deal with the Viscount's next move. This battle has been a significant loss for both sides. However, the Viscount's health bar was significantly thicker than his. Not to mention the possibility of the orcs appearing. Although, according to custom, orcs are not allowed to enter the imperial territory after winter. But rules are always meant to restrain the weak, and the beastmen are far stronger than the border nobles. This law silenced everyone. More than 40 soldiers they had personally trained were dead, and many slaves also perished in the chaos. This left Ethan feeling resentful. Take all our bodies back for burial, provide compensation to their families. Also, don't waste the enemy's weapons and equipment. Because of this mishap, it took the convoy 5 days to return to Logtown. Viscount Northwind was decisive. Even with the elves causing trouble, he still managed to send out a force that would not be suspected. Whether it succeeds or fails, the blame can always be placed on the elf. Under the guise of hunting down elves, they openly dispatched a force equivalent to that of a baron. This guy's got a decent brain. However, this completely exposed his hidden activities. Ethan's knights all knew very well that only the Viscount could send out forces of this caliber. In any case, both sides have laid their cards on the table, and what follows is a fight to the death. The wars between nobles on the borders were more direct than those in the heart of the empire. The latter might be slightly more civilized, while the former was notorious for its bloodshed. With the destruction of their families and the extinction of their race, apart from the lowest-ranking serfs who might survive, no one else had any chance of survival. Ethan, filled with worry, was greeted by his wife, who had been waiting for him. Wolf nestled into his arms, taking a deep breath and savoring the long-lost scent of her lover. "Young master, the water is ready. Go take a bath first," she said with a faint smile. Exhausted, Ethan wanted to relax, so he gave her a kiss and went upstairs to take a shower. After watching Ethan leave, Wolf's smile vanished. She reverted to her aloof demeanor in front of others. Before long, she called out to Russo, who was busy at work. "Did you encounter an attack on the way?" She smelled a distinctly dry, bloody odor. Russo nodded. "Yes, madam." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "It was probably Viscount Northwind. Fortunately, Master's strength was enough to annihilate the enemy." Wolf crossed her arms. "Ethan's found a new woman." While moving things, Russo suddenly strained his back. Clutching his aching lower back, he asked, "What did you say? I hope you will be honest and tell me, besides the enemy, who else is on your road? You can't exactly say the other side has a female knight, can you?" Russo hesitated for a moment, then explained, "We spent a long time in town, and you were invited to many parties, sir." Wolf stared at his determined gaze for a long while. "You can continue with your work." Afterwards, she went back to check on Ethan's condition. Russo stood there wiping away sweat. "Sir, I've done my best. The mistress's nose is just too sensitive. There's nothing I can do." Wolf didn't believe a word Russo said. She could smell it clearly. It was a peculiar scent, not at all like the fragrance of noble ladies. Moreover, the smell still lingers to this day. This indicates that there must have been physical contact between the two parties. This thought filled her with increasing unease. Could her family really be gone in just half a month? Ethan was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, enjoying the warmth, when suddenly a figure with wolf ears sat down opposite him. Wolf leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Young master, let me help you wash." She was only wearing a thin nightgown that could be torn off at any moment, and she gently massaged his shoulders. Upon witnessing this scene, Ethan thought to himself that it was a good thing he wasn't a saint. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and the two naturally grew closer and closer. Without realizing it, Ethan had become inseparable from her. Even after Ethan repeatedly reminded her, she continued to do so. She remained unmoved until the very end. With a muffled groan, she finally relaxed. Ethan, his intelligence restored, ruffled her white hair and asked, "What happened to you?" Wolf is a very conservative girl, and over all this time, they've never gone too far with their interactions. After a long pause, a slightly resentful voice came, "Haven't you always wanted to, young master?" Ethan coughed awkwardly. "That's true, but I didn't insist." Wolf gave a soft hum, then said calmly, "I want to have your child. Why are you suddenly thinking about this? We're both still young, there's no need to." Before he could finish speaking, the wolf girl interrupted him, her words tinged with anxiety. "What if you find another woman?" Ethan sensed danger in those words. It seemed he couldn't simply brush it off. "You can rest assured, no matter what happens, you will always be my wife." The usually docile wolf surprisingly retorted, "Then you'll fall in love with someone else, won't you?" Her bloodshot eyes were misty, as if tears were about to spill over at any moment. I only want you. No one has ever loved me before you, and I won't allow it." She could no longer hold on, and large tears fell onto Ethan's chest. Ethan silently comforted her, her soft sobs echoing in the bathroom. Ethan, shameless as ever, uttered an absolutely despicable statement. "I assure you, even if I fall in love with someone else, my love for you won't diminish." The sobbing stopped abruptly. Wolf quickly raised her head, then said expressionlessly, "You admit you're seeing someone else." Like Ethan caught in the act of adultery, he stammered, "I don't have anyone, at most, just a friend who helps each other out." "Ah, my friend." Wolf casually wiped away her tears. "Who was that person?" "Ah, an elf. She won't treat you the way I do." It sounded like a statement, yet also like an argument. Fortunately, Wolf retained her virtues as a virtuous wife and loving mother, and did not continue to press Ethan for details about who he was. After spending the whole night thinking about it while holding his arm, Wolf figured out how to secure her position. In the past, it was always him who needed Ethan, now it's time for Ethan to become indispensable to him. She's not some weak, pretty vase like an elf. During Ethan's absence, 6 wolves arrived in the territory, and until a suitable leader was found, Wolf served as their leader. Although she didn't know why wolves kept gathering there, Wolf was happy to adopt these pets. The once arrogant steppenwolves were as obedient and adorable as puppies in her presence, even though they had both been severely beaten before submitting. Even the Wolf King has to go through the motions. As soon as Ethan stepped outside, he was surrounded by several steppenwolves, who cleverly wagged their tails to acknowledge their new master. This is the Wolf King's mission. "Young master, what do you think of the wolves' performance on the battlefield?" Ethan stroked his chin. Before the advent of steel, these vicious fellows were far more terrifying than ordinary soldiers. Moreover, a crucial aspect of warfare lies in psychology. Even well-trained soldiers can be so frightened by a large pack of wolves running towards them that they can't hold their weapons. Among those guys, besides Cain, is there anyone else who can become a wolf rider? Compared to mere steppe wolves, he was far more envious of the legendary, majestic wolf riders. Young master, besides Cain, the only people in the territory who can defeat a fully grown steppen wolf are a few knights and you. Wolf pouted in dissatisfaction. She had raised that wolf for many years before she succeeded. Not to mention that these wasteland wolves don't even meet the standards to become mounts for wolf riders, which are equivalent to dire wolves of the first tier of monsters. Watching Wolf playfully teasing the wolves, Ethan couldn't help but ask, "Can they actually obey your commands?" Wolf nodded proudly. This was her biggest trump card. Ethan picked her up and gave her a tender kiss. "I was just worried about the territory being short of a sentry." Wolf hugged him. "I want to stay by your side forever, young master." Witnessing this scene, Russell lamented that his timing was always so bad. What an unlucky guy. His innate sense of responsibility led him to confront the potential awkwardness head-on, since he had important matters to report to the Lord. From a distance, he deliberately made a few noises to quickly separate the two who had just been sticking together. "My lord, Marcus has given a report on the situation in the territory. Please take a look." Ethan took the thick stack of documents and quickly glanced at them. Their food supply, including the newly arrived slaves and the purchased grain, was enough to last 3 months. Marcus thoughtfully calculated the costs Ethan would need for training the troops. He advised against aggressive military expansion, arguing that the strong and capable slaves were potential farmers and that with their participation, food freedom could be achieved in just 1 year. Ethan silently erased the suggestion with his charcoal pencil. There was no time for him to stockpile provisions now. Of course, the clever Marcus didn't know why the master was so keen on war, but he still calculated the cost of being fully armed. The grain supply is only enough for 2 months. The first batch of grain this year will take 4 months to mature, and then we'll have to buy more grain. With 2 months of territory-based skills, those guys should be able to put up a fight. Not to mention that these newly arrived slaves were of far superior quality to ordinary serfs. It turns out that the free people from the central region are also more quick-witted. Perhaps there's a chance to be promoted to a junior officer. Just then, he saw the words "weapons are in short supply. Where is the blacksmith?" As you instructed, he was given a room by himself, and will not be disturbed for the time being. Take me to see his skill level. Even though the skill worked successfully on Andre, Ethan was still unsure if the guy could be used as a normal blacksmith. In any case, as long as he can train a blacksmith to reach the master level, it won't be a loss for Ethan. Andre was very excited when he saw the Lord come to see him. He knelt down very solemnly, prostrating himself before his lord. Andre the blacksmith greets the Baron. Ethan helped him up with great pleasure. This guy's loyalty was off the charts, a full 95. Even if Ethan were to kill him right now, he would rather commit suicide than dirty Ethan's hands. For a true blacksmith, mastering the craft is perhaps more important than even their own parents. "Are you settling in well here?" "Very good, Baron, I can begin work now." Rasu interjected. "You, a man with a missing hand, can really forge weapons." Andre puffed out his chest proudly. "Sir Rasu, you shouldn't question a master." Clam. Rasu glanced at Ethan, whose facial expression remained completely unchanged, and then at Andre opposite him. "How is that possible? Even the Joel family doesn't have such a good blacksmith. If you were a master blacksmith, you wouldn't have been enslaved." Ethan pressed down on his shoulder. "Let Master Andre perform for you." He was also very much looking forward to seeing what kind of skills this blacksmith, whom he had spent a considerable amount of money on, possessed. "For his sake, I bought a whole set of forging tools and cartloads of iron ore." Unable to resist the urge, Andre immediately demonstrated to them what meticulous attention to detail truly meant. This is one of the hallmarks of a master. The key feature is that it controls the falling and flying of impurity particles in iron ore by using subtle hand tremors. This requires a lot of strength, especially since he's using only one hand. His left hand could only be used for simple tasks like holding things. For everything else, he relied on a thick, somewhat frighteningly strong arm. No man can resist watching a live blacksmithing demonstration. The variegated iron ore turns reddish-white under high temperatures, and impurities that affect its quality are constantly falling off with each strike. Now there are 3 knights and a lord who has nothing better to do. In just 2 hours, a brand new long sword, freshly quenched, was successfully forged. Andre wiped the sweat from his brow with a rag. "Please, Sir Rasu, examine this sword to see for yourself." Upon first handling the sword, Rasu immediately felt its weight. It is also very easy to handle, making the sword lighter and more agile to use. With a light flick of his wrist, he chopped a training stake in 2. He stroked the fine sword with obvious delight. "Master Andre, I misunderstood you before. This is at least a superior grade sword." Afen and Joe wrestled with him over the sword, while Ethan inquired about Andre's condition with concern. "How many of these swords can you make in a day?" Andre replied, 3 games a day. I can't keep up physically. This world categorizes weapons and equipment into 6 tiers, from lowest to highest, inferior, common, excellent, superior, epic, and legendary. The highest level corresponding to the master level is the ability to forge epic level weapons, which are enough to become weapons that will go down in history. Ethan asked without any hesitation, "How many apprentices can you teach?" Based on his experience, Andre estimated that there would be about 10, any more than that and he wouldn't have any time to forge weapons. Ethan waved his hand and told him to pick anyone he wanted in the territory. As long as they could become blacksmith apprentices, he would offer them better treatment than ordinary soldiers. However, regarding the quality of weapons, apart from a few knights, none of the others need a superior grade longsword. Lower-level weapons not only save on raw materials, but also shorten the forging time considerably. With Andre's skill, he can forge a full 10 excellent grade weapons a day. Compared to the weapons used by others, this is quite good, even superior. This reduced the pressure on Andre somewhat. Although it was a bit of a waste of his talents, his physical strength was limited due to his one arm. As for the soldiers' equipment, Ethan really couldn't find a solution. They can only use leather armor at best. As for better chainmail, it's one thing that their territory can't afford to build it, but it's another thing that they don't have enough time. Even a master craftsman cannot shorten the time required to forge armor out of thin air. A single piece of chainmail takes at least a whole day to make, while a full suit of armor. Ethan had several sets left, and each of his knights had one. None of the veterans have been promoted to heavy infantry, their experience is simply too limited. Marcus initially refused Ethan's offer to train the army with all his might. When he heard that war with Viscount Northwind was imminent, he agreed to the arrangement. But he still clung to hope. Can't we just sue for peace? In his view, it was not shameful for a newly crowned baron to bow down to an established Viscount family. Moreover, the deeply entrenched Colin family can garner many allies in the Northwind region. If a fight really broke out, it wasn't that he didn't trust the master, it was just that the chances of winning were too low. Ethan laughed. He wants my head. We've been locked in a life-or-death struggle from the very beginning. Marcus sighed and went to prepare for Ethan's orders. As a servant of the master, I will do my utmost. Regardless, even though he was once one of the excellent stewards of the Joel family, he is now the governor of Logtown, sharing the Lord's fate. The territory is currently doing its utmost to maintain a force of around 500 soldiers while ensuring a minimum turnover of serfs. There are plenty of other promising young knights and squires, but there are fewer veterans. On average, it takes 2 squads to assign 1 veteran, which slightly affects the training speed, but it's not a major problem. In wars of this scale, individual bravery is no less important than teamwork. The new slaves are of high quality, including those from before. The territory now has a total of 28 potential knights and squires. They entrusted the entire responsibility to Afen, since everyone else had their own duties. Russo and Joe were in charge of training the army, while Kane spent all his time hanging out with the Steppenwolves. According to the mistress, he must be able to understand what the Steppenwolves are saying in order to meet one of the requirements of a qualified wolf rider. Another point is his mount. That lone wolf needs to be upgraded to a dire wolf. Even Little Grey is a little behind in this respect, but their size is already close to that of real magical beasts, and their deterrent power on the battlefield is not much less than that of dire wolves. Now Kane can only give the Steppenwolves simple commands, like keeping watch. But for some reason, there are more and more wolves in the territory. The wild animals in the log forest suffered. The wolf cubs not only hunted every day, but even provided extra food for the other animals in the territory. As time went on, the wolf pack's tracks became increasingly distant, sometimes even setting out during the day to traverse the log forest and returning only at night. Wolf didn't care and let them do as they pleased. In her view, wolves must always remain wild. They are not dogs. At the border between the Orcish territory and the frontier, the chieftain of the Minotaur tribe waited impatiently for Viscount Northwind's arrival. As he expected, this cowardly fellow didn't dare to do it himself and had to ask a foreign tribe for help to deal with a knight. Little did they know that the Viscount only made up his mind to eliminate Ethan after suffering heavy losses, and was willing to pay a huge price for it. As usual, the visitor wasn't even Viscount Northwind, but his butler, which fits the bull's impression of humans as dark, rat-like creatures. Damn it, you made me wait so long. If you don't give me a satisfactory suggestion, I'll definitely grab you and feed you to the dogs. As the strongest warrior of the Minotaur tribe, the Minotaur possesses a torso and limbs similar to a human, with only its head retaining the shape of a bull's head. His knowledge was also considerable. He could speak the common language of the human race fluently. The old steward said with a forced smile, "Lord Bull, please calm down. You know, our whereabouts are always difficult to conceal. We've come this time to present a generous gift to the Bull tribe." After he finished speaking, he lifted the tarpaulin covering the carriage behind him. What appeared before the bull was a huge cage. Inside were 2 shivering female elves, their clothes thin and torn in several places, revealing glimpses of their snow-white skin, and their pitiful eyes were even more alluring. With just one glance, Bull, a guy who's never been particularly bright, got an EN. Fortunately, the orcs were civilized, at least they wore loose-fitting trousers. The old butler smiled when he saw the bull's eager eyes. He knew the fellow wouldn't refuse the gift. "Lord Bull, our Viscount offers 2 elves, 20 cartloads of grain, and 50 superior-grade weapons in exchange for your tribe's personal intervention to completely annihilate that knight." The bull squinted and thought for a moment, then said, "If you give me false information again this time, I'll call on the others to raze your Northwind city to the ground." After saying this, he waved his hand, and one of his men went to accept the Viscount's gift. "We saw his men in Northwind city before. They were quite strong, but not a problem for the powerful Minotaur tribe." A ruthless glint flashed in the old butler's eyes. The Viscount had calculated everything perfectly. He would wait until both sides were severely weakened. They can not only be promoted, but also receive a large amount of military merit. On a distant hillside, a desert wolf, bored and unable to find prey, witnessed the entire incident. It let out a low growl and ran off. The group glanced at it and then paid no further attention. The beastmen have always held the creatures of nature in high esteem, and the old steward and the others did not want to violate the beastmen's taboos. What drew the wolf away was none other than the Wolf King's aura emanating from the wolf girl of Logtown. Alice, who was wiping her dagger, sneezed, feeling as if something was watching her. She touched the newly tamed deer beside her, having it would make traveling across the wilderness much easier. They searched for their companions along the way, and luckily, they actually found one. He was a baron under the command of Viscount Northwind, who was lucky enough to capture an elf. They plan to act tonight and hope everything goes smoothly. The Elf Ranger, a top-tier class across the entire continent, can be considered an all-rounder. Even among elves, only a few are qualified to become a ranger. In return, the ranger combines magic, melee, and ranged abilities, making them extremely powerful in solo or squad combat. The only drawback that isn't really a flaw is that it's not suited for large-scale warfare. This doesn't matter to the elves. Slightly less skilled sword dancers, archers, and mages can easily handle the job. The tall, slender swordsman wielding two swords could easily break through the defenses of armored soldiers. The archer with strong, powerful arms never missed his target, and the mage needed no further explanation. A mage on the battlefield can often be described in a single sentence. Please enter text. Alice, a young elven ranger, driven by a burning desire to save her fellow countrymen in distress, gathered a group of like-minded companions and set off from the elven forest to begin her training. There are many small teams like this that come to rescue elven slaves, and the Empire often turns a blind eye, since they are the ones who acted immorally first. On the other hand, these squads were also a good source of slaves. No heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual nobleman or lady would refuse a powerful elf who would obediently submit to them to prevent their companion from being harmed. Even in some unknown corner, their so-called companions have been stuffed into cream puffs. Purely Djinshi plot. Ethan had heard many such stories, and could only conclude that the upper class of an ancient empire was bound to rot sooner or later, especially in a slave-owning country. However, in border regions where noble power is not strong, a sizable squad of rangers is still quite intimidating. For example, just like now, Alice and her companions easily infiltrated the Baron's castle and quickly pressed a dagger against the naked, fat pig. Even the knights who rushed to the scene were easily dealt with by them. The Baron trembled all over. I think it's a misunderstanding. The dagger in Alice's hand dug into his flesh, causing him to howl in pain. Where are our companions? Alice, unlike her usual gentle self, now loathed these damned scumbags. She's in another room. I can pay you compensation, just don't kill me. One member of the team then successfully located an elf with a blank stare. Now, remove her inscription. The Baron shook his head rapidly, causing the dagger to penetrate even deeper into the flesh. No way. What if you kill me after making contact? Alice frowned. Then I'll kill you right now. The Baron laughed loudly. If you dare to lay a hand on her, she'll die before me. There was already commotion outside the castle. The Baron's men would be coming in soon, and then even they wouldn't be able to escape. The elven slave, whose eyes were lifeless and who was only covered by a blanket, suddenly spoke. Kill him. Elves value their chastity highly, and they will only have one partner in their lifetime. If one is defiled, then one shall never discuss marriage again for the rest of one's life. Clearly, they were a step too late. Moreover, judging from her appearance, she has probably been suffering for more than just a day or two. Seeing that they were still locked in a stalemate, she picked up a sword that had fallen to the ground and then slowly placed it against her scarred and bloodied neck. Thank you, my fellow countrymen. I can die now. Damn BD. A ranger, unable to bear the sight, grabbed the Baron and punched him, knocking out 7 of his teeth with one punch, then knocking out the rest with another. Seemingly not satisfied yet, he began to cut the fat pig at an extremely fast speed with a short knife. The slave looked at them, a smile suddenly appearing on his indifferent face, before he used all his strength to slash his own neck. Just before the enemy charged in, the battered Baron finally had his throat slit. The operation could be described as both a success and a failure, but the somber atmosphere among everyone reflected their helplessness and anger. If they had come a few days earlier, would they still have had a chance? Alice felt the outcome would never change. From the moment she was branded with the slave mark, death was the best possible end. But what they did was not meaningless. At the very least, it helped their fellow countrymen find relief. They didn't rest for the next few days. In their eyes, all of the Baron's men were accomplices. Targeted by a highly mobile and assassination-skilled team, the Baron's knights were virtually defenseless, let alone his soldiers. Fortunately, the Rangers' attacks were swift. Whether it was the sharp arrows fired from their short bows or their silent daggers, they minimized the victims' suffering. Even without a ruler, the serfs on the territory continued to cultivate the land numbly, waiting for the arrival of the next master. If they're unlucky, they might be attacked by monsters, or they might starve to death. Because the crops cultivated belong to the Lord. Alice eliminated the last enemy, bringing the revenge against the Baron to an end. Hopefully, this tragedy in the territory will serve as a deterrent to other nobles on the border, though even if it does, it's too late. Now it's time to look for new clues. Wolf looked at the 8th Steppenwolf that had arrived this month. It appeared very thin compared to its kind. Wolf looked at it with a hint of disdain. The possibility of this fellow joining the wolf pack was questionable. The Wolf King's distrust made it feel lost and confused. After all, it had come to follow the Wolf King's scent. Thus, under its best efforts, Wolf's disdain deepened. This creature is inferior to its kind in every aspect, so it's almost certain that it will never be able to advance to the level of a dire wolf. The survival rules of wolves have always been cruel. Just as Wolf decided to release the little guy and, incidentally, to nourish her husband, its intense will to survive caused it to stammer out any potentially valuable information. Wolf looked at it calmly, as a sign of respect for its last words, and decided to listen carefully. The wolf girl's ears twitched. She had sensed an important piece of information. She grabbed the skinny wolf's muzzle with one hand. You said, there are humans trading with orcs at the border. Or rather, it's an offering. Wolf's eyes narrowed to slits. This message could determine its life or death, and also whether Ethan could enjoy the delicious wolf kidneys and wolf pee soaked in wine. Come, I'll take you to see the young master. She picked up the wolf with one hand and headed to find Ethan to discuss the reliability of the information. As she departed, the wolves nearby, who had been crouching low under her powerful aura, could finally catch their breath and mourn for this unfamiliar fellow wolf.